Live. All right, I think we're live. It's good to see you. How are
It
you
is
today,
good to
Jaffe?
see you as well. I
Everything-
am very, I am. Yep. Let me turn that down. I can hear me.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I hear myself as well. Good to see you, Jaffe. We were just catching up. I mean, we just for a couple minutes. It's good to see you. You're back in the fold.
Yes, I am back. I had myself a little bit of a vacation. Now, I can't see you on my screen, right? I know you are live
Oh
on
yeah, let me
YouTube.
see. Let me see. Hold on a sec. How do I do that?
But yeah, no, I'm back. And me without Muse is ready to piss people off. I mean, I'm not trying to piss people off. It's just that, as we've discussed before, Colin Moriarty, the truth of the matter is that when you have made the sausage, I'm starting to learn this. I don't know if I'm ever going to learn it in a way that's going to change my behavior, but you start to learn that people don't really, who are fans of the industry, want to know how it's made.
Yeah.
They want their views reflected back to them. And it's a very different kind of job than I thought it would be, because if you really want to do well, you have to kind of walk that line. So I do piss people off a lot, but not because I'm an asshole, just because I tell them things that they don't agree with and don't want to hear. And I'm probably more articulate and persuasive than they are, and they don't like that.
Yeah, they know the people don't like that at all. Can you see me, by the way, now?
I can see you. Yes.
Okay, good. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I've realized that too, just in the physical games conversation, where I'm like, I'm not even against physical games. Like, I think I hope people get their physical games back, but just being critical of the idea of us focusing on this, and really we should be focusing instead on the digital ecosystem and making it better. Yes. People, it's either you're all in or you're all against. It's like, well, I'm like, all right, I've heard your message loud and clear. I had this whole plan on Sacred Symbols Plus of doing this deep dive, talking to a bunch of different people about, what's the best thing to do about boycotting these things and why do we want this and all the rest. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm not courting that kind of toxicity and all the rest. It's like, no, I'm good. I'll just focus on my own pet projects.
Right. And if you don't care, I mean, I saw a clip go up with you and I forget who you were talking to on Sacred about this. And I one of the comments was like, because you were basically saying that you were like, I'm not opposed to getting digital or physical back, but that's not really where my focus is. And someone's like, he's just pissed because he no longer has access to Sony and they don't like him and all that. And I'm sitting there going, dude, you don't know Colin at all. It's like Colin doesn't need or want access to Sony in the way that it's like a lot of these people are so like, oh my God, he could have talked to Sony. He could have had insiders at Sony talking to him and look what he's done. He's fucked up his access. Like that's some bad thing. And I'm like, dude, that's allows him to be honest with you. That allows him to, give you his actual opinion.
Yeah, it's all kind of all over the place, because on one hand, I fucked up my access a long time ago. But I'm kind of back in the like Sony's kind of, we're talking again. I just had Jeffrey Loudon or Gregory Loudon, pardon me, on the show. He's the director of Saros. And obviously I had Neil on before, so like they know that I don't care about the games, or they don't even invite me to that stuff anymore. They don't. Right. They know I don't care.
Right, but I think that reflects, though, like I said, sort of, and again, it's the audience. They're the audience, and they have a right to know what they know and know what they don't know, and they're not the people behind the scenes. But this assumption that access, oh my God, you have access to the video game company. How could you have shit on that? How could you have ruined that? And it's just like, dude, it's really easy, first off, to shit on it and ruin it, and second off, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, especially shitting on Sony these days is like, who doesn't shit on Sony these days? I mean, there's nothing special about that in my opinion, but yeah, it's a lot of confusing things, because I'm a shill on one hand, but on the other hand, I don't take any early access to anything. We refuse all endemic advertising, which would make me hundreds of thousands of dollars a year more. And all of the rest. But I'm a shill on the other hand. Sony hates me and never wants anything to do with me, but I'm a shill, and then they got me my account back in like record time. But I have no connections to Sony, and I don't talk to anyone at Sony, but I'm a shill. Like you can't really, I don't know. Right. It is what, and the thing that pisses me off the most, Jaffe, I'm sorry to interrupt. The thing that pisses me off the most is this whole thing about my account getting boosted. And I'm like, don't you understand that that my entire approach to this is knowing that I had special access, feeling bad for people that don't have the same recourse, and spending, dude, so much of my time behind the scenes dealing with this issue. Like long after I could have done and it's like I should have just done this. I could have just quietly got my account back and did nothing.
Right.
And said nothing and did nothing at all. Which is, by the way, what other people have done in similar positions. I was the one who actually put a target on my back, made things worse for myself, and was like, there's a big fucking problem here. So like I said, I was going to do all this like, try to help the cause kind of thing, which I'm not doing. Instead, I'm going to focus on, for physical games, instead I'm going to focus on my own pet project, which I think is in parallel and very important anyway, which is the digital aspect. And I'm actually having an InfoSec guy on from our audience who's like very deep into it, who's helped us figure out all these things. Because like I've said, 95% of the things we know about what's going on with the PSN digitally and all the fucked up shit, I've not said.
Okay.
And not publicly anyway. I was actually, I don't think he'll mind me saying, I had a huge long text conversation like he was my girlfriend with Mystic Ryan last night about a bunch of things. But so I'm just going to focus on that and try to make a difference that way the best I can. But it really pisses me off when people are like, you got your account back. You don't care. I hope you lose your account again. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to advocate for you. Don't you understand that? I don't have to do that. I got my account back. It's fine. I'm trying to do something for you. I'm trying to do something for all of us.
I wish that there was some way to know the kind of person you were dealing with, because one of the problems with social media is that you really don't have a clue if you're dealing with like, an autistic man who's in his like 50s and, he has no social cues and no social skills, or if you're dealing with a 12-year-old, or if you're just dealing with a neurotypical 25-year-old who just happens to be an asshole. And it really would color the way I deal with people, because sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. If you came up to me and it was clear that, your heart was in the right place, but you didn't really understand my view of the world, that would be very, very different. But anyway, it is that, and what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's frustrating for me.
Yeah, I would say the physical stuff has been really interesting to watch, because, I have been digital all the way for a very, very long time. I only recently got back into collecting by way of a sponsor on our show, the Retro Game Treasures, and they send me games every month, like a box of, retro games. And I'm like, oh, I forgot, especially the PS2 to PS4 era. I kind of forgot how nice it was to like pop in a game. Like I'm playing Onimusha 3 right now, and I'm just like, holy cow, it is so nice to not have any barrier of entry in terms of downloads, or I just have it. I don't have to worry about anything. It just works, and the games are shorter, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so on one hand, I've become even more understanding of the people who love the physical. But at the same time, though, I really, it doesn't affect me. And I really think this idea when you're saying, you could have sort of picked up the torch and led the march. The march isn't going anywhere, no matter what these people do. And I respect it. I respect that they are affected and hurt by it, and they love their physical media and they love their walls of. I get it. I understand. I'm the same with books, but no matter what they do, this is the mechanisms of business and profit and capitalism, and people. It's not going to change. It is absolutely not going to change a thing. So I mean, that's my take on it. I mean, I know I saw today Mexico, some legislation in Mexico is trying to do some anti-consumer lawsuit, this, that, and the other. The EU has come out and already said, well, look, we can't really tell people how they can sell their games. I don't think there's any real solve for people who want physical to come back for these things. I mean, would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. And that's what I was trying to say is like, there's, multiple angles. Well, not multiple angles. We'll pull at the same string a little bit more each time, which is like, I think it's weird Sony's taking physical games away. I want you to have physical games. I think there's I think not a million. There are probably half a dozen angles they could have explored before they did this, including, as I've said before, just onerously making the physical games really expensive. Where I'm like, they could have come out and been like, because it's true, our digital ecosystem is way larger than our physical ecosystem. Our digital ecosystem is subsidizing the physical ecosystem. There's no universe where we should be getting $35 for a game sold physically and $70 for a game sold digitally based on the outlets it goes to. We're charging you $20 more for physical games moving forward than digital games, and you're only going to be able to buy them from us. Like, there's like a million different ways, and any of it would have been better than this. That's the thing I'm confused about. But I think we all understand, and this is the thing I think physical gamers don't understand. They don't want to hear it. Is like, you are in the minority. This is happening. Like, this move is happening. I think Sony should have some sort of thing where it's like, I think the PS6 being all digital, frankly, is fine, in my opinion. Yeah. But they could say, like, they can't really say any of this yet, but it's like the PS5 will get games into the 2030s. We'll just put and PS6 will have very few exclusives. That would be suicidal. So we'll continue to port all the games on PS5. We'll just make disc versions of them for you in perpetuity. Like, that's all they have to really say. And with their Austrian factory, they can make, I think, 60,000 a day with under the new lens manufacturer thing they're doing. So that's probably enough to satiate demand. But my whole argument is saying,
I thought they said they weren't going to make any new games on PS5 or on disc after 2028.
Well, the games, they will continue to manufacture up to 60,000 a day of games that have already passed certification, and they have the print for them and stuff like that. They've said that you can manufacture discs in perpetuity that have already been made. And in fact, you've kind of seen this. I bring this up every once in a while because I don't know why no one thinks it's weird. It's like that Canadian outlet, Video Game Plus or whatever, has like brand new PS3 prints of games. Like, Sony's clearly like doing something weird.
Okay, so I understand it though. So if Intergalactic ships at the end of 2028 and they're no longer doing new games, that obviously will come out not on a disc. And when the PS6 comes out, even if they were, let's say the PS6 comes out was a launch title of Spider-Man 3, and they put Spider-Man 3 also on PS5, like a truncated version or whatever. You're not saying with the new this factory they could put PS5 games. They still are going to say no. It's a new game. We're not doing it. You're just talking about like Returnal and
right. Like I think things that they've already have a master print of and then can duplicate. Okay. Because I think they're probably disabling a lot of that stuff, and they're probably going to lay off all the people that deal with all that stuff at Sony's side anyway, like all the certification people and stuff. So that's the plan now. I think that they could keep the lens manufacturer going and have 10% disc output and just say, we'll continue to certify PS5 games. Like that to me is the win. And then you'll just have this limited number of games. They can only print whatever, 600,000 a week or whatever it might be of anything. Like, we're about to print Saint Slayer, and that's going to get printed at the same factory. And they're only going to do a run of 2,000. So that would leave 58,000 for the day under this new 10%.
Right.
Thing.
Okay, so, but isn't that the same kind of logic when people say, we love all these big budget games, but we wish you'd go back also to making like that game company games? And their answer is, and people usually buy it because it makes sense. Yeah, we could do that, but it's just not worth it, for us to put the effort in. Wouldn't this be a similar thing? It's like, yeah, they could kind of, make the physical people happy, but they've probably run the numbers and said, how many of them really are there?
There aren't, like, that's the thing is like people are under this illusion. I see people also circulating like numbers from the Insomniac hack about PlayStation launch, PS5 launch era games. And I'm like, guys, it's even different now. Like, I'm just telling you, it is what it is. I don't know. I don't support it or don't support it. It just is what it is. And this is why I keep saying, get your discs back. I don't care. Like, it's fine. I hope you do. I'm rooting for you. But the big thing is making the PSN better. That is the whole ball game. And people got really upset for some reason, but what I was saying was like, we need to have it. And I was joking around with someone because I'm like, you'll hear me say this maybe 3 times in my entire life, which is like, we need the government to get involved, I think. And what I was saying about that was not for PlayStation, rather we need to have the threat of just like what they did in the movie industry in the 70s with the MPAA, and just like they did with the ESRB.
The game. Yeah.
They need to come in and say, like, listen, you can't do this anymore. You guys have to figure out new licensing rules about digital ownership and all this kind of stuff I was even reading stuff that's really interesting about, like, if you get banned from PSN for misbehavior, they don't have to serve you anymore, but they should still have to serve you your games. They don't have to serve the servers and all that, but like, even if you get banned, like, it's like, all right, I'm banned and I'm frozen, but this is all the stuff I bought and you can't remove me from it. Like, we need it'll probably be the European Commission, I would assume, but maybe Congress to be like, you simply have to create new rules. I think people are obsessed with this idea of owning digital games and trading them and selling them. Like, no, What we need is simply you own it. Like it's yours. And that's it.
And they can't pull it because of license or it's like, I agree 100%. And I do think, unfortunately, I mean, it will benefit from it, but this stuff usually comes from the European Union because they have better consumer protection over there. And over here, it's almost, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but it feels almost non-existent. But over there, it does seem to have some teeth, and I bet it will come from there, and it should. I think it is absolutely ridiculous that you can buy something and they can take it away from you. And I don't even have a problem if they say, well, but what about the license? It's like, okay, you can take it away from me, but I want my money back.
Right.
You know,
these are all right. Prorated, there's like all sorts of things they can do. And I think, so to me, I think people are being defeatist, actually, where they're like, but it's so bad. We need physical discs. And I'm like, you don't need 20th century technology to protect us from what we will all need universally, and which every day is becoming more and more true. More and more people are going digital in all ecosystems, except for perhaps books, every day. And people are like, look at the vinyl market, and I'm like, guys, I don't think you understand what you're talking about. And so I have no problem with physical media. I really don't. I haven't bought a PlayStation game in many, many, many years. I personally don't care. What I care about is the digital stuff. I think we can get both of these wins, but people think that the win on this physical media thing, this vanishing group of people, it's like you're just giving them excuses to not fix the big thing. By saying like, okay, fine, discs, and you can own it, you can trade it. No, it's like, we have this situation now where people can get banned arbitrarily, have their accounts stolen from them, under them, and do nothing about it. You don't own any of the games. Anything can be pulled down. That needs to be fixed. That needs to be fixed. And what I was saying on my video clip too was Sony, like, it's so weird because you think they would understand that, like, if they just worked on that, then they would remove almost all the reasons people would be upset about this to begin with, because they'd be like, well, at least PlayStation Network's like this vibrant, safe.
Yeah, but they don't,
but they're not.
I don't think they want to work on it unless they're compelled to, because it costs money and they lose the ability to, have total freedom to do what they need to do to make their lives easier, like to pull a game from someone. And, why would they do it if they're not compelled? Just like, we were both there with the ESRB and all the congressional hearings. And, it's they only came up with that because they knew if they didn't, the government was going to step in. So I'm with you. I hope it does happen. As to the physical, I have two questions. What about, I have heard some people saying, and I don't know the tech behind this that well, but they've said, well, if you could get an external hard drive, which you can, of course, and hook it up to your PS6, a company like, one of these boutique companies that takes games and makes physical prints of them, why couldn't they basically just make the disc and you put it on your hard drive and import it into the SSD of the PS6? And then, so there is a boutique industry, because that's the only thing when they bring up vinyl or whatever, it's like, that's totally different, because every record can play on pretty much every record player. But you're talking about something very, very different if you're just saying, let's do it like vinyl. It's like, what are you going to play it on?
Right. Well, that's it. Well, that's what I'm saying is like I don't think people understand that, like, Sony, I would love the idea where it's like, you just do it. It's very similar. Like, you guys deal with it, but that's a horrible idea for Sony. Especially considering... Because
piracy?
Well, because something can go seriously wrong. And this is what I keep saying with people about that PS4 version of that Star Wars racing game. That is the vector. The disc version of the PS4 version of that Star Wars racing game is the vector to jailbreaking the PlayStation 5. So if you get... And that, by the way, Sony certified that game. So imagine what would happen if discs were just being made and PlayStation's like, yeah, it's fine. And then, like, something's going to go haywire. And that's why I keep telling people an underrated form of this, or an underrated... It's not the reason they're doing it. I don't think the reason. But they're like, we don't have to worry about this anymore. Like, we literally can't do anything about this jailbreak. Because there are... And this disc becomes really valuable. So that's why Sony's saying, like, so your idea of being like, well, like, let third parties do it and we can audit it and all that. I'm like, I think Sony would never let that happen, because even when they had their hands all over it, they fucked up one of the discs. and it caused them massive. The PS5 would be fine without that right now. It wouldn't have been jailbroken.
Right. What about this crypto thing, the Sony Bank? How much of that do you think is driving this? That they want to have the crypto coin, the Sony coin, and they want it kind of, flowing through all of their ecosystems, and you can buy games without a credit card if you have the Sony coin. Do you think that's sort of what's behind? I mean, I don't think anything needs to be behind it. This is just something that's been coming for a long time, but the fact that this news is happening in the last couple of days, along with the physical media going away, do you think there is a connection there? Because a lot of the press is suggesting maybe that's what, caused this.
No, I think you're giving, my opinion is you give Sony way too much credit if you think that. Yeah. I think they looked at it and they're like, our margins are really bad. We are making no money on physical games compared to digital games. Digital players spend substantially more. A vast majority of our audience doesn't buy physical games. We can close this factory down and repurpose it. We can lay off all the people that deal with this sort of thing. I think they're just looking at it and saying, like, they obviously war game this deeply. And they're like, yeah,
sure.
And that's why I was really fascinated by Moore's Law. I had him on last week on Sacred Plus, and he made a really good point, which was, because I was saying, like, I don't know if Sony's going to change their mind or not. I don't think there's anything to change your mind about with PS6.
Yeah, why would they?
PS5, I think they could maybe do something with, right? And they're in a communications bind because they can't really acknowledge the new console. So they can't say, like, yeah, we'll do this now and then we'll worry about it later. Like, they kind of made their play, and I think that they did that, as I've said a million times, because I don't think they wanted to say it when the PS6 comes out. So at least it's in your head, because this would all be happening magnified by 10x if they said it then.
Yeah.
And then we would have a true Xbox One moment, not a kind of a phantom of one. So I think that they look at it and they're like, yeah, so I'm sorry, Moore's Law's thing, he was saying, the boycotting is probably insufficient. In fact, I wouldn't, and that's what I was saying to Mystic, where I was like, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if this is true or not, but I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if they're looking at real-time data and they're like, we see it's imperceptible what's happening. Like, in terms of PS Plus subscription cancellations, people signing off of PSN. So like, that's not going to work, because what I said was, like, you'll need millions of people, which is possible. Millions of you need to unsubscribe from PS Plus and remove yourself from PlayStation. Unplug your console, hit them in the daily and monthly active users, all that stuff, and it will be reflected in quarter over quarter and year over year numbers when they share them, and you'll see. But I don't think that's going to happen. He was making the argument that the better way to probably make this change is to just have, like, guerrilla war on the social feeds, which is, like, kind of what's happening, and remove, and this only requires probably tens of thousands of people as opposed to millions. And
there's dozens.
He was basically saying, like, they can't market now. And someone might eventually go behind the scenes and be like, you got to fix this, because, like, we can't say anything. The Sony fucking camera people can't say anything. The Sony pictures people can't say anything. The Sony TV people can't say anything. You can't say anything. You got to do something. He was saying that's probably the best way to make a change. I'm like, yeah, that's probably true. I mean, it's probably true. But it's also dissipating, though. I've been looking at the numbers and looking at it. It's like, it's getting there. It's exactly what Sony thought was going to happen probably is happening.
In terms of, it's a big brouhaha and then it goes away.
Right. Like, where, like, you just see the reactions go down, 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 down. And that's all they're saying is, like, if this just keeps eroding away, we'll be normal soon.
And even if it doesn't, I mean, the social media stuff you're talking about is the number of people that are actually affected by Sony messaging via, proper channels are not the kind of people that will be upset if comments have been turned off. So, like, if any blog post right now on the PlayStation blog is getting hit with, no matter what they're writing about, it's like, here's the screen share of the month or the week or whatever. It's got nothing to do with anything. And it's hundreds of comments about your assholes. Where's my physical media? But turn off the comments and you're done. You solve it you solve it in most places, but no, it's happening. And, I think you're right. I think there's a benefit to it happening if we could get behind that. And I don't think there's going to be a choice. I think, there have been little skirmishes over the years when a company, sometimes Sony, has come in and pulled your content away, taken it away. And nothing has been a tipping point yet where it's been like a massive thing that tons of people have been upset about and taken to the internet about, like, oh my God, you got rid of Star Wars, whatever, something that people really care deeply about. Usually it's like, oh, we got rid of the last 3 seasons of Andy Griffith's Matlock from the night. It's like, what are you gonna? Oh no, But I definitely think that there is going to become a point like that where people make enough of a stink that the government gets in it. I think that's going to be great because I do like digital. I'd like to see digital, most of my gaming is digital anyway, because I play on Steam and I play on PC and I play on GeForce Now, and the sales are tremendous. That's what people are saying. It's like, well, if they go all digital, they're going to have a monopoly on the store. And they're right, unless again it becomes like an Apple Epic thing. But that's one of the reasons I love also playing on PC is that it's, even though most of my games are on Steam, there's like 30 other stores out there I can buy from. There are code stores I can buy from, and the prices, it does exactly what the free market's designed to do. The prices, they compete, and a game that's $69 one day is like $15 on a different store.
Yeah,
they want to, and it's great. So I don't know. Part of me wonders if this is not, and you know what I think. If you have the means and you're considering a PS6, just ignore it. Go get a PC.
Yeah, that's my whole thing, and that's what Morsel and I agreed on. This is I was like, the thing that Sony, this doesn't threaten Sony as much as it says the disc thing is not going to undo Sony. What will undo PlayStation potentially is them saying, if we're going all digital, there's a better place to be. Like, yes, all things being equal, and like I can't argue with that. Like, there's no, the only argument against it is hardware costs, which Sony will always win. So if you're very sensitive to, because the economies of scale mean that's, and look at the Steam machine, it's a fucking mess because they have no idea what they're doing. Sony very much knows what it's doing. So it all comparable, it can keep costs as low as reasonable considering the economic climate. But I got to tell you this, because people are worried about the monopoly thing or whatever. And I'm like, Sony already thought about this. It says it in the blog post, because they're going to continue to sell codes in stores because they know this is going to be a problem. So they're going to say, so that's what's so interesting about it, is that it really is about the manufacture of the discs and not necessarily totally about the splits, because they're still going to have to share the money when someone goes into Target,
buy the code somewhere else. Yeah.
But they're doing, they know what they're doing. They're doing that. They don't want to do that. They're doing that because they're like, yeah, we are maybe going to get sued for monopolizing. Now, I think it's a little weird that you can sue any hardware manufacturer for monopolizing their own storefront. It's a little weird, but nonetheless, true. I think that's the whole king caboodle for them. I think and that's why when I read that at first, I'm like, why? And then I realized soon, I'm like, oh, like this is just to nip that in the bud so they don't get in trouble.
Then, okay, I hadn't remembered that, but you're right. So then, yeah, I mean, that opens up a whole new ecosystem for a real smart, whether they're already in the business or an entrepreneur, to say, hey, I'm going to open up, the, I don't know what the equivalent would be in physical products, but, come here and everybody knows the codes are cheaper there. Everybody knows if you sign up for the $9 a month subscription to the video game club, you're getting anywhere from 20 to 60% off your codes. There's something cool about the fact that somebody could rise up and be gamer friendly and actually win in that case. But I think it's going to be very, very interesting to watch. And I have been, I do feel bad for the physical people, but come on, man. I mean, it's progress. What are you going to do?
And I forgot I brought this up a while ago. One last Spartan said, not really. It's 7 to 8K posts every post. So like 7,000 to 8,000 people are posting on Sony. It was 50.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's just the point I was making earlier. Is it's getting better.
Yes. Yeah.
7,000 and 8,000, 10,000, 15,000 still awful, but it is not what it was. And I think that they're looking. I would, this. You worked there. It's like they must have planned this for a long. They must be like, they know what they're doing. And I don't think they know what the outcome is going to be, but they knew what they were getting themselves into. And I think this could be all part of it and being like, we just gotta post
write it out.
Yeah.
What do you think of I think the people complaining are small enough it won't matter. It'll really just come down to the games. But Xbox coming out, they haven't really committed either way yet on this. I mean, there's been the talk or the rumor that the Helix is going to allow people to, in essence, sort of take a CD and put it on the hard drive themselves. But Do you think there would be any value of them saying, hey, you know what, we're not getting rid of disc? It would be a PR win, but
yeah, it would be. And that's something they would do because they're obsessed with PR, like with their user base on Twitter specifically, but not like the reality of their business. No, that would be an awful idea for them to embrace physical games. Physical, like, this is what I'm trying to say is like physical games. This is why I feel bad about, this is the thing I really do feel bad about with physical games is like, there's nowhere for you to go. Like, because everyone wants out. And this is what I've been trying to impress on everyone. Like, Nintendo obviously wants out. We saw that with the key cards. Xbox has been out for a long time. PC's never really been in, or at least Steam's never been in. PC was in at one point. And I was like, yeah, so this is the only place to go. But I'm like, the real canary in the coal mine about this is like, none of the publishers are saying anything because they don't want to make discs. Like, so you really have no friends, right? Like, the only entities, and this is what I was saying to Moore's Law, because he was saying he was talking to some developers behind the scenes that are upset about it. And I'm like, I don't know why. Like, it makes everything easier for them, and they're going to make more money. The smaller the entity and the smaller the publisher, the more significant it becomes. So, like, I was trying to say, like, we're going to print 2,000 copies of Saint Slayer. We make a lot of money on that. We make, like, it's actually a nice little thing for us because we're a small boutique outfit. We already released our game digitally. We're doing this nice little special edition. But games at scale, it's like, these guys don't want to make games physically. Do you have any idea how happy they probably are at EA and Take-Two and stuff like that? They don't have to make discs after 2028. Like, they're probably like, this is awesome. This is absolutely... By the way, you already know how Take-Two feels about it. They're releasing Grand Theft Auto 5 or 6, not on disc already. So
and people have pre-ordered 40 million copies of it.
Right,
which
exactly.
Is insane to me.
And that's the thing about the boycott, and that's what I was saying, is like, I support anyone doing it. I never ask anyone to do anything. Like, when my account got boosted, I didn't ask anyone to do anything. The only thing I asked them to do is I was like, please circulate my story so that we can get Sony's attention. I'm not going to ask people to buy things or not buy things, like, whatever. I'm happy for people to boycott all they want. Do what you want. Don't buy the PS6. I don't care. The thing for me, though, is that like they have to understand that they have to remain together, and there has to be a huge volume of them. And the reality is that this stuff usually doesn't work out very well. You know, like,
well, even Stop Killing Games, which I was always like, you know, I don't think that's going to work for a variety of reasons, but I mean, that had, you know, comparatively speaking, a pretty meaningful fan base behind it, to the point that it made it to the legislation in the EU, and they were just like, yeah, we're not doing this, right? Because it's just not what a lot of these people are asking for. Just doesn't make a lot of sense, you know. But the in terms of like, hey, let's keep the servers running forever. You could let someone else host the server, but then it opens up all kinds of, you know, concerns about piracy and ownership and, you know, proprietary code and all that. But I wonder about this. So I'm driving, we go to Utah, and we're going through Arizona and this, that, and the other. And I stop in a Target, and we're going to fast food. And the one thing that, you know, I've noticed, but I noticed it sort of, you know, at a huge scale, because I was out on the road for a very, very long time driving, is just how homogenized and how much the soul of the consumer landscape has been chipped away in the interest of kill the spirit in order to make a little bit more money. And I wonder how much, you know, whether it's the way McDonald's look now compared to the way they used to look, or whether it's the fact that you do go into a Target and there are no more video games on the shelf, you know, and people have understandable nostalgia for those times. And more importantly, what's out there now, no one seems to be having, for the most part, any fun in their products. Everything is about, what can I squeeze the most number of pennies out of? And it's not that it hasn't always been that way, but there, for whatever reason, whether it was regulation, lack of regulation, people were happier, who the fuck knows? I don't. But there was what seemed to me more of a balance. And I think maybe part of the uproar on the physical stuff may be coming from, Jesus fucking Christ, stop. Like, when you're saying the third party publishers, they don't want to do disc either. They don't want to do manuals. They don't want to do boxes. It's like, could you leave something for us that reminds us of what, you know, to paraphrase James Earl Jones and Field of Dreams, you know, to leave us something what once was good. You know, does everything have to be so fucking corporate? I wonder how much of that anger behind this comes from that, and it's just like it's never ending with these companies.
Right. I agree with that completely.
Yeah.
And it's a shame. All of these companies are publicly traded. They have to, and you're seeing it with EA. I don't know if you've been following the college football kind of fiasco that's been going on with that game, and it's fascinating. But like, I was trying to tell people on the show, like, no one's talking about this aspect of it. I'm like, hey guys, the Saudis just had a $20 billion leveraged buyout of EA. You haven't seen anything compared to what they're going to be doing to their games. And if you read the statement about this year's game where they disabled some of that, they're like, we're going to figure this out.
Right. Like, it wasn't like we're getting rid of it.
Right. It's like next year we're going to have a better idea. And it's like, yeah, because you fucking have a leveraged buyout. So like that's going to, I mean, EA, I think I don't want to say EA is in trouble, but you're going to see some shit out of EA. Like there's just no doubt about it. They can't pay back the bill otherwise. And these are capital problems that I totally agree with. I hate it. I hate it for the bit. And I know people get tired of hearing about it, but it's like, that's why I just try, like, for my own small imprint in the world, I try to just not be corporate, right? Like I try to be, yeah.
What economically, like historically, what do you think? Do you think it was that we had enough regulation in the past and that went away, and there was always the desire for almost every business to squeeze every fucking nickel? Or do you think it's something else? Because it does. I understand that when you get older, you have nostalgia, but you can't deny sort of the corporatization of the cultural landscape of America. And what do you think has accelerated that to such a degree? Was it always going that way and the regulations held it back and a lot of those went away, or is it something else?
It's the internet, I think. It's my axiom that I've said for many years, where I'm like, the internet always devolves to monopolies. And because it does, because the service is all gained universally, and then everyone likes this one thing, and then it dominates. Then you have these companies that spawn out of all of these things. It's like kind of like what happened with Microsoft and Windows for a long time, actually, even before the internet. And so people like this thing, and then these companies become mega powerful, and then they start using that monopoly to their own good. It's like Google has done it. Facebook did it back in the day, although I think Facebook's, and I don't want to say in trouble, but that's a changing company. So I think competition is good, and the internet kind of makes things so convenient. It's like the Amazon problem. Amazon is so good that it's basically taunting and begging you in a way that a commercial brick and mortar store back in the day in the analog days simply couldn't do. And I think that there was just more room to maneuver in those days. There just isn't now. And so I agree that so these companies become more powerful than ever. People that run the companies become more powerful than ever. People have more money than ever. We talk about wealth disparity all the time. And so this is all interconnected. But I do think that the physical games thing, I just think people are kind of missing the forest for the trees. I really hope people understand. I think they understand. They want someone to lash out at, and that's me. But what I'm saying to you is not that I don't want you to have discs. It's like, whatever. I don't care about that. Have discs. Have them forever if you want. But understand that you are not the majority, and that we need to do something for the majority. Actually, all of us. If you bought a game like Silk Song, you bought it digitally. So we have to worry about that. And I really think a universal moving forward, or at some point, they have to say, listen, if you buy a digital game from us, we can't unlist it. We can stop selling it, but you always have to have access to it, which is the way it is now. Yeah. But then games start disappearing for licensing reasons. We saw what happened with the Canal movies in France on PSN. And then they have to and they just have to give you some sort of, I know people even say it would be like some sort of blockchain thing. I don't think it even has to be that complicated. They just have to have these account security measures that ensure that an account can last for 50 years. The oldest PSN accounts are almost 20 years old. Start treating them with some care. And by the way, no one ever worries about Apple getting hacked. No one ever worries about Google getting hacked. Your bank doesn't get hacked. The government doesn't get hacked, really, except for other state actors. I mean, you know what I mean? No one ever talked, but everyone expects Sony is going to get hacked. Everyone expects Sony to be fucked up because it's always been fucked up, and that's the thing that needs to be fixed. And it all rides on it, man. I don't know what people don't understand about that. If the PS6 is all digital, which it is, then. And we just know that from the handheld itself. It's it's going to be a digital machine. Then you have to impress on people. This is going to be safe. This is going to work. You're going to have access to your games. And people are just ignoring it and thinking discs solve this. And I'm like, it doesn't solve anything. Like it solves like something for a small minority of people, and that's wonderful. But for the rest of us that had, and this is why when people throw what happened to me in my face, I'm like, I get so upset about that because I'm like, guys, I'm doing this because of that. Don't you understand that? Like what don't you understand about that? I'm doing that because it happened, and I'm trying to protect people and solve things, knowing that yes, I had Sony people blowing up my phone and I got it fixed quickly, and I know that can happen for you. I know. Right. That's why I'm not shutting up.
Well, I mean, and again, the thing, it's not only going to be a Sony fix, though. It's going to be, like you said, I mean, it's not like the government's going to come in and regulate Sony. It's going to be Steam. It's going to be all of it. I mean, California recently, this was their attempt at a solve, to their, bless their hearts. We at least got something, which is if you go and buy something, and this permeated everywhere because it's just easier to do it in every state. But if you buy something now digitally, I think there's a criteria for how big and how long the message of you're buying a license, right, has to be put in front of the consumer for a certain amount of time or in a certain way. But that's not, I mean, that doesn't matter, and it's also these terms of services. I mean, the idea that I think that should be thrown into the pot if it can be. It's like all of these terms of services that no one reads for the most part, unless you're like a YouTuber and you're making videos about. Well, that's true too. I saw that's a different story. I saw a report recently about the reading level of Americans. But
let's spend more money on education, though. That's a good idea. Everyone's doing great.
I don't think that's but anyway,
teachers were paid like 2 years of corn 50 years ago and teaching and the literacy rate was 100%, but nonetheless.
Well, yes. So now I'm distracted because I'm thinking, okay, shh, Jaffe, calm your mind. But I think about like terms of service. Like I got a game over the weekend. I forget what it was, but it was just like, oh my God, go. Yes, fine. I agree. Right. I don't think that really should be there anymore either. I think that it's just this bullshit crap where it's like, we're going to take everything from you and you're going to sign it because you've already bought it. You've already given us your credit card. You want to play it. You want to watch it. It just seems there needs to be, what was the guy's name? Ralph Nader. Like we need somebody.
Yeah. Seatbelt.
We need somebody who's going to stand up to these companies and actually make some fucking changes. Cause that is some bullshit with the digital stuff. I don't know. And the funny part too, is a lot of these guys, well, what happens if your internet goes out? It's like, what happens if your power goes out? What happens if you lose your right hand in a car accident and you can't use the controller and you have to wait in the mail for the controller that's been made for people with only one hand? I mean, what do you want? Yes, there are things that can keep you from that experience you want in the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because the internet, that's what a lot of people say with the PS6 being all digital. It's like, well, what about people without the internet? I'm like, oh my God.
Right.
Why are we like, I can't have this conversation anymore. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Like, I can't have the conversation. Listen, I understand this is hard for some people to understand. If you're going to buy $1,000 console and you don't have the internet, save your money and get the internet.
Yeah, right.
Like, it's not 2002 anymore. And also, the good news about me making that argument is the people that would be mad about this can't possibly be seeing this. They don't have the internet. So I'm speaking to everyone out there that has the internet and is on PlayStation, and that's normal. It's just get the internet. It's 2020. Get Starlink. If you live in the middle of a rural area, get Starlink. Yeah. Like I was telling people, like I knew people that had satellite internet 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's not you like it's just so weird. Like I'm not trying to be a dickhead because I do know that there are, but it's like, guys, tether your phone to the machine. Like do something. Right. Like what are you talking about?
Get some more aluminum foil and put it on the rabbit ears of your TV and see if that can bring what do you want? But I have a buddy. He worked with me on Twisted Metal Black. Adam Worth. I don't know if you've ever talked to Adam, but he made the game Adrift. Yeah. But he was one of the first kind of guys that kind of got canceled in games because he was a creative lead over at Xbox. when the Xbox One was announced. And I think he put out some tweet like, you know, someone's like, well, we don't have the internet for that or here. And he's like, well, move somewhere else is what he said. He ended up getting fired and
I remember
raked over the calls and stuff. And I was sitting there going, he's not wrong. It wasn't that long ago. It's like, you know, I mean, I get it that there's always going to be some people living on the outskirts of civilization, but you know,
I don't know that, like, my personal opinion, it's like, I don't know that computers or a video game system should exist with those ridiculous edge cases in mind anymore.
No,
like it's kind of like insane when you really think about it. It's kind of like, it's like, what are you talking about? You know, like, what do you mean? Really? What do you mean? You're not gonna put the console on the internet?
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me?
It's kind of like, I don't know. Taylor Swift is coming to play at Petco Park, but that's too far for me to walk. Well, shut the fuck up. Get a car, get an Uber, ride with a friend. It's like, maybe these are Amish people that are using the internet at the library and they're very upset. I have no idea. I have no fucking clue. But it is, let me ask you this. Because I hated that the Steam box or whatever they're calling it came out with all the price and all that shit, because I was very hopeful for it, because I am very much in love with the freedom as a gamer I get playing mostly on PC. There's just so many options, so many sales, so much things, so many, just, you know, I mean, it's an aficionado thing maybe, but it's like, even like I think about one of the best horror games I ever played from Red Candle Games that got pulled off all the stores because they made fun of President G and made it look like Winnie the Pooh or whatever. You can only buy it from their website. And I did, but you can't buy it on Sony. You can't buy it on Xbox or Nintendo. You have to have a PC or maybe a Mac, and you can go there and you can directly buy it. So I wonder, like, I know a lot of people, you know, shit talk Tommy Tallarico because of the Amico. And again, I went down there, I saw it, I played it. I don't have any evidence to suggest Tommy was just in over his head and, you know, was not the right guy for that job, but his vision was not a bad vision. And I think we see that with that. What's that little box that does really well, which is like the Wii right now?
Yeah. It was charting. Next?
Yes, something. Yeah, it's like a family, you know. But, you know, if somebody were to say, look, we're going to sell
Next Playground, NEX Playground.
Okay. Yeah. We're going to sell a $400 basically console PC. It's never going to run the coolest games. It's not about that. It's about friend slot games. It's about games from 5 years ago. It's about new games that run, you know, on potato computers, and it sits under your TV. Like, I think if you're Valve or if you're any of these companies trying to get in, it's like, it is such, I was so bummed when it turned out the cost of the Steam box was so high, because I just know if you can make the PC environment easier and less scary for a lot of people and put it in front of a TV instead of a keyboard and all, it will be an epiphany for people. They will go like, oh my God, I have been like a hostage to Sony or Xbox or Nintendo all these years. And it's amazing. You know, it's like you've been starving and you've been grateful for little crumbs the king throws off the table, and then you escape the castle and you're like, holy shit, it's a Vegas buffet. And some of it's great, some of it's bad, some of it's weird as fuck, but it's all yours. And it's, you know, I was so disappointed that Steam box is probably not going to be what it needed to be, because it could have really disrupted, I think, the console market.
Well, they were victimized by the situation that everyone's being victimized by, you know.
Yeah, but even if they weren't, I don't think the cost was ever going to be $4.99.
Yeah, nothing that low. But I think you're right. Like I made the argument to you. I don't even understand why Valve is doing any of this. Like, they don't have to. Like, it's just weird. I would be like, let them fight. Like, we are, like, if I were them, I'd be like, we're kind of like the place a lot of these people are just going to end up. So we can just kind of sit back and hang out, you know. And we can all be millionaires because there's only 300 of us at this company somehow.
Right.
Yeah. So my whole approach with this is, I'm trying to tell people, like, and again, I told you earlier in the show, is like, I had this whole plan of doing this very deep thing with Sacred Plus where I was going to talk to a bunch of people and we were going to go into the physical games thing. And I'm like, well, I think the physical games people have made it clear how they feel about me and my arguments. So I'm not going to court their attention anymore. So I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'll just focus on my pet project, which is the PSN, which I think is super important, and trying to advocate for people there and trying to advocate for people getting their accounts back and for their account safety and all the rest, so that no one has to go through what I went through, understanding full well, as I've said since second one, that I had connections that other people can't leverage, which is why I'm upset about this situation. And we'll have these two different tracks, and maybe they can intertwine with each other. But I'm shocked at like the hostility that I'm being showed by a lot of people online for simply saying that, for simply saying like, I don't care about physical games. I care. I want you guys to have what you want. I care about this other thing that I think will make it better for all of us. And the idea, again, that physical games will fix this problem is, of course, absurd, because it just gives them an excuse not to fix the problem as well. But hopefully we can find a place where everyone can win. And I'm rooting for them, for you. I'm rooting for them. Like I don't know how it's going to go. It seems like it's becoming more and more unlikely every day.
Oh yeah,
that they're going to turn around and change.
I mean, it might, but it certainly isn't going to come from what's happening right now. There may be some, oh shit, we forgot the folder that explained how this is bad business. But I mean, short of like a Deus Ex Machina thing, why would it change? I mean, this is where it's gone for every industry. I mean, I used to at least like to go into Best Buy and browse the Blu-ray aisles, but it's the movie industry is still going, the music industry is still going. This is not unprecedented.
Yeah, and I just as a consumer, as an enthusiast consumer, I just can't personally relate. The place where everyone fillets all the time, the storefront everyone fillets all the time, is digital only, and there are no physical options. And I personally haven't been a physical gamer since the PS3. So like Vita was, I have physical Vita and PS4 games, but they were games that I got. I never bought any of them.
Right.
Actually, I think I bought Metal Gear. I never played it, but I bought Metal Gear Survive for $10 because it was really cheap and I thought it was funny. So I'm trying to argue more from a pro-consumer standpoint. In other words, that the digital storefronts can be better. That they must be better. That we can force them to be better. And I think that's, I don't know. I actually, it's funny, man. I've never done this, but I actually started looking up like my local congressman and how I might talk to him and get like a meeting with him. It's going to be a little weird for our district because it's not a tech district or whatever, but I would like he's apparently incredibly responsive and they have like hundreds of meetings a year. And it'd be cool to just go talk to his people and just be like, well, this might be something you might consider about digital storefronts and like what's really happening. Because I think a lot of people don't know, like never thought about it.
What you're in Virginia? I'm in
Central Virginia. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you probably have a bigger microphone than your local congressman. So you probably get him on the show. And it would be cool to get. He's in the news for different reasons now, but like a Ro Khanna or something. It's like someone from one of the districts where these this shit really matters. They're the ones that kind of have to drive, but it might be possible that a person from a kind of random district like me, maybe he can facilitate some sort of partnership or whatever. It's just that there's no real companies like that in our district. So I don't know if they even look at it as something that would be worth their while. Our congressman is also a Republican, which I assume would be less likely to agitate for government interference. But I just think that I don't like that things that you buy digitally can be taken away from you. I don't like that that's even an option. That I just think needs to be taken care of so that we have the security necessary in the digital ecosystem and we can live in we can actually live in the 21st century and not have to worry about any of that stuff. And the obvious counterpunch to that though is, if we have to do that, let's just make everything subscription service. Because no one's complaining, it sucks when Netflix takes a movie off, but no one's like, this is anti-consumer, right? They're just like, well, that's how a subscription service works, So it could bring that about quicker, because I imagine that's ultimately what they want. Or, I don't know why they would care if I own anything, but if they own everything and they have to sort of their utility of entertainment, they probably would like that a lot better than I can own Stranger Things once I buy it digitally forever and there's nothing they can do about it. but
we have this inquiry from Grim Outlook says, Colin, why do you care if you own your digital games if you claim that you don't replay games anyway? Who cares? Well, I don't really replay games. I probably don't replay 9 out of 10 games. And the reality is I don't really care. I mean, this was what I tried to articulate when my account got boosted is like, I was way more worried about my trophies and my game saves and my connections and my history on this than I was about these old games that I'm never going to play. I mean, I tried to tell you guys that, then everyone made fun of me for that. So then I was like, okay, well, maybe I have to look at it from outside myself. So people really care about this digital ownership, but why do you care, Colin? It doesn't affect you. You don't care about digital ownership. It's like, okay, why don't you guys just do whatever you want then? Good luck. Yeah. Like, I wish you the best. It's what I was saying earlier. It's like when I see shit like this, I'm like, why did I even say anything? Like, I literally could have just, I literally didn't have to say anything and do anything. I didn't have to do anything.
But here's what I'll say about the value. Pisses me off, man.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Even if you don't play them, though, here's your answer, though, because this also needs to go into the legislation, right? Which is my understanding is, if you die, it's not like you can, will your shit to someone else, which is ridiculous. Like
I agree with that.
God knows how much money I have spent on Steam. And, what's brilliant about Steam or any digital ecosystem that a lot of people who aren't coming from the PC side haven't really appreciated yet is this idea of backwards compatibility is not a thing. You don't think about backwards compatibility. You buy a game on Good Old Games that was released in 1997 and you're not like, oh, my PC's backwards compatible. It's like, no, it's just a game and it works. So the idea of, if I'm fortunate and I die at 90 years old, who knows how much I will have accrued, all of those games go to my kids or all of those games go to, USC game program or whatever, that I want people to have. It's ridiculous that it's mine, but I can't gift it. And give it away after I've paid for it. I want that to be part of it as well. Okay, so of course there's always got to be some asshole. I'm not saying he's an asshole, but Cyanatro says that's not accurate at all, Jaffe. Old Mac games don't work. 32-bit games don't work. Yes, there are going to be cases where you buy something and it doesn't work. But the vast majority of times, if you're buying a game on Good Old Games or Steam that's from a long time ago, it will work or you can return it. I'm not suggesting that there are no, examples that you can prove me wrong, but the vast majority of games work. Sorry, it's just the accurate truth. So,
yeah, I this is why I just think that like we have to change the paradigm about what digital ownership is, and it's just period. It's like we could repeat the thing over and over again, but to me, I think we're missing the forest for the trees here, and also what you're saying also makes a case of like, well, I always thought it was a weird argument. It's like, well, I can still buy Blu-rays and I can still buy vinyls, and I'm like, it's because of their non-proprietary nature that you can do that. Like you buy a vinyl and you play it on a record player. You buy a Blu-ray and you put it in a Blu-ray player. Right. Like these are so it is exactly like if you had to have all these proprietary functions of all these things, they wouldn't exist either. And unfortunately, that's just not where games are. So in other words, if you could pool all game consoles into one, then you would have a huge vinyl record, or a record player like thing, and then everyone could just make these universal games. But that's not how it works. And so that's another complication.
Right. So I mean, it will be how it works, but not yet.
But what I've realized is that, like, and I understand, I mean, people are really passionate about this stuff, is like there's an insane hostility around this topic, and like you can't say anything about it. Like, I'm on their side and you can't say anything about it. Because I've seen a lot of people saying like this shit is like just get rid of it, who cares? And I'm like, well, for me, I'm like, well, I think you should just have options for people. Wring them dry, for Christ's sake. And that's what I was saying earlier. If I was Sony, I would be like, these people are an opportunity for us. So there's just an insane level of hostility around it. It's why I said earlier, I'm not going to delve further into the topic on PS Plus like I was planning to. And because I just don't want to court any more of the conversation. And on Sacred Symbols, we'll cover obviously any changes and all the rest. But I think we're kind of, and I'll talk about anything anyone wants here, but on the stream. But on our core content, it's like, no, I'm good.
Happy guy. I was thinking about this last night. I don't know why, but I'm like, you think he's a happy man? Do you think he wakes up and he's like, I love my job? Like, do you think when Herman Hulst?
Oh, Herman Hulst. I don't know, man. Well, maybe he makes, he probably looks at his $500,000 a month check, and he's like, yeah, this is
a month.
No, I don't know, whatever.
A month?
No, I think he probably makes. I probably think he co-CEO of the co-CEO of Sony. I think he probably makes $3 or $4 million a year, something like that. Yeah.
Oh,
I would
sure.
say so.
But
yeah.
okay.
So that's like $370,000 a month.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm just like, wait, what? But I wonder though, what I was thinking about, I remember this now, I was falling asleep and I'm like, I wonder if someone like a Herman Holst, or that PR Jen woman who I can't stand from Sony, I wonder if they know, like, we're going to do this and it's going to piss people off, but do they go, yeah, we don't care. It's business. It's good for us. Or do they go, I really hate we have to do this, but this is the way we stay in business and compete. And we're humans as well. And it sucks, but let's go ahead and pull the trigger. Like, I wonder what the emotional state or the intellectual state of these people are when they have to do what they know will be exceptionally unpopular things. Is it like Scrooge? We're like, I don't care. Fuck you. Or is it like, oh, I hate this. You know, I have no insight into that. But
yeah, I agree. Like, I would, like, we know some of these people. So like some of these people are very friendly and some of these people are very calculating and some of these people are very, you know, so I'm sure there's all kinds. And there are probably people that argue from emotion, and there are probably people that argue from numbers
pure
and
logic.
Yeah, and so some amalgamation of whatever they come up with. I'm more fascinated by like the idea of what they anticipate and expect when they do things like this. Like, they must have been so far up their analysts' ass the last month, or asses, as they've been trying to be like, crunch the numbers, crunch. I mean, like, I'm sure there are people like looking over their shoulders being like, what do the numbers look like today? Like PS Plus, like real-time PS Plus subscriptions, any dips, anything we notice. The funny thing is, and I was thinking about this, which is fucked up, because, and this goes to show you how hard it is to boycott things, because there are other people that are going to balance you out. It's like voting in an election, right? Right. The Black Ops 1 and 2 drop, where I'm like, it's entirely likely that their PS Plus subscribers are higher right now, because there are probably a shit ton of people that jumped on PS Plus to play those games, those classic games, in quotes, online again, and the numbers are actually higher than they were on June 30th. Like, that's how fucked up attempting a boycott is, when they can kind of just pull, like they're probably like we literally have more PS Plus subscribers now than we did before we canceled the physical games. You know, and that's what makes these situations so hard. But I would love to know, what I try to express to people is like, what the big thing is, like, what is their tolerance? They obviously were like, we expect to lose this many people. This many people are going to go and never come back, right? Et cetera, et cetera. What are those numbers? And that's what Serkan Toto was saying to IGN when they interviewed him, was they're like, it could be 500,000 people, and that would be 1% of their PS Plus user base. It would be a third of percent of their user base. Yeah.
You know, their tolerance for pain and anger is already, you know, it's a very high pain threshold, because we've seen the trailer for God of War Jaffe. And so we know that they really don't care if people hate them, because they're making that game.
That's what I was making Tom laugh when I had the interview at Moore's Law.
I was joking. Colin's just like, yeah, okay.
No, I was going to lean into it, saying I was saying a similar thing to Tom, where also I'm really overwhelmed with the stimulus when I have to do this without Dustin. I just want to also be clear about that. There's like 8 million things going on my screen. So I'm sorry. Yeah. Like, I have these things I have to pull from. I have the super chats. I have all of this. It's like, and by the way, I've seen your super chats. We'll get to your super chats. I'm sorry. I know I'm bad at that. I'm not good at streaming. I understand. I get it. But God, have you ever talked to Tom, by the way? Like,
Tom who?
Moore's Law is Dead, the guy I've been referencing.
No,
I think you guys would be. He's a YouTuber. He does a podcast called Broken Silicon.
Okay.
And a YouTube channel called Moore's Law is Dead. And I think you guys would actually get along. He's really, really smart about hardware stuff, and brings to me a lot of different things that I never think of from the software side or whatever. Like, enthusiasm for PS6 was a big thing for us. Like, where I'm like, there is actually no enthusiasm for PlayStation 6 long before this. No enthusiasm for PlayStation 6. But on his side, there's a lot of it, because they're in the hardware. You know?
Right.
So it's like,
even that though, it's like, if you're into hardware, I mean, I guess if you're like a super geek about how can they make a really cool, powerful PC for a good cost, that's an interesting puzzle, I guess, that a hardware obsessed person would care about. But if you're into hardware, you know, the PS6 is going to be, you know, behind the times within 3 months after it comes out. That's the funniest thing about consoles anyway. People act like they're driving these fucking Ferraris. Like, look at my PS6.
Yeah, I mean, like it's funny. Like, if I understand people boycotting the brand completely,
sure. Yeah,
and people will be like, "What if you lost your account and all that?" I'm like I said on the show when it happened, if I didn't get my account back, I would be gone out of the PlayStation ecosystem forever. Like, so I don't. People are like, I'd be on. I go to Steam. Like, that's what I would do.
Yep. Yeah.
What I'm trying to advocate for is people not having that happen to them, like it happened to me, with no recourse. And what I'm trying to impress upon them is that they have to be incredibly organized. You know. It's not. It's tough, man. Like, you gotta not buy. You gotta cancel PS Plus and stay off of PSN. I mean, I've been saying that over and over again. Like, hitting their monthly and daily active users would really injure them, because they everything rides on that. All of their ad rates ride on that. The availability of second and third party games ride on that. The deals, the special deal, like everything rides on that. So they
did just come out though and say that they're not going to be as slavish to those numbers anymore, and they're like, we're going to be more focused on actual just what money is coming in, even though those two things are, you know, linked passionately together. I don't know if you saw that quote though in that last Sony, I think it was an earnings call or whatever, where they said monthly active, daily active. Yeah, it's still a metric we care about, but we're looking at more of a, you know, dollar crossing our into our bank account.
Do you not think that they're saying that though because they know what's about to happen? And I'm not saying it's because of this. I think that they realize that things are about to.
Or what?
No, I think that they realize PS6 is gonna. They're gonna be in this weird space, I think, where like things are gonna plateau. And I don't think they want to necessarily give the investors this idea that the numbers are going to grow. I mean, that's kind of how.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you wouldn't. It's true, but I think they're trying to back out and say like, So like in 2 or 3 quarters, when the monthly active users year over year are down or flat, they'll be like, well, we did tell you that we're not trying to do that anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, could be.
But like, I think people like there's an impossibility to it. But it's like, yes. Disconnect your PS5 offline completely. Don't even play it. You can't play it. Stay off it. And you can't buy. It starts with you can't buy Tokon. You can't buy Wolverine. You can't buy any of the big third party. Well, anything. Like, you have to skip Control, Dawnwalker, Onimusha.
Well, if that's your only game,
then you're gonna system, have and then you're gonna have to skip Grand Theft Auto. Like, and there are gonna have to be millions of you that do it. And it's going to be very difficult to muster that sort of support. And that's why the Black Ops thing, I think, was such a big deal when that came out, because it's like, man, they broke you with, it's not that they broke the individuals, because there are people that are staying tough, but it's like, they're going to be, every person in the boycott will have vulnerabilities. Plus, there's all these things that are just going to draw on consumers that don't care. And when you I think when you ignore reality by acting like you're the majority, you aren't able to act in the guerrilla style way that you're supposed to act in these situations, because you think you have some sort of numerical superiority, which you don't. And that's why I hope people stay strong. It'll be a fucking awesome story. I mean, it would be such an amazing story if there was a huge consumer revolt against PlayStation where millions of people were like, we're out. Like, we're selling the console. We're staying off. We're buying an Xbox. We're going. I mean, I don't know why you would do that. You should just go to PC. Again, I don't blame you. I would never in a million years, unless you're an old head like us or like a console person who really grew up on it, I wouldn't recommend the PlayStation over the PC to anybody. Why would you? You know, so go make the natural voyage to PC if that's what you want to do, and hit them where it hurts. But I really believe that there will be no discipline, and therefore, and it's going to require, like, there are people that are really trying to do things out there, and I appreciate and respect that.
Yeah. Do you think though that is where the decision to get off PC with their first party single player games is also tied to this?
Probably just because I don't think anything doesn't happen in concert with something else at companies like this.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that, I mean, this goes without saying, but I mean, I guess it's worth saying is like, if they were just making more money on it, they probably wouldn't have done it. Right. Like, in other words, they were like, we made $300 million on all this. Most of it's from Helldivers. It's completely not worth it at all. But if that was $3 billion, I think they would have been like, oh my God, yeah, okay, like who gives a fuck? We're putting everything on PC. So I don't want to act like, I don't want to be like, I think Nintendo is a principled thing. I don't think Sony's is principled at all. I think they're being like, well, we have to like worry about the console kind of, but like what's really good for us? As opposed to like Nintendo can make $1 billion a year selling their games on PC. They're just never going to do it. You know? So I think
you bring up the Call of Duty thing, but I mean, I think the bigger, which the whole point is it doesn't have to be bigger, but the one that really demolished the argument is I mean, I was stunned that Grand Theft Auto, the number I saw about 4 days after that pre-order was 40 million.
Yeah, I can't believe that number would be real. That sounds impossible to me.
Okay, but let's assume it's even half.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
we're willing to say, yeah, I'm getting a box, but I'm really not. I mean, at that point, just print your own fucking box because it's gonna have the same fucking thing. Clearly, the majority are not on the side of the physical people. So, you know, go get therapy, mourn it, move on with your fucking life. I know it sucks. I mean, you know, I wish McDonald's still had play. And I don't care anymore because my kids are old. But I wish driving across America or whatever, the West, it would have been nice to see Chuck E. Cheese's and McDonald's and, you know, bookstores and things that aren't just so fucking shoebox corporate. But, you know, oh well.
I believe that the best, a smart. Let me restart the sentence again. Yeah. There's obviously an economic reason to repurposing the factory in Austria, and also there's a clear economic reason to sell digital over physical from their perspective. I feel like there is something on the table for them that they could take advantage of at Sony, which is like the goodwill that would come from reversing course. And one of the things that we were talking about on the show last week was, I think Sony's a little bit aware of not being held hostage. I don't think they want to be seen that way. And I think it's difficult for them to back out. But I think there's a way to do this where everyone wins. Like, everyone wins. The retailers win. The physical games people win. The agitators win. Digital people are, I guess, still in the same lurch, but we can figure things out on our own, and we will do that. And it's just this. It's what I said earlier was like, because they're in a communications blackout or a bind where they can't acknowledge the new console, they literally can just come out and say, like, we're simply going to make PS5 games indefinitely. Like, and they can maybe revisit it in 2030 or even revisit it in 2029 or 2030 and just give the PS5 the discs back. And then you kind of have this winner take, or this everyone wins situation where a lot of people don't want the PS6. As we noted earlier, PS6 is not going to get a lot of exclusive games. It's just not going to happen. And so you almost have unfortunately a Don Matrick-like situation where you're like, well, if you want discs, just stay on PS5. And you had brought up Spider-Man. Like, I fully believe Venom is a launch game for PS6 that will also be on PS5. Yeah. That's a great example of a game that would be available on disc on PS5. And you just stay there. Everyone wins. And everyone's happy. Like, because I do think there is a more unrealistic angle, which is like, what about PS6? And I'm like, I don't know about that, dude. Like, Moore's Law is Dead hardware guy seems to think that, like, they must have had a disk drive in development at some point, and I think that that's probably true. And then they decided to bail out based on the metrics they're seeing.
Right.
And I think they also want interoperability between the console and the handheld, and they don't want to explain. When you explain, you lose. And so I think they want to be like, yeah, your digital games interact, and it's all blah, 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 blah. So I just think there's a way for everyone to win, and I wonder if they see that, because that would be a huge PR win for them. And they need it, man. And by the way, just as a postscript, Microsoft is going to make them look stupid this week, I think. Like with this, because if they do the physical games thing, where with the rumor about Project, the fuck was it called?
Oh, Helix?
No. There's a code name for this move where they were going to try to like digitize your physical games, and it seems like they might roll that out this week, or at least announce it this week, and it might already be in like the NDA'd Xbox program where you get the firmware early and stuff like that.
But if they're not printing physical games either, what is there to digitize? I mean, I get that you can do that with like, okay, a disc version of whatever, Halo Infinite, but if the Helix doesn't come out with physical either, what does it really matter? I mean,
well, I think it just allows for I think it universalizes an Xbox library going back to at least Xbox 360.
You're saying my disc from the old days can run now on Helix, but I don't have a disc.
It's like some sort of game card like solution, but with the discs you already own. I think, and someone said, thank you for saying in the chat, Positron, codename Positron. That was like this long running program for them to do this. I will say this about Asha is that I think she's mega aggressive and she wants to fight. Like, she wants to fight Sony. And there's no doubt in my mind that they're behind the scenes being like, we got to do this now. Like, I don't think anything they do really is going to matter personally, but like, it's a good optical win for them. And I think that,
but I wanted to say though, when you were talking about, goodwill and generating goodwill, I mean, I think a lesson, I could be wrong, but what I was still at Sony when it seems like they were learning this lesson with PSX, right? PSX was a great 2 to 3 year trial balloon of nothing but goodwill. People loved it, but it didn't, I think the lesson was all the goodwill in the world, end of the day, when it comes time to pass over your money and make us wealthier, none of the goodwill matters, right? So it's like, they could get a win in the press for a week or two, and then it just goes back to the same old shit, right? It doesn't really buy them loyalty financially, and I think unlike Microsoft, that, like you said, really does seem in some ways to care about what Twitter says about them. I think Sony is right in going, most of this shit is just ethereal, and it doesn't translate at the cash register, and so they've kind of abandoned caring about it, because as nice as it is to people like us, it doesn't really move the needle. So I would be stunned if they really care about a win-win for everybody, because it's just not worth it.
Yeah. We'll talk about Xbox in a little while, because I want to hear your thoughts on that too. That's what actually, for those out there that don't know, I invited Jaffe last week to the show. He was unable to because he was traveling, and it was to talk about all the Xbox stuff. So all of this had really come to fruition since then. But let's get into some of these super chats before we stack up. And I'm sorry that I've been ignoring them all. I know I'm not very good at this. Okay. The J1 one wrote in and said, Colin, that was the most upset I saw you got about studio layoffs on Sacred Symbols with id Software. You do believe that PR post? Also, the Far Cry 7 leaks worry me. The Far Cry 7 leaks are interesting just because they're old. I mean, like, we've known this about Far Cry 7 for a while, like for years, I would say at this point. I'm pretty sure Insider Gaming reported a lot of this stuff some time ago. Did you see any of this stuff about...
No.
Let me see if I can find the report and I can bring it up. I'm trying to get a little more technical here now. Cry 7 leak. Are you a Far Cry person? Do you like Far Cry?
I like it enough to fuck around with it, but I think one of the challenges with it is it's so episodic that there's very little connective tissue amongst the various games. So it just feels like, oh, here's just some open world. I know there's the thematic similarity, and the bad guy is always some crazy dude and woman or whatever, but I don't really love it to the point that I follow it. No.
This is what's this X cancel thing? Okay, so here I think I have it. I have to bring it up on. So as far as. I think a lot of people agree with your take on it about having these tropes and these things that kind of make the series go. I'm actually a pretty big fan of Far Cry. I think the audience knows I love Far Cry. I just think it's highly playable. Let's see if this works. Yeah, so people will see it on screen, and you'll be able to see it if you see it on the stream. Sorry, I can't show you otherwise.
That's fine.
But it's Rogue. This guy on Twitter had tweeted, and it got picked up. High stakes PvE VP scavenge and extract survival loop. Sons of Truth, I guess that's the bad guys. Still includes the time limit as shared a while ago. So that's the big leak, is that the game takes place over 72 hours. So you have to move quickly. You rescue up to 6 of your family members. Safe houses, of course. Weapon durability. Now weapon durability is sorry, I didn't transition over. I should show them. Weapon durability is a big one, because that comes from Far Cry 2, which is such a different game now. Far Cry 2 was really interesting. But anyway, I'm excited about Far Cry 7, and we'll see what happens. Is it
72 hours real time or just narratively?
I think narratively.
Okay.
These are two different things. I would assume it's 72 hours like Majora's Mask was 72 hours, and that there's like it's not real time 72 hours. And
right.
There's a more narrative driven 72 hour game in, or not 72 hours, it's a 30-day game in that Dawnwalker game, which I'm a little bummed about with that you can't do everything in one playthrough, but whatever. I'm still excited about it. All right. So as far as the id stuff, yeah, I was really upset about id. And I am really upset about it, even with the stuff they're saying about, how they're as big as they were when they made Doom 2016 and all the rest. I'm like, that was a long time ago, dude. Like, things are a lot different now. You can't make so I just can't believe they even touched them. And I think they have a lot of nerve touching them.
It may be the, that may be where, is it Asha?
Yeah, Asha. Asha, yeah.
Asha. It may be where her lack of being a gamer, and maybe no one has her ear that is. I'm sure that's not the case, but because if all she's doing is looking at the latest Doom numbers and going, they didn't quite make it. The latest Doom I thought was really dumb. It wasn't very good in my opinion.
You're so crazy. Yeah.
But
Crazy
the
boy.
Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal were brilliant. Were fucking amazing, So I would hate for them, to be going, the reason we killed that studio effectively is because the last Doom didn't quite live up. I mean, but short of that, yeah, I don't understand. Like, that to me would be one of the ones they would protect. But I don't know what they're fucking doing, right? I mean, there's a lot of things you look at, and that even though I have bitched about, management of Xbox under Phil and Matt Booty and all that forever, I did like the vision of what they were trying to do. And I look at things and I go, okay, take a company like Ninja Theory, right? Or take a company like Compulsion. Now, clearly these guys are just trying to stop the bleeding at this point. But there was a video, I think her name is Laura Foyle or Foy, whatever.
Oh, yeah, Laura. Yeah. Laura. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Laura Fry,
right. Maybe. And she used to work at Microsoft. And, she said something that a lot of us have been saying for a while, which is like, you can't give these creative companies full creative freedom, because they'll go off and make shit like South of Midnight, or they'll go off and make stuff like Suina's Sacrifice, whatever the fuck that was. But you look at both of those companies like you should look at id and go, if we hired, whether it was a creative director or we just had marketing get a little bit more involved and it wasn't 100% arty-farty vision, these teams can make some really great fucking games, right? If you went to the South of Midnight team and said, really cool theme, beautiful art, all that's great, now we basically want you to make our version of Tomb Raider or our version of Nathan Drake. Or if you went to the Sacrifice people and said, I think it's great what you're doing. It's very clever. Good job. Now look, give us our God of War. Because they've made the Devil May Cry game, right? They've made these amazing graphics with Soul Blade or whatever it's called. And instead of just tossing these companies away, these developers away, you'd think they could actually go, the issue was not them not making good executed products. The issue was nobody was minding the store when it came to, are these commercial ideas that people want? So I don't, but again, the only reason, but again, I felt the same way with Sony when they got rid of the guys who made Concord. Concord was a dismal failure, but get rid of the people who made it a dismal failure, but it was a great team, a great pedigree. They knew how to make a fucking shooter. You're going to throw the whole fucking institutionalized knowledge away. I don't understand the tax write-offs that come with it. And maybe monetarily it's like, we could do that, but in the short term, it makes more sense to just take a loss and write it off and blah, blah, blah.
Oh yeah. The forced refunds told you everything about that. That they like that you had to take a refund for them meant that they were zeroing it out. so they can write it off.
Yes.
But I disagree with you. We've talked about it in the past. I disagree with you on Firewalk. I don't think just because even if you assume that they have the talent to make a great game, I don't think the market would ever let them after that. Like you can't put them out there to do that again. They made one of the worst received PlayStation games of all time. You can't ask the audience to buy the next game. I don't think, in my opinion.
Well, I think there are ways to do it. I don't necessarily. I mean, I certainly don't agree with you, but whatever. I mean, I think a great game is a great game, and if you put it out and it's like, holy shit, that looks fucking awesome, people aren't going to go up. But they made Concord. The number of people that would say, but they made Concord would also be aware that Sony had gotten rid of the 2 or 3 people that drove the creative on Concord that made it something people didn't like.
Yeah, like
most people wouldn't. The professor,
like Herman Holst.
And Herman Holst, yeah.
Like I can't even go down that road anymore. I can't go down that road.
Somebody in the chat said Herman Holst is the new face of 1930s Germany, which I thought was great. Like he's the new face.
The new face.
Yeah.
The funny thing about with Doom, first of all, I think Doom: The Dark Ages was fucking awesome. I loved it.
Okay.
I thought it was fresh and interesting. Eternal is probably my least favorite of the new Doom games. Eternal got, in my opinion, too cute by half, really, where it's like it got you caught in this massive cycle of like, use this to do this, to do this, to do this, da 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 da. You know, like, and I'm like, okay, like that's fun to a degree, and Doom 2016 leans a lot into that, which I loved. But I was like, it's too micromanaging and weird. Like, and I like it's like, you want health? Get this weapon out and use the secondary attack on this character. It's like, all right, guys, like enough.
Right.
I think all 3 of them are excellent, but I really thought the cinematics and like the story and everything of Doom: The Dark Ages, I was like, this is awesome. I'm like, this is dope. You know, I loved the bad guy with the upside down crucifix in his head and cross on his head and stuff like that. I was like, this is awesome. The
IP development. I agree with you 100%. It was great. At first I was like, is this a Warhammer game? What the fuck am I watching? You know, but the problem I had with it is ultimately they kind of had a similar design, not a similar design philosophy, but as aggressive a design philosophy. They talked about how now we want to make it more about the strafing mechanics and this, that, and the other. And it ended up to me becoming like a horde mode game or a Serious Sam game. Like it didn't feel like what I liked about Doom 16 and Eternal was it felt like I was going on this adventure and finding places and exploring. And this just kind of felt like arena. And I got bored of that.
Yeah, I understand. It seems like a lot of people weren't into it. What I think about with this though is because I do blame Game Pass for Doom's failure, and I blame Game Pass for a lot of the stuff that has failed on Xbox. And people will point out, like, look at Forza, and I'm like, yeah, Forza is like an example of a game breaking containment, for sure.
Okay.
The reality is that only one of two, like, both of these things can be true, but at least one of them has to be true. Either Game Pass hurts games like this, or Xbox simply doesn't make very good games. Right? Like, like, we talked about South of Midnight and all these kind of middle tier games, right? It's like, if Game Pass didn't injure those games, then the market simply wasn't interested in them. And if Game Pass doesn't hurt these games, then the market's not interested in almost any of their games actually. And that's right. And so so you think so you wouldn't blame Game Pass, you would say the games are bad.
Not
bad. The games are mediocre.
The games are not designed to appeal to enough people that they justified their existence, right? So I didn't particularly like South of Midnight. I thought there was a lot of cool stuff about it. It looked amazing. I loved the setting. I thought the performances of the characters were really good, but it wasn't a very good game, but it was a wonderfully executed piece of software. But I think if you were going to try to put that in here's where it could have worked. If the game was great and it had that theme, it would have been perfect for Game Pass, because a lot of people didn't try it out because the theme wasn't appealing to them. It's like, why do I want to play this lady in the South who's talking to a fucking giant fish, right? But if it's like, fuck it, it's free. Oh my God, this is awesome. This is so cool, right? That would have been perfect. But the game wasn't that. nor was Senua's Sacrifice, right? Nor was the vast majority of stuff they put. Certainly Redfall or Starfield, which I love, but I get a lot of people didn't. The issue was, you know, if you would have put South of Midnight in a box and sold it and it wasn't on Game Pass, the unfortunate thing about that is that more people would have bought it and played it, maybe, but they would have been stuck with the game they didn't really like, right? Because how many games do people play and keep because, well, they already bought it and the return policy shit. The nice thing about Game Pass is you could try it and go, I'm out. 2 hours in, I'm out, right? So I think the biggest problem with Game Pass games were that the management of the teams was really shoddy when it came to putting a marketing filter. Like, do people want this? That was hugely problematic for these guys. The thing that I got wrong about Game Pass, though, was how people consume games. Like, I believe in subscription services. I love Game Pass, but it is until the art form changes, and maybe when Sony goes digital, it'll help. When all these companies go digital, you'll see a lot of games that don't want to take up all of your time, you know, but that hasn't changed yet. And so people find 2 to 3 games a year and they're good for the most part. And Game Pass doesn't really, and that's what I got wrong. I assumed people would play like I did, which they didn't. And I assumed it would cause the medium to change and you get a lot of these great 3-hour, 5-hour single player adventures, blah, blah, blah. But all that aside, Colin Moriarty, I will tell you that and Sony's guilty of this these days too. They don't, you know, marketing used to have a seat at the table and maybe they still do, but maybe their marketing people are rubbish. I always hated, even though I got along great with all the marketing people at Sony when I was there, of course I don't want anybody to come in and tell me what to do. I'm a creative guy. Fuck you. But marketing is like, okay, that's great, but you're spending our money. Right. And we just want to make sure that, you know, there's at least somebody in the kitchen making sure you're not going overboard with you being an arty farty guy. You also have to be an entertainer. I think Sony this generation has lost their way with that. And certainly Microsoft never had their way, at least this generation. They had it in the 360. They haven't had it since. So that's a long ramble, but there you go.
Yeah, I think the way people are buying games is or absorbing games even over this generation has just changed as well. I think you're right. Like, I've said a million times, there's a reality where Game Pass worked. I just think that certain things needed to go right, and I don't think that Microsoft was probably the single worst creative steward of an idea like that. Though they were most financially able to withstand what was going to be necessary to make something like that happen, they just don't know how to make games really. So yeah, it's a difficult, and that's what I was saying. It's like if Game Pass isn't to blame for how Xbox is done, then it's the shitty games. It's like it can't be. It simply has to be one of those things. But I actually think it's probably both of those things. And I also admit that there's a few things. It's like they were trying to make AA style or low AAA style games out of necessity because they needed volume, which is no doubt. Mm-hmm. And they don't have time to make like a Naughty Dog game. They just don't have time. And they probably also don't have the skill to make a game like that, but they don't have the time. And so I understand that Game Pass made certain demands on these studios. And I also think that some of the smaller games worked out really well. I didn't play Hi-Fi Rush, people really liked, but I thought Pentiment, I thought Pentiment was amazing.
Keeper was amazing from Double Fine. Keeper was one of the best games out last year where you play a fucking lighthouse. But, you know, it's double. What do you expect, right? I mean, you know, Tim Schafer probably would have said, go fuck yourself. But if I were running Xbox, I would be like, look, we want you quirky as fuck, but there are lots of quirky TV shows that still have great reach, you know, Gravity Falls, you know, or some of the 90s Nickelodeon cartoons or anything like, you know, but it's like, you guys almost seem like you want to be obnoxious, you know, and you don't want anyone to buy your shit. I mean, Kiln, whatever the fuck it's called.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what I saw, you don't want to be mean because it's like, I think these games are cool, but it's as you're saying, cool. Like, it's like, what do you do? Like, you're a fucking first party studio. What are you doing?
Can't be a vanity project. Every now and then you can make your Schindler's List, but make Jurassic first and give us an ET and give us a War of the Worlds, and you get to go make your Schindler's List.
This is why I was like, I always use Media Molecule and like the Tearaway example. I'm like, those games simply cannot come out of first party anymore. Like, it's not you can't. There's no time. There's no place. Like Kiln, that's something that should be made by 20 people in an independent studio in like Sweden. You guys are a first party studio in San Francisco. Make a fucking game. You know, like, please. And that was one of the things that I wanted to say was, I think, and why I was so upset with id was I was like, you got this team, and then on one hand, right, and endanger them. You're one of your best teams, period, across Bethesda, Activision, and of course Xbox Game Studios, top three undoubtedly. And I think you can make the argument they're your best team. But people might say Playground or whatever, it's fine. And I look at that and I'm like, on one hand, you're like, all right, so we have to cut somewhere. On the other hand, you're like, look at how good we are. We let Compulsion and Double Fine and all these other people walk away, and they took their IP. Like, we gave it, and I'm like, guys, that's the easiest thing in the world to do. You just let Compulsion walk away with We Happy Few and South of Midnight. I don't think anyone cares. Like, Double Fine is obviously a storied and esteemed studio, but and Tim Schafer will figure it out. And I was talking, like, he even founded Fig and stuff, so like he knows how to source money, and they'll be fine. Sure. But they haven't made a truly relevant game in many years, you know. Yeah. But when push came to shove with id, then the commercial realities naturally come in, where it's like, you could have let them walk away. Do you have any idea how many people would have bought them? You know, and how much they would have, like, they would have had a buyer like that. You know, especially, and even if you didn't let them walk away with the IP, but it's like, take id Tech, take Doom, take Quake, but it's like, no, that's very hard to do. You can't do that. You can. It's easy to take the good credit. Like, look how cool we are. We let Undead Labs walk away with State of Decay. Yeah, it's like, wow.
But again, this goes back to them thinking. I don't understand this. Like, I mean, again, and I'm assuming maybe behind the scenes, if they were to watch this podcast, they'd go, dude, we don't give a fuck about Twitter, you know. Or we do, in the sense that we have a plan that you don't understand why we are farming engagement with these guys. But on the surface, though, it's like, who gives a shit about your goodwill? It's like, you're a fucking business, right? No one's like, oh, I wasn't going to buy an Xbox, but now I'm going to buy an Xbox because they really handled those layoffs good. How many people are saying that? Nobody's fucking saying that when it comes to spending $700 on a new console. That's not going to enter into the math about which one you buy or if you buy one at all. So there's got to be either just idiocy or a secret plan we don't know about why they seem to care about this forward-facing PR stuff as much as they do in the way that they do. You know, like,
yeah, I think it's they have a very, the Xbox space is very online seems flooded with acolytes. And I think that, like, the only way you win, the only wins you can really get right now are these optical wins that might help turn the tables or whatever. I think Asha made it very clear very quickly that these were the people she was going to listen to. So, like,
but do you think that's real, or do you think that's lip service and marketing?
The way like, if it's not, I've been in these binds before where it's like, PR is PR. These people aren't your friends, you know? So do I think it's real in that, like, I think it's like a real personal thing? No, but do I think it's like a strategy do I think they know what they're doing in this regard? Yeah. I think they absolutely know what time it is with their people online, and I think they've leaned into that for a long time. And I think,
but you think they think success will come from really listening to and making Colt Eastwood happy?
No, that's an interesting way of putting it. I think that, like, they want people like that evangelizing the brand. Yes.
To the point that they're willing to give away IP, and I mean, that can't be.
No, I don't think to that point, but I think it's a brew. It's like, it's a mixture of, like, things that there's a fungible nature to it, in my opinion. Like, and I think Sony is the exact opposite, where they don't take any of that account at all. And you got to like take something into account. You got to, like, that's why a more cogent Sony operation would have accompanied such a crazy announcement like they announced with the discs, with, like, some interviews, even going to friendly outfits, like with some things of explaining, like there's a lot to and because you could Sony doesn't have to communicate except for when they do things. Then you have to communicate. You can't just like do things and send Sid Schumann out to die with this writing this letter. And I was laughing about this it was so funny to me because the PS3 Vita thing was announced at the same time and they put Sid Schumann's name on both of those. Oh. and I was like, that's so fucking funny to me. I have no problem with Sid Schumann at all. He's really funny.
He lost a bet. Yeah, that's true. But again, I don't look. I mean, I thought it was interesting that you even saw it coming out of the gaming sphere, right? I mean, not just like NBC News covering it, but some would argue that Kevin Nealon. I mean, I like Kevin Nealon, but he's still enough of a celebrity that it's like Kevin Nealon's tweeting about this, and there was another relatively famous guy tweeting about it.
Trevor Noah tweeted about it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and it's like okay, but I still think again, Grand Theft Auto is all you need to see. Complain all you want, you're gonna buy it, right? Yeah, that's the thing.
So we're sorry, I'm lingering on this inquiry for so long. Thank you for writing in, Juan. So yeah, like I'm upset about id because I think id matters. I understand there's a Ship of Theseus situation, and I understand that the id that even sold to Bethesda is no longer in existence anymore. But there is some continuity there. Like there aren't many. Like think about the studios that are as old as id. Like Cyan Worlds, Nihon Falcom, and another studio that Xbox fucked up, which was Rare. Although they're better now, I guess, in some way. But it's like you owe a little more to like the studio that invented the first-person shooter, whose id tech technology, which you should be leveraging around your company, which is insane that like you haven't been doing this.
Like for Halo,
right? It's like. Yeah. They're doing now. Forza Tech is running Fable, which I think is really cool. It's smart to use your proprietary hardware. Look what RE Engine has revolutionized Capcom, and they use it for everything, all their games. And to me, I'm like, I look at this and I'm like, just brass tacks as well is they also made 3 games in 10 years. Or released 3 games in 10 years. And that's a lot better. Id, which is a lot better. That's why when they cut like 25% of Obsidian, I'm like, what? They're the only team that makes games. Like you would think that you wouldn't want to touch them. And you feel bad for teams like that.
What they did was right in that, oh my God, give these people something that people want. Give them Fallout. Boom, done. That is the only thing they should have done to Obsidian. Right. I mean, that again, it goes back to this, like, let them do whatever they want. I'm like, holy shit, you guys were serious. Like when Shuei said it, or Rhodey said it, or Alan said it to the press. We let our teams, they have to be passionate. Now that may have changed because I see some weird decisions coming out of Sony now. But back in the day, that was true, but there were still guardrails. We couldn't just go in and make whatever the fuck we wanted. But I think with Xbox, they let them go in and make whatever the fuck they wanted. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man, Avowed? I mean, nothing was wrong with it, but, put some fucking commercial love on the fucking thing,
that's exactly right. It's
or to Outer Worlds or whatever it is, Outer Wilds or Worlds.
Outer Worlds, yeah. It's to your point. They were making an Avowed sequel. That's what's so funny about, like, I think like what you're saying is absolutely true because it's like, Avowed came out, it seemed like a fart in the wind. I don't know if it's any good or not, but it seemed like no one cared. And they're like, we're making
decent.
a sequel.
It's fine. Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah, we love this. I don't give a fuck if you love this. Gives a shit. I remember after Twisted Metal 2, I was in love with an idea of a guy who fell asleep in a chair, like a big comfy chair, and he was having a surrealistic Star Fox game where he was flying through New York City shooting dragons while sitting in his chair. I love that. They didn't let me make that. They said, that's great, Jaffe. I'm glad you've discovered marijuana. Now come back Monday and let's get back to work, right? I mean, it's like, what are you doing?
It's funny.
Idiots.
It's funny, too. And this is where I was saying about Obsidian, like what bothers me about them is it's like in the time that, so the Obsidian and Undead Labs, as an example, were bought at the same time.
Yeah.
Right? 2018. Since they were bought, Obsidian has released The Outer Worlds, Grounded, Pentiment, Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2, and Grounded 2. and Undead Labs still hasn't released a game. And you have some audacity to like let them walk away. And I think Jez was saying on his podcast, I saw that like Microsoft's still going to publish State of Decay 3. It's just that like they let them kind of be independent. I mean, maybe find a future beyond that or whatever. But it's like, and then you lay off 25% of the other team. And that was the whole point, is like, I understand keeping your valuables. I understand you don't want to sell Doom and all of these things, but it's like you're gutting institutional teams and then making it seem like a big deal that you let some of your guys walk away when the teams that would actually be people would care about are not allowed to do anything, you know, and that's a bummer to me. It is what it is, though.
Well, I will say though that, you know, all of this, the Sony stuff, the Microsoft stuff, you know, is clearly a symbol of an industry or a segment or a sector or whatever of the industry that really is very much in trouble and can't sustain itself because it got too expensive and the player base didn't grow. And well, I never want to see anybody lose a job or go through any kind of tension or pain or trauma of job loss and family and all that. I do like that we're getting a correction, because I think as much as there are those vocal people that are like, we love the very best graphics and blah, blah, blah. And I love those things too. Ultimately, I do think video games have gotten so far away from the essence of what make them great, because everyone has been spending so much money on production.
Michael Mumbauer, man.
I mean, I love Michael Mumbauer, but I'll tell you,
I love him too. He's a great guy.
I didn't, you know, I don't think games need that. Look at Obsession. Movies don't need that. It's such a clear math. Like, you can look at every art form and say this is the meat of the sandwich of that art form. And you can put a lot of shit on it. You can plate it beautifully and make it look cool. And but if the core elements are missing, you're fucked. And if the core elements are there and everything else is missing, you're not fucked. In fact, you're probably successful because you've been able to spend very little because you knew the essence of what the medium is, which is why Nintendo does so well. And so I actually think this is going to be very good for actual gamers. But when I say actual gamers, I kind of mean the people that played before PS1 all the way up to, say, PS3. Once you get into PS4, people who came on board then and they got games defined for them at that era and beyond, I think those people are probably not going to get served as much as they want, but I don't care.
Well, I also think a lot of those, I think it's more and more likely that, you know, newer adopters are also gravitating towards just, you know, you don't want to be too reductive, but it's like Fortnite and Roblox and things of this nature that just don't look very good. And so, like, while they understand what AAA can look like, I think they also have a tolerance for, like, Roblox looks like shit. I think Fortnite at least has like a style to it. Like Roblox looks like ass. And it seems like people don't care at all.
No.
So, and I always think about the games like the mass market games like MapleStory back in the day, or you know, like all these games. I'm like, these games look like shit. So but yeah, expectations are different now, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I to Juan's point, yeah, I really was upset about it. I think that's like a mismanagement. For as upsetting as I thought Blue Point getting shut down was, and it was like this is egregious to do this to that team. And I just think that someone, you know, obviously a lot of people are saying something about it, but you know, I hope that we see another id game. I think we will.
I want to just address, even though it's not a super chat, but Nerf Ninja says that's live service, free to play ball and gun gamers. It's not, though. The idea that if you take away the casuals, what's left are the people that want the Sony games, the big budget, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that is the masses. I certainly know there are a meaningful number of people that want that if you take away the ball and gun game guys. But I think there are also the people that genuinely just love the games, right? Whether you're talking about the old heads who came up, you know, with Ultima Underworld or Deus Ex or today's indie games or whatever. There is, I think the real question is, when it comes to gamers that are not the ball and gun gamers, do you chase after the ones that want what Sony pioneered, or the ones that have always been there from the days back in the early Apple days. You know, they just love the games, right? I don't know which one's bigger. I know this one cost a lot more, and this one doesn't cost much at all. And so if it were me, I'd chase after this one, but we'll see, I guess.
It seems like console and core PC gamers, there's like 3 contingents of them, as far as I can tell. It would be interesting to see like a Reese Elliott or someone else like really into this stuff speak on this. But it's like, and this is based somewhat on what Alinea, or not Alinea, what Circana says about American gamer behavior is like there's a third of people that just don't buy games. So that like those are probably free to play people, and probably people that are playing like things they already own. And then there's a contingent of people, another third of them, that buy 1 to 2 games a year.
Right.
These are, I guess, are the ball and gun gamers plus free to play. And then there's the third contingent, which I think are us.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is that I think, ironically, each group makes the same amount of money for the companies and the volume requirements. Because think about the people that are not buying games. They must be spending money somehow. Playing, or they don't have to be, but they're probably playing some free-to-play game very deeply. The people that buy 1 to 2 games can be relied upon for, so that's like $120, $130, $140 a year. Plus, maybe they get, you know, all the Madden cards and do all that kind of stuff. Right, exactly. And then there's us, which is only a third of us, and we buy games physically, or digitally, but we buy like a la carte games. So I think, and I would consider like our contingent like the core gamer, like the people that like buy, like are watching this, paying attention to anything like this. I don't think the other two groups even know
Resident Evil 9 or something.
Right, exactly. Pragmata, things like, and you see that pop up in the numbers, like games do 2 or 3 million, 2 or 3 million, 2 or 3 million. It's like, I think those are just the same people. Like,
well, what's interesting too is if you look at RE9, like Pragmata has done about 3 million, 2 to 4 million. The last numbers were 2.
Game of the year, dude.
RE9 has done about 11, but both of those games, if the internet is to be believed, were incredibly inexpensive comparatively to make. Resident Evil 9 was, I read, 40 to 60 million, somewhere in that range. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yeah,
if that's true, if that's fucking true, and Pragmata was only 80 million, and it was only expensive because it took them forever to figure out what the game was. So it was in development for a very, very, very long time. But that is a responsible way to serve that third of the audience, right? I mean, I don't know how their games look so good for 40 to 60 million, but
Japan,
goddamn,
you just don't have to pay anyone money like that. I'm not
people. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's not even exploitation. It's like, it's just the value.
It's just cost of living.
Yeah. Like I say this all the time. My audience hears me say it all the time. And I'm sure I've mentioned it to you too, is like, I'm fascinated by these stories. Japanese companies do this a lot where they just announce universal raises for everyone. You've seen them do this, right? Like Bandai Namco announces like 10% raise.
Nintendo just did.
Right. Exactly. And it's because a lot of, and I'm sure you know this because you worked for Sony, although you didn't work in Japan, was a lot of these are like static, like you join at this level, you make this, then you move up to this level and you make this. And like, so there's like all these, and it's like when you're a graduate with a degree, you go in and you make this much yen, and then you rise up to associate and so on. But like when you look, and you can go on Glassdoor and see this for yourself. Like when you go and look at what these people are making, it's like, what? And then you like a senior level role making $50,000 a year or something like that. You know, I'm like, this role at Naughty Dog's probably $250. You know, like, then you have to compound that by 5 years. And what's true, if those numbers are true about Resident Evil, what's so insane is that game was in some level of peril for a little while. Like you can see the different parts of the game that they put together, right? Like, so it wasn't like a smooth game to make necessarily, and it still only cost that much. It's why I think Sony made some sort of strategic error in not localizing their operation out of the United States, which is their biggest market, and that's smart, but localizing their development out of the United States, especially the Western United States, because it's just a game like Resident Evil Requiem would cost Naughty Dog $300 million to make.
Yes, it would.
That's absolutely 100% accurate.
Yeah, 100%.
You know? And so it's when you're, and they would have made a profit on it, but it would have been a lot less than what they made. So it is Western development's in a lot of trouble.
And not only would they have spent that much money, but it would have probably been too arty for its own fucking good.
Right.
Because whereas Capcom's like, look, we're making a haunted house game. Do what you want within that pen. And as a creative, I really, one of the things about genre is that there's a comfort with genre. You know what you're getting, and within that you can play. But lately, man, I just people get mad at me because they're like, you're fucking salty about God of War and stuff, but I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. Like when you look at that God of War Laufey thing, it really does piss me off because I was one of the 3 or 4 founders of Sony Santa Monica. And I know times change. I'm not there anymore. None of us are there anymore. But, our mission statement, as simple as it sounded, was fun games that sell. And that drove pretty much everything. It was a real mission statement that we made decisions off of. Which is why I was pissed off about Kinetica being greenlit the way it was. Because I'm like, that's not going to sell. It might be fun, but nobody's buying that game. And they didn't. But I look at Laufey and I'm like, come on, man, what are you doing? It's like, this was the original vision that Corey had back. Who gives a shit? That's like saying Lucas's original vision for the, Anakin as a little boy, you have to tell the Trade Federation war story. No, who gives a shit? It's not real. It's a dumb idea. And it's gonna
it's funny you say that.
More compelling.
The actress went to like some Comic-Con and talked a lot about that, and I felt like it was
Wall,
I felt like it was planted. Like they're like, tell a story about. Make sure to get in like at some point that like this idea existed before 2018 even came out. Like try to get this idea out that like, which is I'm not saying that she's lying. I'm just saying like.
Yeah.
I've talked about. I actually haven't talked to you about this, but it's like my disappointment with it is just that I'm like, you're making. Like, Corey's not making a game. Like, it doesn't seem like there's anything else, and I'm like, this wouldn't bother me so much continuing God of War and all the rest if. I just want to see something else out of you. I don't know what you're like. Why is there no hunger to make something else?
And why is there no hunger to make? If you are going to make God of War. Why is there no hunger to make something, commercially fucking badass, right? I mean, in the chat, someone says Corey did talk about the story when God of War 2018 released. I don't care. I'm not saying having that as the story or part of a bigger story isn't valuable, and maybe you play a flashback or you play, a segment or you do it in a cutscene, but I don't want to fucking buy that game. I started reading, somebody on my chat sent me the first 3 volumes of this Berserk manga.
Yeah.
And I'd never read it before. I played the game on Dreamcast, which was we looked at it for inspiration for God of War with the sword fight and stuff. And like the first 8 pages, I'm like, oh my fucking God. Like there's an energy in this, right? There's a sense of this motherfucker couldn't draw fast enough to get this fucking story out of, that's what a new God of War should be, or that's what any new AAA game should be. You look at Laufey and you're like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Or you look at that fucking 2D disaster they made.
Oh, you hated that game. Yeah.
It's not that I hated it as like it was a piece of shit. Like I'm sure Laufey will be a very well-made game, right? I'm sure it will look great and play great. But it's like, what? Who wants this fucking shit, man? Who wants little Kratos? And if you're gonna make little Kratos as a child, then you make him the equivalent of the kid that was like taking the Greek equivalent, the ancient Greek equivalent of the kid who had the magnifying glass and was like burning insects.
The good son.
Yeah, it's like, holy shit, this kid was fucked up from the start. It's like, you goddamn right he was.
That would be fucking cool as hell to do. Yeah,
of course it would be fucking cool.
Yeah.
What are they doing, Colin Moriarty?
Yeah, I don't know. The God of War 2D game, it grew on me from a gameplay perspective. I liked playing it more the more I played it. The voice acting and the text and the set, I'm like, I don't care about any of that. I was confused by it too. But
yeah.
I'm just
very
confused.
Strange.
I'm just confused by the emphasis on God of War generally, not because I have any problem with God of War, but because I feel like you're just running things into the ground. They're doing this with Horizon and other things like revisit and figure things out and let things breathe. Like I think Uncharted is totally welcome to come back at this point. I think a lot of people would feel that way. It's been 10 years. It's like, but nothing breathes. And I think Sony is losing sight of that. because, as I've said a million times, one of their great superpowers for many years, in my opinion, was knowing when to move on, even though it would be difficult to do so. And
but even if you can't, though, the problem there, though, is even if you say, yeah, but we can't move on because the costs are so much and we need a guarantee brand. I'm down with that. But there are brands that maintain that evolve in a way that the audience responds to. It's not like God of War couldn't evolve after Ragnarok to something people were like, holy shit, that we weren't expecting that. Hire some motherfuckers that want to fucking, stay at the office till 4 a.m. for 5 months in a row because they're like, we are going to make our mark. We are going to fucking bleed this to make people go, holy shit. That's the fucking juice, man. And it pisses me off that the look at the cube. Look, it's a little cube that talks and his name is Frank, but it's spelled weird. So it's not so dumb like you thought. No, it's just as dumb as I thought it was when you pitched it to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just as dumb. It's even dumber.
I'm going to defer to the God of... Well, you're obviously one of the creators of God of War, but I'll defer to the fan base on it. I'm not excited about it. I'll definitely play it. I'm sure, like you said, I'm sure it's going to have very high fidelity and play great. The question will be, is it anything around it?
No doubt. That's right. It's going to be it's going to play very, very well. I like that somebody in the chat says it's quirky, hee, and then somebody says Frank the Cube and they spelled it right.
Yeah.
I want to... And some fucking delusions of grandeur motherfuckers. Like, there's going to be Frank the Cube merchandise and everyone's going to have them and they're going to be on their dashboard and everybody's going to love Frank. No one's going to love Frank. Frank can go fuck himself.
I am proud of myself. You're an old D&D guy too, right? As I recall.
Yeah.
Is that I recognize that as a D&D character immediately.
Oh, the gelatinous
Yeah. I was
slime.
like, that's like one of the first D&D enemies in like the very first bestiary. Is the gelatinous cube or whatever. And apparently that is the inspiration for it, as I understand.
I have zero problem with the shape-shifting character. I have zero problem even with the cube. But I have a big problem with the way they're executing the concept. So.
Yeah, it's I've heard, and I think I'll be interested. I don't think they did the game any favors by showing it the way they showed it, if I'm being honest.
No, they did not. They did not.
But
even the design of whatever her name is, Laufrey or Luffy or whoever you look at that and you go, okay, make her badass, man. She just looks like some lady wearing, she looks like Belle from Beauty and the Beast if she kind of got into a scuffle with a bear with like rag. It's like,
right.
Make her fucking a hero. Make her a franchise hero.
She can't be sexy.
Well, she should be sexy, but I don't even mean that. But, she needs to be memorable.
Yeah.
You think kids are going to be like, no, I want to be on... Yeah, she looked homeless. That's right. For every $1 we get on God of War Laufey, we're donating it to the homeless soup kitchen.
To UNICEF or whatever.
I mean, she does. What the litmus test should be when you're designing franchise characters, can you imagine people wanting to dress up for Halloween as this character? Right? No one's dressing up as Laufey. Is that the lady who cleans up the Halloween party? No, she's Laufey. Horrible. Anyway.
That's good stuff. All right. Basil Frank wrote in and said, Colin, you think Sony will ever let us change regions? Current PSN cannot stream and moved countries 5 years ago. Cannot use credit card either. Moved from South Africa to Norway. Also, R.I.P. Sam Neill. I saw that. So sad. He was 78 years old, I think, or 79. Obviously, great actor. Well remembered. R.I.P. in peace, of course.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Jurassic Park, baby.
But current PSN cannot stream. So, yeah, this has always been an issue. And you can't really make excuses for it because a lot of electronics companies let you change your regions. I assume a lot of it has to do with licensing, unfortunately, games that are available in certain regions, how you bought them. This is what I'm saying. These things need to be fixed. Sony is like stuck in this early PS3 era where it's like we have this rubber band ball, and to get to the rubber bands in the middle, we have to undo all the other rubber bands. Have you been paying attention to how bad the PSN is broken? Like beyond like
no, I don't. I haven't turned on my PS in 6 months.
It's funny how it's kind of gone under the radar because a lot of people don't look at this shit or they're not connected to it. the widgets on PSN are so busted because people, it's such a, so there are widgets that show you like what you've played recently, what your friends are playing, all these things. And I don't know if you've heard, like, and Pork Poncho, who's in the chat, I think has done some work on this, and I'm going to have him on the show soon to talk about a lot of this, is like people have discovered that those API were like just out in the open. And they started like feeding it crazy information. So what they basically did was they made it so that like millions of people's like recently played thing.
I gotta stop looking at the chat.
Yeah, what happened?
They're making fun of Laufey, and I'm just like reading what they're calling her. I'm not gonna look at it. I gotta move it. All right, continue. They've fucked with the widgets.
Yeah, so I think people really need to pay attention with this because it just goes to show you where their heads are at with their tech. No. These things thankfully don't matter. As Pork Poncho discovered, the InfoSec guy that is an audience member of ours, like these things all run on these different API, like the trophies run on their own and all the rest, and they've exposed some of the API to run the widgets on PSN are exposed. So one of the exposed APIs, like what you've played. What I can't explain it to you because it's too much. It's too much. What made you laugh so much so I can bring it on the screen?
It's not that anymore. I've taken that away. Now I'm just thinking that you're saying she looked homeless.
She does.
She totally does.
I'm sorry, unhoused.
I had never thought about that. And now I'm just like, yeah, what are you people doing? Like we spent, God, how probably $1 million in 18 months looking for the perfect design for Kratos. It was like looking for Vivian Lee and Gone with the Wind. I mean, it was that kind of search. And it's like, hey, here's the star character of our new God of War game. And she looks just like some homeless lady.
She looks like she's going to go through the dumpster after she's done here.
I know. Oh my God. So anyway, I don't mean to keep going back to that. It's just that I keep thinking about it. And it's just such a great, like, I can imagine, like, whenever I would do characters with Sony, I would always say, hey, I want to have focus groups and show, I can see somebody raising their hand in the Laufey when I'm like, she looks like a homeless lady. And then more importantly, Ariel and Corey going, that's our star. Done.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Anyway. All right,
let's move on. Basil, by the way, or Basil, I really think it has to do with licensing issues. This all goes back to fixing this. That Sony needs to fix this stuff. It's all part and parcel of the same problem. Usain Bolt wrote in and said, Hassan here wanted to drop a super chat and then a big fat ad stopped me from following the stream. That's the reason why you will only receive $10. I'm pissed, Colin. Stop the bullshit. I don't know who Hassan is. Maybe you're Hassan, but you're saying, like, do I know you from somewhere?
He's on my streams a lot.
Okay,
I don't know.
Okay, so
but I always call him Usain, so I don't know why his name's Hassan. But anyway.
Well, his @ is Usain Bolt, but it says Hassan here. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Stop confusing me. FireRock277 says the numbers for discs are around 15%. You act like it's less than 1%. 15% is not small. No, it's not. But you have to look at the cumulative numbers in terms of income. What does the 15% get them? It gets them about half as much as it does a digital copy, bringing it down to 7.5%. But just look at Take-Two's numbers. Those are the ones that are most in my head. They said that 3% of their cumulative sales are from physical games. Obviously, it's going to be higher for a hardware manufacturer. So no, it's not nothing, but it's
nothing.
You don't have to explain it to me, dude. Like, you have to. Sony made the decision,
right?
Well, like they have the numbers and they made the decision.
Right. It's like what it was enough. It was small enough for them to make the decision. It's not like the people online that are like, oh, wait a minute. A lot of that percentage is from DLC and is from, and I'm like, so you think they don't know where it's from? They still made the decision.
Yeah. They have more data than any, they have. I was thinking about this too. I asked, like, I don't know if people have thought about this, but this is definitely something they can do is like, they can go granular and see like, PS Plus subscription cancellations. How many of those come from people that play physically on our platform?
Oh, right.
Like things like they can like they have. That's why like when companies do shit like this, it could be a huge error, right? But you assume that they're working from the best possible data that we can't possibly comprehend as well, and that they seem to understand where things are going. The idea maybe that like go ahead. No, please go on.
No, I was going to say maybe it's like Xbox, where that's why they love Twitter so much. It's like we were about to make this mistake. Thank God the people on Twitter figured it out for us.
Yeah,
it's like man. I assure you, they know that it's 15%, and it was small enough.
Oh my God. All right. Let's see. Best Molo says, I don't have TDS. In fact, the opposite, but Trump is directly related to MS replacing workers with contractors. He upped H-1Bs by a lot, also pushing massive data center creation. Disappointing, man. The data center stuff is interesting. I don't know what it's like in California. I watch a lot of TV because we watch a lot of sports. So that we see commercials. And there are so many commercials running in Virginia right now for obviously by some sort of interest group that is representing data centers, where they're like, data centers are good for your community. Like we invest in your education systems and make your internet faster and all this kind of, because Virginia is getting like fucking carpet bombed with these things. And it's bothering me because then we got an email. I'm lucky because I have solar, so I really don't pay an electric bill, but like our electric bills in quotes are going to go up 8% apparently because of the well, and they'll say because of the cost of fuel and all the rest, and I'm like, I don't think so. So it really, I hope we get into this situation. I don't mind data centers. I don't care. I just think like you should have to figure out your power situation for yourself. Like you should have to buy a bunch of land and like put a bunch of solar panels down or I know some of these companies want to build nuclear reactors, which I think would be pretty interesting actually.
Well, there's the power and there's the cooling, right? So like I know China has started doing underwater, like in the ocean, where the ocean water cools it. So that takes away some of it, but I don't know if that's necessarily the power solution. But I know, driving through Utah is building the biggest data center in the country at the moment. I mean, it's very controversial, but I assume it's going to go through because end of the day, complaining about data centers is complaining about physical, right? There's nothing wrong with the complaint. And in the case of data centers, I agree with the complaint more. But you can't compete against the lobbyists. They just have all the money, and the lobbyists control the government, and we're going to get data centers. So.
Apparently, like some data center locally to me was killed recently because people are starting to get pissed. I don't know. I think part of it is I think a lot of data centers came here under the guise of like job creation, and then I think people started realizing like there really is no job creation with a data center. There's a job creation to build them, but once they're built,
right.
So I live in an interesting area. I think I told you like Lego is building a factory like in my area, which is so weird. And it's the first American factory for Lego, and they're going to employ like 1,000 people apparently. So it's like there's some interesting moves going on here to manufacture. But as far as the H-1B stuff is concerned, I think I liked Trump's solution about making all the companies pay like $100,000 per year per H-1B. In other words, like if you really needed this person, that would be chump change for you. Otherwise, you're trying to get cheap labor. And there's no doubt Microsoft is at the absolute tip of the spear with that shit. So we should have very little tolerance for that sort of thing. We should be employing ourselves. But that's a whole nother conversation. Thank you for writing, Investmola. Let's see. Vexius wrote in and said, with the MGS Volume 2 collection on the horizon, including Metal Gear Solid 4, has Sony cracked the code and PS6 might have full PS3 backwards compatibility? I feel like we kind of got to let this dream go, unfortunately. Like I'm not only saddened by it, I am confused and befuddled how they have not been able to figure this out. And I'm not even talking about discs necessarily, but like just backwards compatibility with the PSN, being able to access your PS3 digital games and even your Vita stuff via perhaps a PlayStation TV emulator.
I mean, they have it through streaming, but
but they're literally running off of PS3s. Like they're literally running off of farms of old PlayStation 3s. So I obviously it's and I think the what are those guys? The Digital Foundry guys have talked a little bit about this, about like when PS3 games are like emulated currently, like they run like shit. Like and it's because they require so much processing power to run the like emulating, like the cell emulator and stuff like that. And I'm like, damn, so I've always made fun of Sony for not having up to snuff engineering for their for their software and for all those and digital stuff. And I think that's true. But I also think it's pretty clear that this is probably a major thing that's just not going to get solved, because I feel like they've had so much time. And I wonder even if the reprieve, they gave a 5-year, it's ultimately a 6-year reprieve on the closure of the PS3 and Vita stores from 2021 to next year. And I wonder if even that reprieve was partially so long because they were like, we really should try to see if we can do this. And I think they just can't. and it's fucked, and I hate it. Pisses me off, man. So no, I don't think that's going to happen. And I also don't know that it really matters very much anymore. We talk about like we talk about like us and like how we're enthusiasts, but like no one gives a fuck about PS3 games.
Yeah.
It's a sad but true thing. I care about them. I want them. But can't always get what you want. Robert Rivera wrote in and said, do you think the re-release of Black Ops 1 and 2 proves Sony's point with going all in on digital and ignoring the mass complaints against them? Yes. Although I don't think it's sufficient to undo a movement that could change their mind, but I think it's going to be one of many things that you're going to see that are not going to matter, that are going to be like, yeah, man, I don't know what you want. Like Black Ops 1 and 2 apparently was so big that it was fucking with PlayStation Store, that like PlayStation Store itself was suffering when they dropped, like when they, because they stealth released it and probably didn't have the servers ready for like the load of people that would go and try to buy it. So it was a big thing. And I think it's the most bought game on PSN right now, like even more than college football and even more than the GTA pre-orders. So the answer, unfortunately, is yeah, it is. And there's going to be a lot of things like that happening. They're really expensive, though. I think they're $40 each. That's bonkers. You'd think you would just sell them both for like 20. But what do I know? I mean, people are buying them. So
you get them on Game Pass.
Right. Yeah. These are only PlayStation releases because these were not available via backwards compatibility. Black Ops 1 and 2 were on Game Pass? I assume all the Call of Duty games are on Game Pass, but
I assume so. I'll check right now.
I mean, why would you buy all that stuff and not put them on Game Pass?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. God, that Activision deal was so stupid, wasn't it? The stupidest thing. It's so stupid.
It makes me happy. I mean, as a gamer, I like it. Right? I mean,
well, it didn't really give you anything as a gamer. It gave you Call of Duty and Game Pass once.
It gave me what?
It gave you the new Call of Duty game one time.
Oh, well, yeah, the ramifications now, sure, that sucks. But, the idea that, this stuff's going to be free on Game Pass, that's pretty cool. But it only happened once. Yeah.
K Fox says they are $20 each with PS Plus. That's interesting. Maybe I'll buy them and I don't think so. I'm not going to play them. What do I need to buy them for? Unfortunately, everyone's canceled PlayStation Plus, so you're all...
1, right?
Black Ops 1 and 2, like the 360 versions.
Yeah, let's see.
All right, let's see.
It is not on Game Pass. It costs $40.
Yeah, I think those days are done, or at least wrapping up. I wonder what they're going to do with. I wonder what they're going to do with Game Pass if like it will really continue to absorb day one games beyond what they've already promised. Because it just seems. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
There was that story going around that they weren't signing any more deals, but then Microsoft came out and said, "Well, that's not really the case. We're just pausing for the moment because we're trying to kind of get our heads around what we're going to do going forward."
Well, so I believe those reports, though. That was coming from a lot of people that would know. I think that I think the message broke containment.
We weren't pausing. They were just saying, or they weren't canceling it. They were just pausing.
Right.
I don't fucking know. But what
yeah, they're pausing. Like all the deals were paused. It's like Microsoft can say whatever they want, but these people were obviously told something. That's
true.
All right. Klukos wrote in and said, do you think Sony can compete in the all-digital realm with Steam long-term? They are picking a battle with a company that is leaner, can maneuver faster, and doesn't have to cater to stockholders. I don't know. I do think that Xbox has basically been vanquished as far as a competitor to PlayStation. I've said this for a long time now. So I think that like Sony is really focused now on Nintendo on one hand. And I think you see evidence of that with them trying to reemerge in Japan, making the region-locked PS5 at a subsidy. It's like really cheap to buy a PS5 in Japan, comparable to the rest of the world. And then I think on the other hand, in a much bigger way, they're going after Valve now, or at least that if they're not going after them, they understand they have to deal with them, and they probably can't be friends. And I think, Go ahead. No, please.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, to me, it is like Apple and IBM or Apple and Microsoft, right? Which is, assuming Sony PS6 survives and thrives and all that, it's still, as long as it's a walled garden, you're never going to really be able to compete, penny to penny with the open market that you get on PC. So, they may offer as much, but there's no competition to bring the price down, right? Whereas on PC, they may not be able to win against, or Steam is not really who they're fighting against. They're fighting against I think the whole ecosystem, even though I know, of course, that the Epic Game Store is different and Good Old Games are nowhere near as big as Steam. It's the freedom to shop around and get things that don't have, and also the speed of, I look at things like all of these little, not little, but these big, how do I put this? Like when Steam does Next Fest, or they do, hey, this week we're doing a bunch of demos for games coming out that are about, ancient Japan, whatever. To get that on Sony, to go through the TRCs, the money it costs, the time it takes, they just can't, like this guy's saying, the operational speed is so slow that it's hard, like at E3, or not E3, Summer Games Fest, Steam has tons of demos that are actually playable from Summer Games Fest. You can't get those on PS5 or on Xbox because it's too expensive to do and go through all the checks and balances and this, that, and the other. And the PC is just like, yeah, put it on there. It doesn't, they have content control, but not like Sony. So
right.
So the answer is, I don't think they will be able to beat them. No,
I actually don't think so either. There's really they've removed themselves from PC now as an ongoing concern, though they'll put their multiplayer games on there. They can't use they can't build their own launcher. They can, and I'm sure they've thought about it, but that's not going to work. They're even doing weird things like the NCSoft, and this is because NCSoft is making it, but like that Horizon game will run in purple, which is like NCSoft's launcher. It won't even be on PS5. You'll have to download purple to play that game. I think that we have to understand that Valve is a software company and Sony is a hardware company, and they do have different advantages and disadvantages. You see this with the Steam machine, in my opinion. There's no universe where Valve wants you to buy games from any other storefront, but they have to make it viable because they're locked into that world. That's like the expectation. So when they go into the hardware front, they can't be like, yeah, we're making a thing where you can only access Steam. You can't do anything about it. You can't boot your own OS or whatever. Like, they can't do that, but they want to. And I think people have to understand that, like, they don't want to let you on other storefronts, but that's what is expected of them. The reverse is true with Sony, and it's what I get nervous about, and I think why they're distributing codes at storefronts even after 2028 to stop people from suing them over this, is that, like, PSN is inherently a closed ecosystem, and everything should go through one storefront. I think people I think people are kind of letting publishers and developers off the hook a little bit with this one. And I can go on and discount whatever I want whenever I want on PSN. I choose not to. We have in other words, everyone's like, everything's so jacked up on the PSN, and I'm like, that's not Sony. Sony doesn't sell most of these games. These guys can sell the games for whatever they want, the publishers and the developers. So I just feel like a lot of the pressure on Sony
they can, but they aren't pressured to if they know you're locked into the console. Right? I mean, so if you want to play Resident Evil 9,
right.
On PC, if I want to play it, I have a bunch of different stores I can go shop around. On the console, if I want to play it, Capcom only has to set one price,
right? And
there's no competition.
That is inherently true. I was just saying that people are like, look at Sony charging these prices, and I'm like, they're not doing it. Like they're charging prices for their own games. I can charge whatever I want for my games. I can charge $100 for it if I want. Nothing's stopping me from doing that. So they might step in and be like, "What are you doing?"
Right.
But as I understand, you can make it free. You can make it $1. So I just think that, like, that's what I was saying earlier about how I think people have to understand that this is Sony doing this, but this is kind of the desire of the whole industry side. And this is why I think the fight has to be more, I don't want to reiterate everything. It has to be more guerrilla oriented and all of the rest. Do I think Sony can compete with Steam? No. The one thing that I fear is Sony getting cracked open in some way by some sort of lawsuit or some sort of regional dispute with a big place like Europe or the United States, where you can imagine third party selling on the console, which sounds good, but that would just destroy PlayStation. This is why I was saying they have the opposite problem. It's the exact problem Helix is going to experience, and why Helix really inherently has to let everyone else on other storefronts, because if they lock people to that storefront but sell a PC that's closed, then they won't be able to make sufficient money. And so I think that we have to be careful what we ask for in some ways with this too. But we can put a pin in that because we don't have to worry about it for a while.
Right, but what is the same logic that has caused Apple to start selling, to let people buy Fortnite again, and Epic because if I remember correctly, Epic kind of won that.
Yeah, Epic, I think, Epic basically broke them open, I think, in certain places, and it just kind of forced them to play ball.
Right, so it almost seems like, why would that not apply to the PlayStation as well? Right, is what you're saying?
Yeah, like I think it could apply. I think that's where it's going. I mean, I think that's where this is all going. And I don't know how that really works. And like, I think Sony does have, and Microsoft and Nintendo, it's going to affect Nintendo. Like, they're going to have a compelling argument. I think that like, this is our hardware. This is what I was differentiating about between like Blu-rays and vinyl records and CDs and books and it's like, these are interoperable things. This is a closed piece of hardware. It's different. But some companies break out of that. I remember when iPod came out, it only worked with Apple computers. And then eventually, I don't know if you remember the ads, they would basically sneak in like, yeah, it actually works with Windows now. Like, and they would kind of like, because they understood that wasn't really going to work for them. But I think that it's spreading the field in such a way actually is going to undermine PlayStation. And the big thing with Sony, as I say over and over again, is I just think they're so reliant on PlayStation that there's big risks around the brand should things go south for them. It won't be like the PS3 era where they can rely on Bravia or something to like make them the money back. It's different now. Way different. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Usain Bolt wrote in again, said, Hassan here. I have to admit, blog posts at Sony don't cost any money. They are based on the partnership, which is why they are sponsored. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just letting you know. Like, I don't know what else to say. Thank you for writing in. And by the way, I also don't know where this came up, but I know. Like, blog posts are, anyway, it doesn't matter. Shruti1 wrote in and said, Colin, just wanted to say how refreshing it's been the past month to have someone reading the super chats who doesn't have problems reading. That's not that's not very nice. Thank you. Some people really struggle reading out loud.
A lot of people, I don't remember the stats, but I read an article, it was in the New Yorker or something about, the reading level of high school students, and I couldn't believe this, but it was like fourth grade reading level for over 50% in terms of comprehension and being able to go, like, to analyze what they read. They can read the words, but to say, okay, well, in Huckleberry Finn and this thing you just read, what do you think is motivating, Huckleberry Finn to say this? They're just like, what? Like, they read it, but there's no sense of taking it in as data.
You see this even popping up in universities now, which is scary.
Oh, I'm sure.
Where like professors are starting to say like these people don't know how to read books. Like when I majored in history, I had classes where I was sometimes reading 10 or 12 books a semester per class.
Yeah.
like where you would have like a day or two to read a book. Like not huge books, but a book. Here's a book about this battle, or here's the thing about, and it's like, and then some bigger books. I have all of them on my shelves in my loft, and it's like you can't read a book. Like, how would you have even survived like any of these 101 classes? Nonetheless, the deeper classes, and then that's getting in the. There's no doubt that like we are the average person seems to be getting stupider, which is not good. Not good at all. I think I've talked about it a lot to the audience and other contexts. It's like I'm fascinated by it in that it seems to have a lot to do with the abandonment of the way we taught people how to read for a long time, and that we're swinging back to the way we used to do it, and so it's going to take time. And I'll just say it. I don't know how much people. I think it depends on your job and all the rest, like what you interact with in the world. Just being on social media so much and seeing what people are saying, I'm like, I see it. People have no idea how to write. They have no idea how to read. They have no comprehension of anything you're saying. Like, there's just a group of people that will never understand what you're saying. They won't get it.
No,
they won't get it.
No matter how, you cannot compete with logic. It used to be you could be like, let me explain. And they may not like what you're explaining, but yeah, it's just like, what? No one's home.
Like, it's a weird thing. Like, it's like, wow, you're fucking retarded. Like some of these people are like, it's literally. Like, yeah, like, right. It's like, I can't believe it. And I try to really keep that. I try to really keep that in mind. Like, when I'm interacting with people where I'm like, damn, dude, like, holy moly. Like the responses you get on social media are the things people say about the things you said, and it's like you just can't comprehend it. It's crazy. And I think what's so crazy about it to me is we are not an agrarian society. Everyone has fucking screens in their faces with words on them all the time.
Yeah.
And you would think that like we would have North Korean level 100% literacy in the United States just by virtue of that. And yet people read better when there was nothing to read. It's very strange.
What I was reading about, they said it's not that the people struggle with individual words. It's that because the internet lets you jump around so much, even if you're just looking and doing a rabbit hole, you don't stay in one piece of reading long enough to let your brain swim in it and understand it and analyze it. You're just like, click this link, click this link, click this link, and you're just moving so fast. Dustin's in the chat. He says, screw you. Shruti. Well, I like when Colin reads to me. I think all the kids like it when he reads to us.
Oh, Dustin. I don't know. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Let me see if I can. Oh, there we go here. I bought actually, let me see. New pool reading. It's kind of shitty out today, but I'll get into the pool tomorrow and read it. Begin reading it. This is a book from the 70s. Apparently, it's called SSGB.
What is it?
It's a book about if the Nazis won the Battle of Britain.
Okay.
And about like a cop that works, like a British cop that works in like Nazi occupied England.
In what era though?
I think it's 1941.
Okay, so the war is still happening.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But like they're occupied and yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Go ahead. No, I like this more obscure alternate history that's a little older, because I think like what is the sorry, let me look. Yeah, 1978 this was printed. So anyway.
Well, if we're talking about things we're reading, I'm reading two things. I'm reading The Midnight Library, which is about a woman who kills herself. And she goes to this library where all of her life choices are personified as books. And she's able to sort of go back and try to, it's almost like It's a Wonderful Life, but not. It's very, very good.
Interesting.
And I'm reading, and this is what I need help, Colin Moriarty, or from the chat with. Somebody from my stream sent me this, and it is Deja Vu Dream Bar. And it's supposed to be, the problem is this packaging, you can buy this on the internet and put anything in there, right? So it's not regulated. And so for all I know, it could have like DMT in there, or it could just be like mushrooms. I don't know.
Right.
And I really want to fucking take it, but they could kill me. So I probably shouldn't take it.
Yeah, take it easy, research it a little more. Poor Dustin though. I think Dustin reads fine. Some people have a really difficult time reading aloud.
Yeah.
I can't relate. Remember, do you remember, I don't know, they probably don't do this to kids anymore because they don't want to be cruel to the kids or whatever, but remember like you would be in class and they would, and you'd read something aloud and they'd go like around the room paragraph by paragraph. Like and like you would try to figure out where you were in the line and like try to read ahead. Be like, I think I'm being I think I'm 4 ahead, so I'm going to try to read and like get so I can know the words. And then like they would go in a different direction and throw you off, so you'd have to like go and find a different paragraph. I love that kind of shit. But that I felt like that pressure cooker stuff made people be able to read out loud.
I agree. And look, Dustin will have a lot of training if he raises his kid and reads to the kid every night, even starting now, right? Just start reading out loud to your kid, find books. I used to love to read to my kids when they were little. And now one of them still isn't much of a reader, but the other one reads like a goddamn motherfucker. So, so Dustin, get to reading. There's good books for kids.
I went, I had phases in my life where I was like reading so much that it was insane. Like I remember in middle school specifically, I would get in trouble for reading too much, like in class, you know? Like where you would have like, they'd have the desk, you have your little cubby under the desk where you put your books. Yeah. And so you'd be able to like tuck a thing in there and read. Like I remembered that. Like I was really into like fantasy and sci-fi and all of that. And then I love nonfiction. I just love reading nonfiction. So I'm trying to read more fiction because I read a lot of fiction in college. I read a lot of fiction in high school, but I realized that a lot of the fiction that I love, with rare exception, is the same stuff. You know, like the same stuff I was exposed. Like I love Ray Bradbury and, you know, like, and just like that. Dagan and I talked, we had a teacher named Miss Emily Parry, her name was. And she was wonderful, and she's a really wonderful woman. And she introduced us to so many different books. Like, and I always think about her, like Catch-22 and Animal Farm and just all, and I always, in 1984, and you could see where her head was at. And I always think about my favorite works of fiction. And I'm like, yeah, it's all those things, because I've spent really all my time since college. There was no time for too much literature in college. And then ever since then, I just buy nonfiction. I just read nonfiction. And I don't know, I got to do something about that.
Men demographically read more nonfiction, and women read more fiction, which explains why I read mostly fiction, because I have a vagina, clearly.
Right.
But I like both. I kind of switch off. I may have mentioned this. Have you read any? You mentioned Bradbury. Have you read any Harlan Ellison short stories?
I don't think so. Let me look.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably known to gamers mostly as the guy who wrote "I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream." But his stuff is really trippy and really good.
Oh yeah, I don't think I know this.
Yeah, it's worth looking at if you're. He wrote a short story about. I don't want to ruin it. Let's just say it deals with sort of religion and the Old Testament and how humanity read the Old Testament wrong from the beginning. And it's really clever and weird and fucking cool. And I recommend.
Nick Domi says, I read Tropic of Capricorn. That book always reminds me of Seinfeld, because that's like isn't that the do you watch Seinfeld, or have you watched Seinfeld?
I have, but I don't remember that one.
Where there's like he has like a library book that's been out for like 30 years. And I think it's that book, which is funny.
Is Tropic of Capricorn kind of the lewd sex book?
Yeah. I think Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, there were two books, I think. And I think that was the joke on the show. Like, I didn't get it at the time when I was a kid, but, Dustin, don't worry. You're highly literate, employable. You're very employable.
Yeah.
All right. A blue hazy. I don't know. People need to quit whining. Physical games died when they stopped including manuals and maps, etc. No one has an issue with Steam being all digital. I mean, that is the thing, is that I guess you just have different expectations for console gaming, and you can argue that is a reason why you are there. But yeah, PC gaming has been the place everyone threatens to go, is the place where everyone's been digital forever. But again, what Jaffe was saying earlier, and I agree, is that like, now people are looking for a place to settle. You're like a colonist, right? Like, where are you going to settle? And if you have digital as your only option, then you have to kind of figure out where you want to be, where you want to really be.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And Steam, I think, is the obvious place. I do miss the world of manuals and maps, and what bothers me about getting rid of manuals in particular, and you could tell that's why the margins were so bad, is it's like the manual was like pennies to make. That and print and stuff like that, and they just started cutting that stuff out, and I think it's a bummer. I have very fond memories of NES and SNES games, especially because
I'm listening. Keep going.
Yeah, no, I know you're looking for something, obviously. The Dragon Warrior games on NES came, and Final Fantasy 1 and a bunch of other games came with so much stuff in them, so many maps and pullouts and pictures, and it was complicated to do, but it made it exciting. And so I agree, like, in a way, that's kind of what I got turned off of physical games. I have an enormous physical games collection, huge. I have well over 1,000 games. There's like no doubt about that. I mean, 1,000 I think would be putting it low, especially if you combine what me and Dagan have together, and our collection is put together. But yeah, like they just felt like discs in cases at some point, and not in bigger packages. What were you looking for?
Well, this two things. Here's the if you're looking into Harlan Ellison, this is a greatest hits. My light's fucked up. Anyway, but your buddy and I are talking. I think he's going to be one of our sponsors on Gabbin' and Games coming up in the next couple months, who makes the manuals. And he sent me a bunch. And,
Sandy.
Oh my God. They're so I shouldn't be doing this because I'm not getting paid to do it, but fuck it. I love this stuff so much. Like, I'm sure you've already talked to your audience about this, but like,
oh yeah, we talked. Yeah.
Oh, they're so well done. The Astrobot manual, the Bloodborne manual.
He's awesome.
It is really cool how these people are coming in and filling these gaps that the publishers have left. I hope a lot of people learn more about it, because it's especially like it's made me want to go back and play Stellar Blade. It's made me want to go back and play Bloodborne, not because I'm like, I didn't have access to certain data that was in the manual, but just you read the manual and you remember how it really added to the experience. You know, you really got into a headspace of the story and the lore, and you really couldn't wait to boot up the game, because that knowledge of it that you got through the manual traveled with you into the game experience. And yeah, we really did lose not just the nostalgia, but I think we lost a part of the actual gameplay experience because we don't have that anymore, you know? Yeah. So I've loved getting these. These are great.
Yeah. First of all, I compliment Sandeep all the time. He's a friend of mine. I think he's amazing. He's a go-getter entrepreneur who does a lot of shit the hard way, and is definitely keeping the dream alive for a lot of PlayStation retro stuff, and is doing a really great job. So
yes, absolutely.
That's 100% true. I feel like I feel like I bring up the hotel, like saying like, oh, we're going green, so leave your towels on the floor or whatever kind of thing. Yeah. It's like, you don't want to go green. You don't give a fuck about that. I think Sony had a similar argument, not with the environment, but to say like, or just any of the companies, as things got more meager, where they were like, we don't really need the manuals anymore. The games have like these robust tutorials. You can re-button map and teach yourself everything. The game's story is in the game, and I think that was kind of where their minds were at. And I think it just became a line item that they were able to quickly nix. And I think you have to look at the reality of them just trying to create margin, which just sucks. Because again, I think about a lot of the old, even like the original Zelda.
Oh, the original Zelda?
Yeah,
like
came with
NES?
Came with like these cool maps of the screen and all this information on the enemies. Like it wasn't uncommon for NES games to come with this kind of stuff, in addition to the instruction manual, which was robust. So anyway.
And I wonder if GTA 6 is at least going to ship with the map if you buy the box, because they've always had
that was the big thing for them. Yeah. I do wonder that as well.
But you know, I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning with like McDonald's and stuff. It's like everything getting reduced to as small as it can be in order to not have to spend as much to make it. And it's like, you know, we've lost, you know, there's a joy and a whimsy and I do think those people who eat the cost of that, hopefully they will be rewarded by it, because I don't think those are small things. I mean, there's the nostalgia part. Everybody has nostalgia. You have to let go of the past, but there's also just sort of a joy in wanting to make your customer happy that seems to be no longer at the forefront of a lot of these people's minds, which I think is really sad.
Yeah. I think it's sad too, and I also think the cottage industry that cropped up, like we've said with East Asia Soft and Limited Run Games and all these guys that make these things and do the work. We're going to release a really cool physical version of our game with a full instruction manual and all the rest. Like, so people still love I would even be into physical games if it was still like that.
Yeah,
it's just like, I don't have a fetish for leaving these discs on a shelf. Like it's not like and I think I understand some people's. Many people's argument about like ownership and you can do whatever you want with it, but I think some people fetishize that too. And to me, I'm like, I don't really need to have my games displayed necessarily, but I also understand the collecting of things, and I like, collecting GI Joes, for instance, and all the rest. So it's like, whatever, man. Be what you're into. Be into what you're into, I should say.
And it can change. Like I said, I love now physical books. I never used to care whether it was on my Kindle or not, and now, as I've gotten older and I've been reading more, I love having these. I love just, they make me happy, but they're not necessary. You could probably get away, or you definitely could get away with digitizing all of this. And they tried,
and there was it actually is an interesting example. Like that was what everyone thought was going to happen. I mean, if you go back 20 years when Kindle was like really starting to come out and everything, everyone's like, this is done, and I think people didn't resist because they didn't stop printing books. It's just that the sales balance didn't quite meet what they thought. And I was one of those people because as a voracious reader, I got on my iPad 2 in 2010 or whatever. I had the Kindle app, and for about 2 or 3 years, I was getting all my books on that and reading only on my Kindle. And then I'm like, I don't really like this. And then I went back to physical books. And one of the things I regret about that is that I don't know, couple dozen or few dozen books I read during that period, I don't have, right? Because I have these digital versions of them. But physical books are interesting because that was kind of like, that's kind of the test case for like, could you convince the powers that be that their assumptions are wrong? And because there's no, I mean, anyone who go back and read shit from that era, people were really scared about the physical book thing. And by the way, at that time, I was like, that makes sense to me because it was so cheap and accessible. That was one of the things I loved. You know, when you're oh, I want to read this book, or this sounds so interesting, and then you got to order it and you wait. It's not a big deal. Or you go to Barnes and Noble and get it. I remember just being like, this is so cool. Like, here it is.
Yeah.
And that was what I love about. That's what I love about digital games, is just the idea of just having access to them.
You know, the younger generation won't appreciate it, but yeah, you have to wait for the store to open to get your game, or you have to call, do you have this in yet? Or is this sold out yet? And like all that's gone now. It's in a good way, that it is just like 3 a.m. you wake up, you can't sleep. Fuck it, I'm going to buy a game. It's just store's always open. And they have tons of shelf space. It's great.
Yeah, it is very convenient, and I've enjoyed it personally, but I know it's not for everyone. Okay, so let's see. Mikhail Kuhn wrote in and said, Colin, you don't know what Stop Killing Games is. Educate yourself, because it's not about keeping servers online. Never said it was. So I don't know exactly how to respond to that, but I don't know what your assumptions are about what I believe about Stop Killing Games is. But as usual, just complete hostility for no reason. Definitely, everyone on all of these journeys are definitely doing a great job of educating, of getting their messages out there to the world.
You just don't know. Just stop educating yourself. You think Michaela is a nice guy? You think he's happy? You think he's gonna not make it? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about it, really, about him. Yeah. You know, like I don't want to make any assumptions. My assumption, it's like when I talk about how I people that are mean on the internet, like when people are mean on Reddit, like I just always see every Redditor in my mind's eye as like a fat 40-year-old liberal woman or whatever. And then I just read everything through that. Like that's who they are in my mind. It's a little harder with like the various super chats because you get all sorts of different kinds of them. And so I would have to get a better feel for Mikhail, and then my mind's eye would develop about who I think he is. Yeah. But I think generally speaking, it's hard for me to imagine anyone happy being hostile to anyone else. And by the way, I
imagine all of them looking like Smash JT Head or whatever his name is. That's how I imagine all these idiots. You know, somebody's in the chat. It's like, I love this guy. He's constantly been, he says, I'm leaving. Jaffe hasn't been relevant in a long time. He hasn't left. He's still here. It's like, go away, motherfucker. How relevant do I need to be on Colin's show? I mean, is there a where's the bar?
Yeah. Also,
where the fuck is the bar?
I don't like when people are mean to Jaffe. That bothers me. It's like, what? Why?
Oh, people are always mean.
Well, I know they're always mean to me too, but it's like, why?
I have had it happen enough in my career, even before I was just streaming and stuff. I think it's because I don't behave the way it's one of those things where they have been trained to play small, whether it's by their parents or their bosses or whatever. And I have the freedom, either because I've earned it or because I've just been born that way and I was raised that way, that I won't play small. I think I deserve to be the star of my life. And people who don't, they really don't like that because it reminds them of the fact that they're having to shove down, you know, into this little hole who they really want to be and what they really want to do. And I understand that would be painful and generate hostility, but don't send it to me. Send it to your parents. Send it to the people who raised you that way. I didn't raise you, you fucking moron.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like I also don't like when the audience, I want to do things they like. I think I do things they like, but like, I'm going to do the things that make me happy too. Have the people on that I want to talk to, the conversations that I want to have. Like, not everything can possibly be for you.
It's got to be a balance. Otherwise you're Xbox. Let Colin have whoever he wants on, you know, and then it's like, you know, no audience, right? I mean, you do got to balance, right? You got to find, you may not have to, but I do think there's a point where if you're making a product, you want to make sure the audience cares. Look, it's not like it's my first time, bitch. I'm on here because clearly I don't make the audience go away.
No, not at all.
So suck my dick.
Not at all. I think some people.
Do you know what I told you? I said suck my dick.
Got him. You got him. Yeah, I don't make decisions like that. Like I understand that every person I have on or every stand I take or whatever is going to alienate someone. I mean, like you have to, it is what it is. It kind of, and I do want to make things that are watchable and viewable, but I think I am less captive to the audience than I've ever been because I just feel like, I don't know, I'd rather just not do it at all than have to be like totally captive. And I think I'm kind of in a position where I can do things like that now. So it's like, I'm going to do what I want to do, you know?
I was like that with games. I mean, that's always the tricky part about success is you get enough of it that you're no longer either financially desperate or emotionally desperate for it. And then I made the mistake of going, oh, I got here because I followed my gut and I did what I wanted to do. But I forgot, for me, this is just me personally, I forgot in making games that I also was an absolute whore for the audience when I was making successful games because I wanted success so badly that I would play test these things within an inch of their life because it broke my heart when somebody got up from a game I worked on and they were like, I'm bored, right? After God of War, I was like, oh, I forgot that part of the formula and I made stuff that, you know, Calling All Cars was just for me. I wanted to make a game like NBA Jam and I did. And some people really liked it, but nobody bought it because I didn't think about the audience.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. The audience is is the most relevant going concern, in my opinion. I just don't want to ever. And I think the audience understands. It's like, no, I'm not going to have a gun put to my head to have like certain people on or say certain things or take certain stances.
Right.
I actually think that like some of the anger about the physical games thing comes from the fact that like, I'm not going to be like some proxy in a war. Like for people.
Oh yeah.
Any more than I asked anyone to be a proxy for me when my account got boosted. Instead, I simply tried to go to bat for everyone to make it better. And that's I think in a way that's kind of the best way I feel like I could use my own platform is to like kind of back channel and try to just be a force for positive good, or at least expose what is happening so that maybe other people that are better than me and smarter than me and more capable than me can take the ball and run it forward.
I think your idea of talking to this congressperson is a really good idea because I think that is using the platform because you never know what that could give rise to. Like I said, I mean, there may be more of a tipping point thing that gets the masses upset over the hey, you pulled my game, well, or you pulled my movie. Well, it wasn't really yours. But you never know. Maybe we've already hit that. Maybe people are pissed. I don't know, but I love that idea. I hope you do that.
I'm going to do that. I think, maybe it'll be fruitful. Maybe when like they have statistics on the guy's website where it's like, this is how much feedback we've gotten. And this is how many meetings we've had. And they have a shit ton of meetings. So they do meet with people. I mean, I'm sure this is how you placate people. I understand.
Yeah, of course. Did you ever see Charlie Wilson's War?
I know the movie, but I have not seen it. No.
Well, Aaron Sorkin wrote it, which I didn't know, but it and Philip Seymour Hoffman's in it, and I think you would fucking love it, dude. It reminds me of, like visiting your congressman and all that shit, but it's really good. It's worth watching.
Bird Screams wrote in. Oh, I didn't click on it. Jaffe, the phone number Easter egg in God of War ruined a friendship and led to my sister having to change high schools. Would love to share the story with you sometime. I blame you exclusively.
Your sister was a whore then. She's a whore now.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. Like, some people would be upset about that. I don't know his fucking sister. I appreciate the comment. I have no idea what the story is, but that's bizarre that God of War phone number would cause your sister to change high schools. Sure, call into the show sometime, share it, and see if your whore sister wants to come on now. Come on now. You can tell I'm getting loopy. I'm eating this chocolate before the end of the day. You goddamn right.
By the way,
thank you for the super chat,
this guy, Arkean2321, that keeps making fun of Jaffe in the chat, I've timed you out for 24 hours. I've never had to do that to anyone. I've never banned anyone from these chats. I've never done any. Congratulations. You're the first person annoying enough.
Oh, it's so lonely. You want somebody to pay attention to you, don't you?
To be
can't
removed.
Offer anything.
And I know you said I'll remove my Patreon. What are you going to hold that to, like a gun to my head? Leave Patreon if that's the way you're going to treat the people that I bring on the shows and me and my community and my people. Like, don't do that. I don't want your money that bad. So if that's like the way you're going to try to like get one over on me, then get over yourself. See you later. And if you'd like, I can just go and remove you myself from there if that's the way you want to play it. Like, I don't understand. Like, you're going to be mean to me and then hold your fucking subscription and then mean to the people I bring on the shows and hold your subscription over my head like that? Like, what? Grow up.
Guy needs a hug. Seriously. Joking aside, poor guy. What a miserable little person. Anyway.
All right. Let's see. Cyanide wrote in and said, do you think there's a possibility that Sony introduces a new bespoke hard media for next gen? Sony might be worried of a repeat of the last two handhelds. Bespoke hard media. So you're saying like something you would put into the PS6 handheld that would be like a card or something? I don't think so. There's just no reason to do that. So no, I doubt it. I doubt that that's going to be the case. All right, let's see. I don't know, man. Usain Bolt wrote in and said, Hassan here, tell them I found our interview more interesting than that one. I appreciated the conversation, but let's stop talking about problems that don't exist. We abandoned reality a long time ago. So are you... I don't understand. Like, is this some sort of is this some sort of avant-garde like
performance?
Yeah, like what are you like? What are we doing?
Tell them I found our interview more interesting than that. What the fuck are you talking? That's $10. You just wasted. That's two of these assholes in the chat that could have pulled their Patreon twice for what you just spent. What? I appreciate the conversation, but let's stop talking about problems that don't. Come on, man.
I don't understand. I don't understand like the avant-garde nature of what you're trying to do. I think Hassan, is he trying to be like Hassan Karaman and he's using abandon, like the word abandon? Some people think it has to do with that. That's what I thought. It's not him though. You said that Usain Bolt is someone that's in your chat, right?
He drops money in my chat.
It's
all the
not
time.
actually Hassan Karaman.
Appreciate it.
I don't know. Like this is like some sort of weird avant-garde perform, like some sort of 1960s like street art weird shit that you're doing where you're like, I don't know where it's gonna go.
The artist is present. Usain Bolt. I have no idea.
I don't understand what I appreciate you writing in, but I'm trying to make the best of it. I'm trying to make the best of the situation here. Rabid Weasel wrote in and said, PS6 games being digital is okay, but I hope Sony offers an X disk drive, external disk drive, so collectors can keep playing PS5 games and movies. It's another upgrade barrier. That's true. Like, part of me feels like it would be insane and hysterical for them to make a disk drive and then say, like, we're not putting there'll be no native discs for the PS6, but here's a disk drive for you to play your PS5 games. I just don't know. I thought there would be a disk drive on the, not in it, but that you would be able to buy on the side. That would be kind of cool. I don't know why would you need to move, like, if there's no digital games and the games are really locked to PS5, then why wouldn't you just keep playing PS5 at that point? Why would you even need the PS6?
Right.
You're kind of breaking out of the boycott if you do that. I mean, not that I'm saying you're boycotting anything necessarily. God,
you're a scab if you do that.
Yeah, you're a scab. Someone called me a scab, I think. I was like, okay.
Oh, no.
All right. Let's see. Adams4105 says, don't get so worked up over opposing advice. It's rarely the same person telling you to do one thing than telling you to do the opposite. That's true, but there are typically that would be true, but I think that there are energies that are contradicting when people tell you to do one thing and say the other thing and so on and so forth within the community. And there's only so much I can do with that. Although I don't really even know what the context of what you were writing is, since you wrote that in over 2 hours ago. Street Shadow 20 wrote in and said, Herman is not in charge of this level of decision anymore. It's Nishino's ship, now, who comes from hardware, third-party relations, and platform. I mean, clearly he was literally demoted, but I don't know if he's in charge even of his own beat anymore. I'd be surprised if he was making any decisions at all. I mean, I would hope. Again, I feel like I'm beating the shit out of this guy all the time, and I feel bad about it. I don't want to come off like that. I'm not trying to be mean about it. I just can't believe it. Like, I just can't believe it. Like, how is this still going on?
I mean, I don't mind being mean about it because it's not personal, right? It's if you step into a role of a beloved thing and you charge money for it, you are on the stage, in effect. You are offering up yourself as a public figure that represents this company. And in this case, that a lot of people have a lot of loyalty to and love to. And I don't think if I was sitting down and having lunch with Herman Holst, I would be an asshole to the person. But I do think it's who what he represents. You know, it's like you're not when you're wearing the CEO clothes and you're cashing the check and you're going on press tours as the CEO, you're a representation, you're a metaphor. So I think that's part of the job, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree, and I can't get. You and I have gone over this so much in the past. It's like I can't get around how it's not his fault. Like, how is it? Yeah. How can like the things that happen with First Party and the decisions made in Bungie and Firewalk and Concord and all these games as a service things, how is it not his fault?
He's not the right guy. He was never the right guy for the job. He just wasn't. Yeah, I mean, and certainly he inherited a bunch of shit, but he's had plenty of time to make decisions about what he would do with that inheritance. That those decisions have not been good either. So, yeah, it should have never been him. Ever.
Yeah, and I just want him replaced. And yeah, I saw Shu, you know, every once in a while he goes to Sony and he tweets out like his little badge when he goes to HQ. Yeah, and I tweeted at him and I'm like, they should be up your ass, dude. Like, yeah, to like get you back. And I mean, he's rich and he's older and I think he kind of doesn't want to do it anymore, but it's and he's doing his own thing. He has his own consultancy now, but it's like, man, you got to make a different choice, man. You got to get someone else. And it's what we say about Matt Booty. It's like, I don't even understand. Like to me, it's so crazy that he's in charge now where I'm like, especially after all these layoffs, you think he would have been gone as part of it. Like where it's like
the only thing I always assumed, I think we talked about this, is just that maybe he was always behind the scenes going, this is bullshit. And finally, when they're like, okay, we're getting rid of Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer, he was able to go, okay, thank you for that. Now let me do what you hired me to do. But I don't know. That's the only thing I can imagine that makes any sense. You know,
it's strange.
I wonder what Phil Spencer's days are like now, though.
Me too.
You know, what is he doing? What's he doing?
I think people kind of chronicle, like he's still on Xbox Live playing games and stuff. I am curious about that as well. Like he's retired. He's made a lot of money. I do wonder if he'll reemerge, and I would like to hear from him.
Yeah,
I would really like
very strong NDA, but
yeah. Oh yeah. It would be fun to really understand more about
right.
And like it's interesting because they kind of, I wonder, like I'm sure he's a company man. First of all, he was there since the late '80s, long before Xbox existed. I don't think he's going to throw anyone under the bus, but I also wonder, like, what does an NDA look like when it seems like they just simply didn't renew your contract? I imagine they probably just gave him maybe a nice severance, a little golden parachute, but
yeah, and I mean, I don't have a lot of what's the word? I don't like little Jason Schreier all that much personally, but perhaps because someone's got to write a book on this. Someone's got to be already out there going, okay, I want to know what went on the fall of Xbox or whatever. Mm-hmm. There's got to be a book in that. And so I hope, and he is good at that.
Very good at it.
I don't like him. He's a piece of shit in my opinion, but he's good at that, you know?
Yeah.
So I'd love to read that.
I said on Sacred last week, it's like, I used to be very friendly with Jason. At some point he blocked me on Twitter, and then I realized like a year ago he just at some point unblocked me. And then people asked for me to have him on the show all the time, and I'm like, all right. I was like, all right, I'll ask. I have to figure out, like, find his contact information. I'm like, I don't think he'll do the show, but he is
doing a lot more videos. He's been, you know,
what he always should have been doing. I mean, that's like, no, it's so I'm happy to see him doing that, because I'm like, yes, like you're just giving away your content, basically,
right?
And I like most of us are not reading or subscribing to Bloomberg, dude. Like,
no,
whatever you say is like, and so like, and he's doing big numbers. It's like, this is what you should have always been doing. It's very, very smart of him to do that.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I wish him success. I know he has a family. I don't have anything personally. I just think he's always been pretty nasty to me, and I don't appreciate it.
He's been nasty to a lot of people. A lot of people are nasty to a lot of people in this industry. It's, and I've been nasty to people too in the past. Now I don't.
Let's just say I never, because it wasn't my place to, but somebody sent me audio of people you would know within the bowels of Sony talking about him, about this little fucker and how they were like, if he does what he says he's going to do, here's how we're going to retaliate. We're going to, not give him this access and all this stuff. It was really interesting. And I really was like, oh, it'd be so great to put this out, but that's not my place to do.
Yeah. So. I think it's only when you become someone, I only know this from IGN, like when you become a bigger creator, is like a lot of these places are like all over you in terms of like what you're saying, what you're doing. Like they have entire files on you, like your interests. They know like when to hit you up, what games you like, what games you don't like, the things you've said. That's why I always joke around. Is like I'm telling you 100%. There's some low level PR person at Sony that has to listen to every episode of Sacred Symbols.
That's awesome. Are they listening to this one now?
Probably, or they might in VOD. Like they absolutely listen to that stuff because they put together, like it's not only first parties. It's like all the third parties do that kind of stuff too. They collate all this information. What are people saying? Like what are the different, like what did these commentators say? Like what's the kind of the direction of the mood? What are some things we should keep an eye on? Who should we be mad at? Who's speaking out of turn? Like they chronicle the fuck out of it.
Well, now they can put it into Google Notebook and just say, go through this and find me anything that might be negative towards this person or this company.
Yeah. So the poor low rung PR people don't even need to be employed anymore because now they can just have computers make all that stuff for them. All right, let's see. And I don't think it was him specifically, but to Kotaku, old Kotaku, like Jason Schreier, Kotaku's credit, they burned a lot of bridges and got fucking blacklisted by a lot of companies.
Yeah.
And including Sony. Yeah. They leaked PlayStation Home. Then Sony blacklisted them for years.
Yeah. I got into it with Totillo, but he and I kind of, made up, but I don't remember. So Schreier was there and Totillo was there, right? Mm-hmm. They were both
that was like the golden era in quotes of Kotaku, like 2008. And Crescente, right? Yeah. Crescente was the original EIC. Yes. He left to go do MTV's gaming vertical, and then he kind of fell off the face of the planet, I think. Totillo was there for a long time. He became EIC, then he's doing his own thing, Gamefile now.
He's got his own.
And then Schreier went to Bloomberg. So like there were other people that were good there, but they're basically a shell of their former selves. But that's why I try to remind people, especially people that weren't reading or weren't into it at that time. It's like there was a time when Kotaku was incredibly legitimate, and like where it was that Gawker era before it got bastardized by like a lot of bullshit politics and all the rest, where it was just like anti-establishment. And they burned. I remember they got blacklisted by Ubisoft for a bunch of shit they covered with Assassin's Creed. They got blacklisted by Sony for covering a bunch of things. I think they got sued, and like they were like one of that renegade spirit. We were talking about Sorkin. The Newsroom is kind of emblematic of that era of of like
that, what was that
media,
that Gawker stalker thing, right?
Right, exactly. And
crazy.
And also not that it's Sorkin, but the House of Cards, there was like that fake website where like that a lot of the shit, like that woman worked for that fake website. It was very emblematic of that era of like this renegade journalism that's kind of dead.
I miss that internet era. I really do.
It was the last time the internet felt alive and real.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I miss Web 1.0 the most, like where you had to go online. I missed the fuck out of that. But you log in, you hear the noises of the modem. Mm-hmm. You got keywords and fucking forums and chat. In hindsight, cool. It was awful, but it was so cool at the time.
Yeah. I mean, I came up with BBSs before any of that. Even,
yeah, I didn't even have. I wasn't even old enough to use any of the Usenet stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what I love. That's what one of the things I loved about GameFAQs when I was younger. Was it was like one of the only portals online that felt like like had a lineage into like the BBS and all of that, because they had documents from the 80s on there that were saved and then brought forward all this time, and it must have come from that, since the World Wide Web is a product of the 90s. And I used to love thinking about the nerdiest of the nerdy people writing this shit for nobody, putting it up on these things and them surviving. I think the oldest on GameFAQs, I think the oldest thing is from like 1983 or something like that, which is kind of cool.
Oh wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that is very cool. Very, very cool.
And a shit ton of things from the 90s. Like if you're in the web 1.0 stuff, when I was playing Turok 1 earlier in the year, I was looking up a GameFAQ and I was just reading it. I'm like, this is so funny, man. Like it's from a different era. It's a different time. I miss it. That's how I came up.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. P. Ricedon wrote in and said, people saying they're done with games now remind me of people saying they stopped watching the NFL because of Kaepernick. You're lying. Seems a bit performative. I mean, this is the Achilles heel of any boycott. There is a performative nature to it for some people. Some people really mean it. Those are the people that you feel bad for because they don't probably have the pull to make any change because everyone else is ruining it for them. But PS6 will be the big. But even then, like I think Sony anticipates that PS6 is just not going to be very big. It has nothing to do with the boycott. It has to do with the price and like the fact that people are happy on PS5. So I think if you just stay on PS5, they'll be like, all right. I mean, you really have to remove yourself. You have to. Or it's not going to work. The Kaepernick stuff was funny back in the day, man. It's so quaint by this point.
Yes, but it's just, I mean, I don't want to get into politics. I mean, I do, but I don't. So,
no, I totally understand.
It was just like, let the fucking man express himself. That's what America is, you fucking morons. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what the NFL would have to do to lose me, unfortunately. I mean, they're charging me almost $500 for fucking Sunday ticket, and I'm paying that, so I'm pathetic. The Carpenter wrote in and said, RE discontent with God of War how do you say it? Laufey, I think. And why it is so unappealing to many. It is because it reads as MCU coded and formulaic, and that wave died in the late 2010s. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a God of War fan, really, so I'm not going to like pretend that it's for me. I'm not going to judge it too much.
I think while those things may be true, and perhaps they are, I think it's just more, it lacks juice. It doesn't feel inspired. It doesn't seem to demand your attention. Like if it wasn't called God of War, you would not talk about it. Right? I mean, there's nothing about it that says, oh my God, did you see that fucking trailer? It's fucking amazing how she does combat or what. It's just, that's the problem I have with it, is put some fucking juice on it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I think I just think the way they showed it was the way you would show it in a state of play a few months before it comes out. It's not the way you introduce it. You got to show it in its best light. I think they wanted to be ballsy and say like, this is the game. Even saying like 14 uninterrupted minutes of gameplay, it's like, that's not gameplay. I mean, it is gameplay. It's in engine. It's not what people see as gameplay. Like you just didn't do it you didn't do this right. It's what I think Naughty Dog fully understands about Intergalactic is like, I fully believe when we see Intergalactic again, it will be gameplay. But you do it in the reverse, like you want people asking for, it's funny in a way, like people don't even want to see the game as it is now. They want to see like the action oriented parts of it because it's like, well, it looks boring to people. I think it looks static.
Think maybe they thought they were going to get the same kind of hit they got when they revealed 2018, but that was such a revolutionary shift from what God of War was that they were able to do that. So many things were coming at you in that first 15 minutes that Corey showed at E3 that it was like, okay, there's so many surprises and so much newness. That was that kind of trailer. This was that kind of trailer. But it's like they didn't. The time had changed. It was, people didn't have that relationship with God of War, and this wasn't that big of a revelation and revolution. And so, I get the sense that they thought people were going to go, oh my God, it's God of War, but it's this why. It's like, no. Nobody gives a shit.
At least it wasn't the fear that I think you had and a lot of other people have, which is I was going to be an Atreus. game.
Unless they made Atreus a better character, I don't have a problem playing a different character. It's just that character. I mean, you know, I don't know.
I just wanted to, I mean, we understood that this game existed for a while, but I just two things. I thought there might have been 2 games going, and I just want to see something else from them. I'm just kind of bored of all the same stuff over and over again, even the things that I think are good or that I like. And I really love Horizon, and I feel that way. It's like we haven't even gotten the conclusion of the trilogy, and you're already ruining it. And
I'll tell you something. Yeah. I play. Well, I'm not supposed to say. Right. You know God damn it. You know what they're doing with Horizon next? Let's just say, you know, and people have gotten their hands on it.
Yeah.
It's incredibly well executed, but it's very been there, done that.
Yeah, I have. So I've talked to people that have played it. It's funny how willing people are to talk about. Well, it's funny how people are willing to talk about the things that they've played behind the scenes. I won't even get into some of the things, but yeah, and a lot of people say like it's good.
It's really well done.
Yeah,
it's really good.
It's like we'll see what happens, but it's not the response I got from like when I talked to people that played fair games. They were like, "Uh-oh,
right, this is bad." No.
You know, that's not the
no. It is
that's
a
not the case with
very incredibly well executed thing. It's just that we already have that thing. You know,
I just think that opportunity cost means you have to make really good choices. In an era where it takes 4 or 5 or 6 years to make a game, there's no room for fucking around. And I think you have to make very deliberate choices. So it's like, if you're going to make a God of War game, make sure it counts. And now I would assume this is going to count from a financial and critical place. But things, I mean, look at Saros, like things have, Sony's not being as well received anymore, and people are. This is what I was saying about intra-generational buying habits changing. Like I think things are changing within the generation where people are just they're not buying as many games, they're not as interested in as many games, their attention is being split too much.
Yeah.
To the point where I think Saros Base barely made a blip. I think. And that's too bad because Housemarque's awesome, and it's a great game. I don't think it's as good as Returnal, but it's a great game, and. So there's a lot for them to consider, but I think I'll be interested to see how Tokon does as well. Second party fighting game.
That's going to be actually, no, I'm wrong. I was going to say that's the first time I'm going to turn on my PS5, but I'm actually going to get it on PC, but I'm very excited for that game.
And then Wolverine, I think Wolverine will sell millions of copies. I don't think there's any question about that. So
yeah.
And then we go into God of War, and then I assume Intergalactic's next year sometime maybe, and then a few other odds and ends, but yeah, times have changed for sure.
Yep.
All right. Matt Sanders wrote in and said, I understand if I want to boycott PS to not buy anything from PS, but why would we want to let my physical sale go to a digital sale? Why would I want the percentage to skew digital even more? I canceled my PS Plus in protest. I mean, that's what I've been trying to say. If I think about, I'm understanding you right, is that's you can't pick and choose. And like you got to leave. They can't get anything from you. And I know we hear this a lot, and it's a little overstated sometimes in a data-driven world, but like your very presence is like being counted on PSN as a number that they cannot lie about. Like it's not like they make these numbers up,
right?
Like these are they would go. It's like serious white collar crime to do shit like that.
Yeah.
So you have to hit them where it hurts, where they can't not show everyone,
and you won't. You won't. That's the thing. This will not work. I'm sorry, but it won't. And I know that's disappointing and it sounds defeatist. It's not. It's just that the numbers are not on your side. There aren't enough people that care about this in the way that you do. Better to just start canceling your shit and saving up for a PC because this is not changing.
Yeah, I think it becomes less likely that they turn around and change it the more time goes on. I don't know why they would expose themselves for this long to bad PR when they can reverse it. It might be Tom on Moore's Law is Dead again had brought up that it was 29 days. It took Xbox 29 days after the Xbox One reveal to reverse course. And I think that 29 days was spent on figuring out if it could even be done. I don't know if it takes that long for them to figure out like what can we do? Like all we have to do is make discs. And we have to build a new factory or figure out the allocation things with the lenses or whatever. And so we're going to do that or we're not. Like there's no real choice to make. So it feels like it's done. But I could be wrong. Like I could, and I want to be wrong. I want physical people to feel happy with the brand.
Right.
But I think, Matt, what you're saying is like, the reality is, and I would support this 100%, is like, if you really have a problem with that and physical simply won't be an option anymore for you because there's nowhere for you to really go, then you have to, that's what I was saying about colonialism and settling. You got to figure out where you want to settle. And Steam seems like the most logical place. So like, the sad reality is, it's what I said. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm saying that, I don't care. I'm not boycotting anybody right now, except Chick-fil-A, right? But I would say that like GTA, I want to play. I don't want to wait a year for it to come to PC, so I'll be playing it on my PlayStation 5, So you can do that, but it really won't make a difference.
Well, so, I think that bakes into it too, in terms of like, should they have any, it's a good time to do this for them because they're like Wolverine is going to be big. And a lot of people will have a hard time resisting that. But then Grand Theft Auto comes out and you're really not going to be able to resist that. Along with the new Call of Duty that comes out every year, your new copy of NBA, college football just came out, NHL. And it's like, you're asking a lot, But the reality is that many of these games can be or will ultimately be available on PC. And so I think it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask. If they're telling you that they don't want you anymore, what do you do? And people had asked, and I've said this before, I said it earlier on the show, the idea that like, if I lost my account got boosted and there was nothing I can do about it, the idea that I would give Sony any more money is ludicrous. It would be painful. It would be awful. I spent all this time and dedicated all this energy to this thing, but like, you have to kind of accept it. And that sucks because otherwise you're just a glutton for punishment at that point. And so I really feel like it's always easier said than done. That's the whole point. That's them daring you because they know it's easier said than done. It's very difficult to walk away in the way sufficient. And that's why I'm going to be really keeping a close eye on the numbers that they cannot hide. They simply, there'll be no hiding from this, by the way, one way or the other, whether it worked or it didn't. This quarter will be, so it started July 1st. It'll be reported sometime in September. July, August, in October. So we'll have numbers, and we'll just know. We'll know by then. And I think they're just relying on people being fickle. And for all the people that are stalwart, there are many more that are fickle. And so unfortunately, the stalwarts are kind of betrayed. And
there's even more that don't really care because end of the day, if it was like the games, most people are playing this shit because they love the games that they can play when they want to play a game. That, you may argue, as you should, about the quality of Sony's exclusive titles, but that hasn't really changed for a lot of people, right? They're not saying you can't play your games anymore, right? That is the vast majority of their audience. It's not that I don't believe in underdog stories and Don Quixote stories and all that shit, but it's a ridiculous concept that you think this is going to change. You just don't have the numbers, and you just don't. So, and if best to just start mourning and grieving and move on.
And the thing is, the unfortunate reality is if you did have the numbers, they wouldn't be doing this.
Right.
So I think that they realize like the jig is up, and make no mistake about it, they didn't have to say anything yet about this. I think they're doing it to give people a heads up, obviously, but I think they're doing it as I've kind of articulated, first and foremost, to try to save the PS6 from being taken out by this thing at the announce. So even if like people will still be upset because there'll still be some like hope that it's like, oh, the PS6 will have a disk drive and maybe they'll turn around. Maybe this is when they're going to announce it, and they won't. But they'll at least be able to point back and be like, we did tell you that this is what was going to happen. I think it's an incomplete victory though. I don't think it went as well as they thought it was going to go. And I do wonder, Jaffe, like what their barometer was internally of like, how much can we withstand? And I wonder what their expectation was. This isn't not going to hit them. I think they're just like, it's going to get lost in the numbers. Like it's going to be we'll be fine. I think that's like their whole thing.
Yeah. I mean I have no doubt they'll be more than fine. Like you said, we've already seen it with the Black Ops thing. We've seen it with the GTA thing. This is a non-event, in my opinion. Now, I'm wrong as much as I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong on this. I was wrong about what I thought Game Pass would be, but I'll stand by this until, I'll happily admit I was wrong. But I don't think this is nothing. This is absolutely nothing. No one really will care in the grand scheme of things.
That's the vibe I'm getting. And didn't Jason report that too? That like Sony I think it was Jason saying, like, there was some report being like they don't really feel like they need to even say anything. Like they're fine. They're like we have. Yeah. I think what the report was is that Sony feels like it has a deep well of loyalty. And
I don't think it's loyalty. It's just that may be true, but loyalty would suggest that most people are upset about this, but we're so loyal, we'll stick with you guys anyway. I think most people don't give a shit. If they did, they wouldn't be watching Netflix and they wouldn't be down listening to music on Spotify. They don't even own it anymore. They're just subscribing. They don't. Most people don't care, and that doesn't mean you're wrong to care. It just means you're not anywhere close to being enough people to have these companies make decisions by, unless they're boutique companies, which these guys are not.
Right, and that's why I was saying like that you can see the energy on social media. It's still there, but it's dissipating. Like, just constantly hammering them. Like if it's the same, especially if it's the same people over and over again, they're certainly analyzing who's saying what and and the misrepresents, if it misrepresents numbers on Twitter and TikTok and wherever they're present. Yeah, it's going to require it, but I love the guerrilla war idea where it really only requires a few tens of thousands of people to muck this entire thing up. At least make it so they have no ability to market. I think one of the other things that they might be expecting though, Jaffe, and this I think is a potent problem, a potential problem, is Sony might look at it and say like, maybe this is really gamifying it, but at some point the people that don't care might start getting annoyed that people are being annoying about it. In other words, like you're ruining every comment section, no ability to say anything, no ability to have normal conversations and stuff. And it's like, well, this starts working. This creates a tension that might solve itself in a way. I think they're just happy to sit back and let it happen. But
look, I think most people go into a fucking store, go into Amazon to buy a TV, and it's like, oh, it's a Sony. Okay, the review, they're not going to be like, oh, it's the same people that review bomb a game because they have a political problem with something in the game. It's like, you're not really, people know. People aren't going to be like, oh, I was going to buy this game, but it's kind of terrible review on Steam. I'm going to buy it. No, they'll understand that most of it's because you're a bunch of disgruntled people, which again, you have a right to be, but appreciate one thing while also appreciating the fact that it's not going to change.
Yeah, well, the reality is that the sad reality is that core consumers like us don't. We don't carry the day anymore. Like we actually don't have the power we thought we did, or we did at one point. It's all in the numbers. That's it. It's just accepting that level of reality. That's again why I'm so passionate about fixing the digital ecosystem, because I just think it's where we're all going to be pushed to. Like it just is what it is. I hate that, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm fine with it. I said this is like my consumer behavior is part of the problem. If you're a physical gamer, like I'm the cohort of people that kind of ruined it, and I'm sorry about that. I just was following my own, because I look at game. I mean, I understand game ownership. I like the idea that when I have a license for a PS3 game I bought, like Calling All Cars, and I can still download it to this day, right? And of course I expect that, and that's my expectation, and that's my want. But I also don't commoditize my games like a lot of people do, where it's like, usually, not always, but usually I play a game and then I'll beat it and that will be the end. And I don't care really if I own it. Like, it's cool. I expect to own it digitally, but it's like, I don't care. Like it's, you know what I mean? So I think that like my behavior is actually kind of the mean behavior.
I'm exactly the same way, but that I don't expect other people to change. I totally get, like I said, I have it with books. I get why you like your physical media. I get the romance around it. I get the collecting around it. I get that you like to look at your shelves and go, these are all my adventures I've gone on in the digital realm, and I can pull one off at any time. I get all of that, and I respect it and appreciate it. But I'm just saying that there's not enough people that give a shit.
And I do think, I will say this too, is that the one thing that I think is very different, games all physical media shares the resaleability thing, right?
Yeah.
And there have been, long before video games existed, music and especially book resellers or book publishers were, go read the front flap of a book and it's like, it's illegal to sell it. Right? Like there's like all these rules that they tried to make up, or like you can't have secondhand CDs, and like none of that worked. None of that stuck. That's true for everything. But there's an experiential part of all of these physical media that doesn't translate to games. In fact, the physical version of the video game is often the worst version of it. Meanwhile, like the reason I went back to books in 2011 and whatever 2012, physical books, is because it's a totally different experience. Too. It's the same thing as like vinyl. It's like people like collecting it, but it's also really high quality sound. People buy CDs because they like collecting them, but you can also rip FLAC audio off of it, which is way higher quality than you would ever get on a stream. So like there is that argument that doesn't really exist for games as well, where it's like actually the game can be played offline, and that's cool for most of the games that are on disc, but you're getting the worst version of it. You're not even getting like, so you can't even say that. And that I think is also has dissuaded the market from kind of solidifying itself like it has with vinyl, like it has with books and all the rest, where people had a choice and they kind of fucked around and they're like, yeah, I kind of like this because it's tangibly different.
Right.
I mean, if you know anything about music and you listen to vinyl, you can tell. Absolutely. Yeah, good.
Well, no, I think that's the thing, is that the experience of playing a game is not changing. Is the main. I mean, the last thing we talked about a while ago is like manuals. That may have changed the experience. Lack of manuals of playing the game, but short of that, nothing has really changed. And that's why I think they really don't have a pot to piss in, because most people are like, I'm still playing Call of Duty. I'm still playing God of War. It's just it doesn't really matter. And I think what they're really longing for is so ephemeral that that's why it's not sticking. That's why that's why music CDs are gone now for them. I know you can get them, but that's why most people went to Spotify. That's why most people went to Netflix or HBO Max or whatever, is that the experience is the same. And that's what most people respond to. Your desire to collect is noble and valid, but that's a very tiny group of people who consume this media. And it sucks.
It's funny because I understand it in that I've been a gamer since the late 80s, and I have an enormous number of physical video games. Again, I don't have them in my possession. They're at my brother's, but I have a huge NES collection, a huge SNES collection, a huge N64 collection, PS1, PS2, PS3, Vita, PSP, GameCube, like at Dreamcast. I have a ton of games. But like, what's funny about it is that the second they were like, you don't have to do this anymore, I was like, oh, really?
Yeah.
And I was all over it. And it's funny, there was a schism at that point between the Eastern and Western church, like where it's like, yeah, like there are people that like just never gave it up. And there are people that are like, yeah, I was looking for a reason to not have to ever do this ever again. And I guess we kind of prevailed, but I think that that's not even a Sony thing. That's just a digital rights thing. It all started with iTunes. That was really the beginning of it. Yeah. So it has nothing to do with video games.
Maybe Napster, but still, I know en masse. Yes, you're right.
No, I mean, in terms of of course, Napster made it Northeastern University, my alma mater, of course, but like that's like one of our great exports. But no, I meant more like digital ownership, like the idea of owning things over time. Like I own things that I bought on iTunes over 20 years ago, still, and that's good. I actually went on there a few weeks ago and I was like, oh, I have like season 1 and 2 of Homeland.
Well, they can still take stuff, because I went on there a couple of days ago for, I think as I rented a movie we rented, maybe it was Project Hail Mary or whatever on iTunes, because it was the only place I could find it. And I was like, oh shit, I have all these movies I bought back in the day. And there was a series on there from a documentary series on old Hollywood that I still had the boxes for. But when you click it, it's like, oh, we can't play this anymore. And I had bought those. I hadn't rented those. So some stuff you will lose. But
well, that's the thing is, and this is what I was saying earlier about getting bigger. When we were talking about talking to Congress and all the rest, is that simply shouldn't be an option anymore.
That's right. That's
and right. One of the things in the video that I circulated that no one watched I tried to say, like, I am actually incredibly forgiving of companies not understanding what they were doing for a while. And I brought up the virtual console as a great example. Like the idea that like we had this thing that was tied to the Wii. There was no account system. Your games were gone forever. And like it was made, but like they made hundreds of millions of dollars on that thing, you know? And like we were cool with it, but now it seems insane. In other words, like we can't frame our entire reference around the way things always were. Like at some point it has to change. And everyone says like, they're not going to change it. Why would they change? I'm like, we have to make them change. Like they have to change. If they want to have this digital world and they want to bear all the, or they want to reap all the fruit and harvest all of that, of less cost, of less competition and all that, then you have to give us something, you know? And that's the brass tacks of the argument, in my opinion. So,
right.
What are you eating?
Nothing. Not anymore. Nothing.
Cockwheat wrote in and said, just want to hear Colin's thoughts on Danny McBride's planned G.I. Joe movie filming next year. I was talking to a buddy of mine, a big G.I. Joe nerd, about this. Did you see this by chance?
No.
So Danny McBride like wrote a script for a G.I. Joe movie and they're filming it at Paramount, I guess, next year. And he gave an interview a little bit about it, like where he revealed it. And
okay.
I like it because he is obviously knows the source material. So he says, you'll appreciate this, Jaffe. He said that his original pitch was a movie about the Dreadnoughts. And that they were like, we can't make a movie about the Dreadnoughts without like having some sort of movie to like a you know, an anchor. And so he said so the idea, apparently it'll take place, I guess, during the Dreadnought era. So that's like the 82 to 86 era. And it'll be based on the specific comic, apparently, where there's like a suburban town in any town USA that's like secretly controlled by Cobra.
Springfield.
Is that what it is? Yeah, I didn't read.
Wasn't that Springfield?
Yeah, I didn't read the comics. I mean, I have the comics, but I didn't read them as a kid. I was a cartoon and toy guy. So apparently it's going to be based on that. And I really liked that because I was like, well, he understands the source material. If he was nerdy enough to say like, we want to make a movie about Buzzer and Torch and all these and Zartan and everything.
Yeah.
But the bummer for me is it's always going to be about the same fucking characters. And I know that they have to solidify that first before they move on, because the stuff from my generation, they never touch. Like 88 to 92 or whatever, like you never hear about that. And so I understand that to get to that, they're going to have to do Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow and Scarlet and Lady J and Duke and Flint. And so, yes, solidify that dope. And then hopefully it'll really work and then they can move on. So that's my only thought.
The fact that it's Danny McBride, though, does that make you worried it's going to be like one of those comedy things, like we're kind of taking the piss out of G.I. Joe? Or is it more like Stephen Colbert writing a Lord of the Rings movie? Like he's fucking serious, dude. That's not what you know him for, but
I think he said that they want to like kind of lean into it being more serious. I think that there has to be a camp to it. I think that's undeniable and totally necessary to make G.I. Joe work. In fact, I think when you try to do G.I. Joe without that, it doesn't work at all.
I wonder if it's going to get maybe slowed down a little bit because Masters of the Universe, which I haven't seen, but apparently they did a great job of finding that balance you're talking about. But they're just like the brand was dead and it couldn't get any lift. I hope that doesn't happen with G.I. Joe, but
Masters of the Universe is funny to me because it's before my time and my brother didn't like it. So I never got into it because it's early 80s, like really early 80s. And I was born in 84. But I was reading something about it recently because I didn't really know very much about it, to be honest. Like I know, everyone knows it and, Skeletor and He-Man and all. But like there was an argument that like it wasn't very big for very long. And that they've like really been trying for like 40 years, or 30 something years to like bring it back. But like they were saying like it was dominant for like a couple of years, like in between Empire and Jedi, I guess. And then by the time Jedi came out, it was like not big anymore. And then G.I. Joe came out around the same time. And then Transformers came out and then it was over.
Right. That's a good point.
So it doesn't. I don't think it has the juice that a G.I. Joe does, but nothing has the juice that Transformers has. And isn't the new Transformers movie isn't G.I. Joe in the new Transformers movie? Like it's somehow
the end of the last Transformers. I think it was the last one. There's like a post-credit scene where they reveal a business card, which is weird that G.I. Joe would have business cards, but fine. And one of the characters, I forget the details, but it made it clear he was part of the G.I. Joe unit kind of thing. I don't know if that is moving forward in that universe, but the Danny McBride thing doesn't sound like it's tied to that shared universe, but
I don't know what Hasbro is doing. They canceled the Wizards of the Coast game, which is weird.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if it was coming together or not. It was a Snake Eyes game. Again, I just think we're going to have to do something like that to get this shit going. So
I think they should do the whole thing with no sound to save money and say it's based on that comic. If you don't know, it was a very famous G.I. Joe comic where there was no audio. There was no word balloons or anything. And it was just Snake Eyes breaking into a Cobra Fortress to rescue Scarlet. And I don't think a comic had ever done that before. And it was really revolutionary at the time. But I don't think Snake Eyes is deaf, or no? I don't think Snake Eyes is
I think that was the thing, is that he is deaf, I think.
He is deaf?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, you'll have to get Snake Eyes in there for sure.
Oh, no. Snake Eyes is, he's mute. He's unable to speak.
Okay.
Due to severely damaged vocal. Because I was thinking about that. I'm like, how would he be so good if he couldn't hear? Yeah, that would be a little insane. So yeah, that makes sense, because I remember that because I think, isn't it that he gets cut in a battle or something? Is Snake Eyes does it to him or something? Or
he's fighting Storm Shadow, and the last couple of panels show the wrapping on his wrist. It shows the same tattoo
that red tattoo.
And as kids, we were like, I mean, it was mind blowing, to be a kid and go, oh my God, they have the same tattoo. What does it mean? What does it mean? It was awesome.
Storm Shadow's the coolest, man. I love Storm Shadow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I love that the UK, I think the UK's like nuclear missiles are called Storm Shadow or something like that, I always wondered, I'm like, you like look at them a little cross, like, are you a nerd? Or is are you like, it's like something that a nerd would try to get through and no one would notice.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's see. Avery Ilias wrote in and said, right on the money, Colin. It's not a boycott if it's a genuine feeling. I've been a consistent PlayStation fan since 2006, but I haven't played any games or bought anything this year because I detest the current state of gaming. It feels like a lot of people do, but I think people expect there to be some sort of crash. And I'm like, the gaming industry has no financial issues. It's a matter of who is going to win and who's going to lose. That's the money goes up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Remember, when the video game industry fell out in the early 80s and 83, it wasn't until 1995 that it made as much money as it did in 1982. Isn't that interesting? That's like that universe is dead because games were not a permanent part of culture at that point. That everyone thought it was a fad.
But only types, because I was there and PC gaming didn't go anywhere. Mm-hmm. We were still buying games for the Apple IIe during the crash. We were still playing tons of video games. I think once Pong came out, there's always been a market. The console market crashed, but PC gaming was in the arcade crash. PC gaming was still there.
Right. And PC gaming, what's funny about that is that PC gaming was incredibly inaccessible at that point, which is kind of the way it is now with pricing. Same reason for both.
This guy, though, Avery, it's interesting, is saying, you haven't played any games or bought anything this year because I detest the current state. See, that's when I read stuff like that. That's when I get, it's too bad, really, because there's a lot of sectors in gaming right now that are wonderful. The idea that everything's bad, I think, only works if you look at it through the lens of traditional AAA console gaming. Then you it's like, okay, I get why you could think that, but there's a lot of great fucking games this year. This has been a really good year for video games.
I agree. I've really enjoyed some of the stuff that's come out this year. Like, I thought Pragmata was remarkable. I thought Resident Evil was remarkable. Mouse PI was
great.
Exceptional. 007
was
had no business being so good. Really, it was so good.
And then small games. There's a great game, and it's on console too. Resident Evil style, old school Resident Evil style, but with like quality of life stuff. I'll tell you the name of it.
Crow Country?
Like 12. No, that was okay. I didn't love that, but I know a lot of people did.
Yeah, I liked it. It was good.
This one, Flesh Made Fear, is what it's called. And there's a demo you can get. It costs you, I think I already bought it, so I don't know what it costs.
$10.79 it says right now.
$8.63 on Steam right now.
Oh.
And it's really fucking good. So Avery, what I would say is, I respect your position on that and everything, but the state of games is not, I think it's been highly over exaggerated. unless you're just looking in one place.
Yeah, so. I agree with you. I'm of the mind that gaming from a release standpoint is the strongest it's ever been. Like it's crazy how many good games. Like I'm not saying we're getting every game Symphony of the Night or or BioShock.
No.
Those kinds of games come out and they exist. But like I'm looking around and I'm like, I don't know how I could ever keep up with all this. And I do this professionally. There's so much to play, including a little gem called Saint Slayer that people might have enjoyed earlier this year. So I think it's been a really, really solid. Plus games that I just kind of bounced off of that I know I need to get back to. Like I need to get back to Mina. I didn't beat Legacy of the Dark Knight. Vampire Crawlers came. I'm sorry.
No. I was listening. Yeah, Vampire Crawlers.
Vampire Crawlers came out this year, which was awesome. Lovish came out earlier in the year, which I was. I mean, that's a really obscure game, but I was super into that game. I thought that game was exceptional, and so I just can't relate. Like I feel like there's I'm continuously overwhelmed with games. So I don't know.
I'm
teach their own. I totally understand, and there is something wrong with the. There is something about the spirit of games right now that feels a little weird, but I think things are just changing, and like the power structures and the power centers are changing, and we just don't have the power over things that we used to as core traditional hardcore consumers. We're just not, sadly, I hate it for us. We're just not that important. Like the ball and gun gamers that you make fun of are really important. And the free to play gamers are really important. Really important.
I think one of the reasons maybe I do talk so much about Steam or whatever is because it does feel more like the home for that third of players you're talking about that are the core gamers.
Agreed. It's funny because sports games don't even do well there. They do awful there. It leans into that whole thing. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
But it's not just the indie games and stuff. It's just, it feels a bit more, not subversive, like it's some kind of rebel thing, but it reminds me more of games back in the day when you would go into the video store, not know what NES game you could rent. Cause it's like, what, there's a game on Jaws. What is this? It's just a lot of sense of discovery and new things. I think I was going to ask if you've played The Adventures of Elliot. I've only played the demo, but
Mike is playing it. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
I miss.
Does she like it?
She loves it. I miss. I don't want to say if she. I think she loves it. Yeah. I mean, she's playing it a lot. Yeah. I misinterpreted what it was because, like, when I saw it, I guess I just wasn't paying very close attention. I'm like, oh, it's a 2D HD Square Enix. Like, I didn't realize it was Zelda. It's like straight up what it is.
It's like Link to the Past. Link to the Past. Yeah.
It's on my list of games to get to. The problem is that, and this is what I am going to be delving into my back catalog a little bit is. Although I don't own some of this stuff, so I guess I have to buy it for the first time, unfortunately, is to prepare for the fall games. I want to replay like Onimusha 1 and 2. I want to play Control. I got to do a few of the. I'm playing GTA 5 right now. I'm like really deep into GTA 5, which is a really great game. So that's stopping me from playing Adventures of Elliot. But I've already I would like to get to it sooner, but it would almost be like a good Portal game for the fall. Football's on. You're dicking around. It's cold out. Very comfortable. I think that game, it doesn't seem like it's doing very well, but I also wonder how much Square's making. Like, all right, so Nintendo made that the new Pokemon game for like what, $14 million? I mean, if that's true, then what do they make Square Enix make Adventures of Elliot for? I mean, $6? Yeah, like you have to sell what, 50,000 copies of it to be comfortable. Like it's like almost comical. So yeah. Anyway,
I think that's great though. Fucking great. Again, that's what I'm saying. It's like $6 million. Now, again, we're making that up, but all the people in the chat that are playing it, Fading Moon, I got the platinum for Elliot. I loved it. Coder says Adventures of Elliot is amazing. I mean, all of this stuff, it's like there are great games out there, and they don't have to be $500 million giants.
Right.
Like I wish that message got through to more people because it's a good time to be a gamer right now. But anyway, I don't want to oversell it.
All right, let's see. P. Ricedon wrote in. By the way, I know it's Price Don in case people are I think it's funny to call him P. Ricedon. If you like to play games more than you enjoy having the disc, it's tough to hold strong. That's what Sony is banking on. I enjoy playing games too much. I mean, yeah. Certainly. Good. I mean, it's gonna stretch everyone's limits. But you gotta do what you gotta do if you want to have any change. It's gonna
make you recognize what you really value. Because if you love games, they're still making tons of games, man.
Political stuff that I'm going to be skipping because I don't feel like talking about it. Let's see. Nick wrote in and said, did Game Pass kill Saros' sale, or does Sony just make bad games? This is what I was saying earlier about intra-generational changes in behavior. Returnal might have... I want to be fair that Returnal might have done better.
Game Pass kill Saros?
I think he's referring to the fact that, like I said, that's either one thing or the other. Like, did Game Pass kill Saros? Like, Saros sold badly, so you can't blame it on Game Pass. Remember, I think he's referring to what I was saying earlier about these two things have to be true about Xbox. So he's being...
Yeah, but it has to be on Game Pass.
Right. He's just being facetious, and I think.
Okay.
But I think part of it is that I think maybe Returnal did better than it would. Like, ironically, with a smaller install base, but with way fewer games available that really showcase the console, it might be that Returnal was just attractive per capita to a lot more people at that time than a much more choice-infused PS5 ecosystem 5 years later, in which Saros kind of sputters. Because Saros is not demonstrably or obviously worse than Returnal. In fact, I think some people would think it's better, and it scored really well. I don't think it's better than Returnal. I think it's a reaction to Returnal, and so they change every single thing about Returnal. And so if you like Returnal, you're not necessarily going to be into Saros and vice versa. It also apparently, I'm pretty sure it was reported... Who said this? I think it was Reese Elliott. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong about this out there, but that it cost $71 million to make. So there's no universe where they're making that money back on Saros. If that's true, I am nervous about Housemarque. I hope Sony is smart enough to know not to do anything to them, but they were not smart enough to not know how to use Bluepoint. And Housemarque's better than Bluepoint, and they've done a lot more than Bluepoint, but they were equal studios in terms... They were both purchased around the same time for obvious reasons, and so I worry about them. But no, I don't think anyone would call Saros a bad game. It's certainly not a bad game. I think it's easy. And I think so I think that Returnal kind of... It gets lost in the mix there because of that. Because Returnal made you earn every inch of it. Oh. Let's see. Pork Poncho wrote in. Good to hear from you. Says, on Positron, I think I've worked it out. Xbox discs each carry a unique laser etched serial. The server logs which account owns it and makes it digital. This is interesting, although I'm fascinated by this one angle of this, Jaffe, if this is what happens, and I think this is what Xbox is going to do, is doesn't this just manufacture a free version of the game? In other words, like, do you have to keep putting the disc in every so often? Or can you upload your version of it, like your imprinted version of it, to your Xbox account and then sell the disc to a person who has no intention of putting it online? Does that make sense? There seems to be an Achilles heel to this idea.
Yeah. Because you can't say, like, okay, let's say you're going to do this with, I don't know, the original Xbox game, Crimson Skies. It's not like that demands it go out to the internet before it runs it. So it can't check the serial number if you give it to a friend and go, oh, you've already ripped this to your digital library, right?
Right. Like, but I guess
because that could be the only way you could do it, unless it does something. If you remember, like back in the day, when Blu-ray or DVD was competing with HDVD or something,
right? HDVD,
and HDVD would actually destroy itself. It would make it make it unplayable after a certain amount of time. Cool. You remember this?
Yes.
Maybe that's what this is. It's like it takes it, and after it knows for sure it's done the upload, it just scratches the disc. I don't know. Yeah,
there seems to be, you can't write onto the disc, right? So there seems to be a workaround where if you kept your Xbox offline, you could buy a person.
Somebody's saying it only works for Xbox One and forward. So maybe those games did have to check the internet before they booted up.
Yeah, like I'm interested in that because I know people with the a workaround people had suggested with the PS6 if they're gonna have the digital handheld and then maybe potentially like this console with a disc drive. That's what we were thinking. And people had this idea that it's like, would you do what they do with Blu-rays, where it's like you give a digital a code and the disc. And I'm like, but you're just giving away a free version of the game. Like, it doesn't really there's no real good solution to this.
Port Poncho follows it up, though, in the chat. He says, it's too hard to explain in character limit, but Xbox games have a unique SN, I don't know what SN serial number, burnt onto the disc. If a different user puts the disc in, the license is swapped.
Right, but how would they know that if they kept the Xbox offline? That's my whole thing. The disc can't know. You can't write onto the disc. The disc can't know anything about it. It's about the disc's interaction with the network.
But if it's Xbox One forward, weren't all those games designed to be like, it has to at some point check into the internet? And if you check in with that serial number, it's like, oh, that serial number has been transferred to this guy's hard drive. This disc is no longer playable.
Right. I don't know. It's interesting because I think these are the kinds of forward-thinking solutions you're going to have to come up with, even if it injures you. You're going to have to do things like this because there might not be other way. By the way, if that's true and they have these, like Pork is saying, and they have these serial numbers etched into the disc, like they have been thinking about this. And this is the kind of stuff that Microsoft does bring to the table, is a services view of games. They've done it over and over again. We were talking about internet connectivity earlier and how absurd it is about like people saying like, I have a console and I don't have the internet. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. But what was crazy in 2001 when they were like, we're releasing a console with no phone port. It's going to have only an Ethernet port. And everyone's like, I don't have Ethernet cable. And they're like, well, it's too bad. And they were right. And Sony, meanwhile, had the phone port and it sucked. And do you remember? You remember, of course, you were there. Like late in the PS2 era, they were just like the phone cord. Like some of these games just won't work because they're like, this is absurd.
I got it at first when the PS3 came out and it was the little stupid bag for the PlayStation Store. And I remember Phil Harrison showing it off to the press for the first time. And it was so kludged together, their whole back-end network thing. And it's like, but Xbox got there first and this is their first attempt. You could forgive Sony a lot of that. And it has gotten better, but it is still amazing that in all these years, they still seem really shitty at this part of it. They really still seem like this hardware company. And it's like, oh yeah, I guess we have to put some user interfaces and services and all this shit. And it's just weird, it doesn't feel like they've advanced that far from when you get an old remote control and you've got to press this button to cause it to shift. And it's all the shit they would make the user go through because the guys that designed it are like, we're really into the hardware, but we don't care how you.
Yeah, the user experience is irrelevant.
Microsoft has always been good at that for sure, which I like.
Let's see here. Jared Morales wrote in and said, shout out to the dust-covered server rack that supports the PS3 store. Spending my day off downloading every piece of content available. Fuck Sony. Don't worry about, you'll still be able to download indefinitely. I mean, they're going to shut it off at some point, unfortunately, I think. Past the summer 2027 deadline, you will simply not be able to buy things anymore. But you'll still be able to download what you have purchased. So I wouldn't get crazy about having to download everything. That's not what's required right now. PS3 is going to get a lot of play in this house over the next year, I think, in terms of going back on it and experiencing it one last time. The Stockholm syndrome of the PlayStation 3 will wash back over me.
That's what's funny. It's like PS3. Remember how much that was mostly hated, but
it was I loved the PS3 the whole time. But I always said it is awful to use. The PSN was a fucking joke. Syncing horrible. Trophies was a joke. Downloading game. Remember, you had to have twice as much space on your system to download a game because it would download the package, then it would duplicate it to zip it, like unzip it, and then so it would have two of it. And then so like if you needed to download a half a gig game, but you only had a gig game or whatever, you know what I mean? It was so annoying. I was like, oh my god, like I hated it.
It was so kludged together, and even I remember there was like a PC app that you could open to do something where you'd plug in like your Vita. I mean, it was just all these weird little chords and gimmicks and weird apps that no longer run. And it just, nothing felt like they had a plan. And it felt like they were building it because it's like, oh shit, we need this. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, here's the quickest way to do it. And I mean, it was just hideous times.
Yeah,
I will never forget sitting next to Shannon Studstill at the E3 conference when they announced that fucking PS3 and that price. And I mean, to be there in real time and just go, this I mean, that was the worst. That fucking giant enemy crab, and then Dylan coming out on the stage with the Warhawk, controlling with the. It's like, and Phil Harrison had to pitch it like it was something innovative, and it's like, dude, that's the Wii.
Right?
It's like, you can move the controller and the ship moves. Who gives a shit? We do that already.
Yeah, it was a bad time. That's why I love that era because it was so funny. Like it wasn't funny for Sony or the brand, but it was funny. Like it really looked like it wasn't going to work. Like it seemed like this might actually fail, and it's hard for people to put themselves back in that. That's a very different Sony than it is today. All right, let's see. Jay Silver says Game Pass Ultimate is $288 a year. It's not replacing $288 of game spending per year. It's earning money from players who don't spend that much anyway. I don't know exactly what you're arguing. It's not replacing $288. Yeah, like I think I don't know that that's necessarily true. I was making this argument about Doom actually, about how player counts are so. I hate player count. Like we have 5 million players. Like I don't give a fuck, because Microsoft bragged over and over again about its player counts for these games that they've decimated. And one of them was like, I think in a few days they had 3 million people play Doom, the new Doom on Game Pass. And I'm like, if you just translated a quarter of those people into purchase versions of the game, it wouldn't have had any layoffs. Like that's all you needed to add on to whatever sold on PS5 and PC. So I don't understand the delusion around Game Pass, and I'm not really entirely sure what Silver's argument's making here, so I don't want to put any words into his mouth. But this idea that Game Pass isn't at the center of all of this, Asha herself said it's not worked. Like it's not worked. No one's saying it's not a good value. No one's ever said that. No one's ever said that you're concerned about its value, by the way. Like how does this work? I care because I'm an analyst and I'm interested in it. But as a consumer, like that's not your problem.
I don't give a shit.
But
I don't give a fuck.
But like the point is that it was never going to last. It couldn't. It just couldn't last. And the more reporting that comes out about it, the more obvious that is. That it was like, it was simply, dude. Didn't she say they spent $20 billion in ancillary investments over X years, and then saw $500 million in cumulative revenue less at the end of that? Like that's insane. That could only mean one thing: the subsuming of your entire, the entire strategy. They defang their own audience. You can't blame them. Go look at anything like Xbox Game Pass people. A lot of them don't want to buy games that are not on Game Pass. You can't blame them. Why would they?
Right. I never did.
What? Never did. It's like, oh, it's not in Game Pass. Well, I have all these options. Game Pass. I'm already paying for Game Pass. It's like, yeah, exactly. It's exactly.
But
right.
Again, I never felt that wasn't. I never felt there was a problem with the model. I felt there was a problem with the selection of content within the model. If that had been managed in a different way, I think we could be having a different conversation, but it wasn't. Like I look at something like my fantasy is, like Shudder, the horror channel that you can subscribe to. I think Shudder, there's so many great indie horror games that cost next to nothing to make. And if Shudder's like, hey, we're going to add horror gaming to but not Resident Evil brand new day one, but we're going to add a bunch of these already made and some brand new games that cost like $70,000, $80,000 to make. Horror fans would love it. I think there's nothing inherently broken about the model they were proposing. I just think if you're going to spend that kind of money, you got to have better games, and they just didn't. So, I mean, they bought these amazing studios and then they managed them creatively like shit. They just let them do what they wanted. It's insane to me.
Free Paul Eastine wrote in. Said Xbox won't stop talking to Twitter. Sony won't stop making games for them. A small cadre of chronically online chunguses have a stranglehold on games. It does feel that way sometimes, although I wonder. I really think a lot of the energy is online, of course, but a lot of the commerce is different.
Yeah, no, it's go off Twitter and you won't even notice it. It's not real. I mean, to an extent, but I don't notice it for sure. You don't see it in the sales. Like you said, go to PlayStation Network right now and look at the top 10 games. It's not what these guys are, it's like you said, it's college football. And
the best selling game on PSN last month was The Backrooms, or whatever the hell that game is called.
Right. Escape the Backrooms.
Escape the Backrooms. It outsold like everything.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. And like, I never even heard of it. And I run the biggest PlayStation podcast in the world. I went and looked like in preparation for the show, and I'm like, what? Yeah. The fuck is this? And then I had to go look it up on Steam.
Of course, right? I mean, it was because the movie did so well, but still, I mean, yeah.
All right, let's see. I clicked on this one already. Okay. Kovalik wrote in and said, love the chats. What I don't love is the more UFO information releases, I sadly become more sure it's all bull. Need something landing in front of me now. I mean, I felt that way for a while. And not that it's necessarily bull, but I'm sick of the obfuscation. Just show me or don't. I don't want to hear anymore.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at now. I'm like, I don't care. Just show me the alien, show me the spaceship, tell me how it all works, and stop with this. I don't care anymore.
Right.
I'm frustrated by it.
I'm with you. I mean, I love it. I love what it could mean. I love that they're talking about it. I went and saw Disclosure Day. I didn't love it, but I was interested in it. But yeah, I mean, at this point, like, it's, what's the point?
Nick Domi wrote in and said, ciao, guys. Colin, you inspired me to play Mega Man challenges 1 through 6. Almost ran through all of them. Some are a pain in the ass. Which ones almost broke you? The challenges are tough. They're some of my hardest trophies I ever got were getting all the challenges in the Mega Man Legacy Collection. I don't remember some of the Wily battles are really tough. Some of the hitless battles are really tough, but I don't remember. An important thing to remember, though, is you don't have to get all of them. You have to get a certain number of them. You have to get almost all of them. So try to strategically figure out which ones you can skip. I forget which numbers, how many there are, but you don't have to do everything. And I platinumed Mega Man 11 earlier this year, actually, as well, and that was fucking really hard. The Wily's Challenge or whatever, you have to do like this 23 staged thing, like all in order, and it's so fucking hard. But I did it. All right. Addy Pie wrote in and said, Colin, have you mentioned how much you hate Xbox talking too much compared to Sony, which takes the beatings in silence? Take care, gents. Probably at some point. Dr. John Stamos, MD, wrote in and said, there's an entire generation of people who have no hope in the future and politicians who mock the educated. We're surprised kids don't read. Why? I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I really think it all circles back. Well, it's probably two things. Probably parenting, which Jaffe kind of brought up a little bit. And then just the literally the way we teach kids how to read. The phonics is revived now, but it was dead for about 20 years. And you see the fruits of that.
Yeah. I think reading fiction is the very best entertainment platform on the planet. I really genuinely believe that. I'm not romanticizing reading. I'm not romanticizing books. It literally is just because a good writer will know enough to let your mind make this shit up, and it is super immersive without getting stuck on a challenge like a game does. It's like it rolls fast if it's a good book, and it's like you're living it. It's the best thing I've ever experienced in terms of entertainment. So,
actually, on that, before I get to the next one, on that point, I what I'm so fascinated by is just the level of visualization that I can never escape once I read a book. Like the way you see things, at least for me. Mm-hmm. I think about the beginning of Dracula, one of my favorite books, Bram Stoker.
Yep.
And the journey Harker's taking to the castle or whatever. And like, I see it in my mind the same exact way I saw it when I was a kid. And I read it for the first time. And like, I can't see it any other way.
But that's right. Yeah. You've built your own little head movie, and it's yours, and it feels real. I every now and then, if you sort of quote catch yourself reading, and you're like, shit, I was just there. Like your mind, you're in that space if it's a compelling story. I just think that's the neatest thing.
I saw Lurk Harrow say in the chat, by the way, about the reading situation. Old people don't want to pay property taxes, so now we can't fund schools properly. I'll just contend personally, it has nothing to do with money. We spend enormous amounts of money on education. Way, way, way more per capita than my generation. Why are we so much smarter than you guys? I don't know. Not you. Oh, Mike had messaged me. What time are you going? Oh, yeah, I forgot I have dinner tonight with my sister. I have to go to dinner tonight. Not for a while. All right. Mike, if you're listening, I think 7:30 she's picking me up. All right. Troy Branch wrote in. Nope. Did I click on that one already? Oh, no. I'm sorry. Street Shadow 20 wrote in. Colin and Jaffe, you get to have a game greenlit and released from Sony's backlog. What do you pick? I would pick Ape Escape by Team Asobi or Recruit Toys for Bob. And for a live service, Warhawk re-releases is free to play Warhawk. It would be Warhawk is one of those IP that would probably make some sense. I don't know, man. There's so many interesting things to crack. I think Killzone would be cool to bring back, and I know Jaffe doesn't agree with that, but
are you talking about something you want personally, or something you think that would be successful because of the brand if it was well executed? Because I mean, anything well executed would be successful.
Sure.
If it was commercial.
Sure. Yeah, like I think Killzone could be commercially successful and critically successful, but I think, I don't know. I would really have to sit and think about that. I mean, there are interesting IP. I do think people overestimate old IP. My honest answer is that, with rare exception, I would rather see them just move on. There are certain things that can stay alive forever. Maybe you always want to have a God of War game. Maybe you always want to have like an Uncharted game and stuff like that. But I want to see new things, personally.
I'm trying to think, really nothing comes. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I obviously, I would love to do Twisted Metal only because I think there's a way to do it for the current market, make it inexpensive, and build it if it works, and lose very little money if it doesn't. But I'm kind of biased on that.
Have you talked to Scott about that?
No, I haven't talked to any Sony people in a long time, except just friends of mine who are there. But I don't want to get back into it. They would have to reach out to me, and I guarantee you they ain't reaching out to me. But I think if you really, even though I don't think the brand means anything, I would love to make it just because I love the theme. And if that's how I could get the money to make it, if you remember the game from Sony Europe, Ghost Hunter, which I think
I do remember. Yeah, Cambridge
game.
Made that game, I think.
Yeah, I thought that was really fucking cool. I thought that was a really neat game, and I enjoyed it. And obviously I don't even remember the main characters' names. The brand means nothing, but if they said, hey, we have this brand that's about ghost hunting, you want to make a game? And be like, fuck yeah, that'd be awesome.
Troy Branch 720 wrote in, 9720 actually. Digital is freeing. There's no reason to buy games at release other than possibly a multiplayer game. Steam prices versus PSN, I don't see why you'd go for PlayStation other than current PC part prices and Big Brother Windows. I mean, I don't disagree. But the Steam, you can't really beat the Steam prices. I will say, though, the PSN sales this generation have been significant and steep. They're also much more transparent. They tell you like what the game used to cost, how long the sale will remain up. It's so much better than it used to be. It used to be awful. Remember PS Plus games used to just appear? So like you could have bought a game like an hour before, and then a game could go free on PS Plus, and so they started announcing them. They've slowly gotten better.
Oh, okay.
So I don't disagree with you at all. And I think if people want to be most comfortable in digital and they're not constrained by money in terms of hardware, then you definitely want to be on Steam. Samir Hussein wrote in and said, there's a chance Sony is underestimating the contribution of discs to its brand and mindshare. There's a psychological space that is only captured by keeping and sharing discs. Makes for potent emotional connection long term. Maybe. I have very potent emotional connection to games that I played in the digital era. I think a lot of this is built on the nostalgia we all had for games, and that we want to be able to replicate that for younger people, which is cool, but it's just different now.
That's just how it always works. Every generation has that. It's not as magical as you think. The meta of it being how we respond to life is magical, but the individual pieces and parts are very easily interchangeable. I have that with comic books. It doesn't make the comics magic.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm the same way with you, where I just don't. In a perfect world, digital games would be a digital replicant fully of the game you own in terms of giving you ownership, and that's what we've been saying throughout the show. But I don't feel this powerful need to have the physical good.
Yeah,
I don't. I just don't.
I'm with you.
All right, let's go through a few more of these and we'll be done. Thank you for writing in, by the way, Samir. Danny Ray wrote in and said, I like the idea of passing down my physical library of games over the years to my son. It's sad in the decades to come that library can't grow. I mean, hopefully is, and Jaffe was saying this earlier about like ownership over accounts, about being able to transfer accounts between people as they die or age out or whatever. I think that's all part of the necessary change that needs to happen. And
that's ridiculous that we can't do that right now.
And by the way, your son is going to be so much happier than you are, I think, in a way where he gets an account and you had a boxes full of shit.
Right. That's true.
Lou Trons wrote in and said, what's up, Jaffe? Colin, is there any chance of getting Harry Kruger on for an interview? Harry Kruger is, of course, the guy who runs Housemarque. It would be interesting to get him on. have met him and talked to him in the past, interviewed him in the past. I think he did an interview recently with some publication. But when I interviewed Housemarque, I got Gregory Loudon and my old friend Michael Haveri, who is their brand manager. So, but yeah, maybe one day that would be fun. Nick Domi says, Jaffe, God of War 2, one of my faves of all-time faves. Thank you. Who is your favorite Harryhausen creation? Mine is Talos from Jason and the Argonauts.
Well, I mean, okay, so we go back to nostalgia, right? For me, it would probably be Medusa from Clash of the Titans, because I was the perfect age. I was 10 years old. But I mean, you know, you got to love the skeletons and Argonauts, and you got to love Talos. And I remember the Seventh Voyage. I think it was that Golden Voyage of Sinbad that had like the 4 or 8 armed kind of Hindu swords lady or whatever. So I mean, he just had his birthday. I mean, he's dead, but I got to meet him once. He was very nice, very old when I met him. But no, I would say Medusa would be it, is what I would say.
My introduction to Medusa was Castlevania. Interesting. And a lot of introduced me a lot of things. It's funny how much like mythology I was introduced to from video games, like summons in Final Fantasy, as an example. And thinking that, like, you know, being a young kid and not knowing. I'm sorry?
What mythology did Final Fantasy? Was it like Japanese mythology?
No, it's like Shiva and Odin and Leviathan and all these, you know, Odin, I guess would be Laufey, right? Yeah, all Norse. Yeah.
Are you going to see the Odyssey?
No, I'm no interest.
Really? You're not going to go see that? Okay.
I don't go see anything anymore. I think I am 3 Nolan movies behind at this point. So it's like, and honestly, out of the ones that I like this, I'm much less interested in this than I was in like Oppenheimer or something. And I still haven't even seen that. So,
okay.
But it's supposed to be good. And, I really like the podcast, The Rest is History. I don't know if you listen to that or are familiar with that podcast.
I have not heard of it. No.
One of the historians on there is named Tom Holland. So he did an interview with Tom Holland about the Odyssey or whatever. Cool. And it was really cool. And I know he was really into it. And I like him a lot. So I trust that it's good. I do think some of the casting is really strange. I mean, that's just obvious. But it's like, but I trust Nolan. He's just a great filmmaker, you know? So I'm not bothered by it.
I agree. And I heard Nolan say something the other day, which kind of, not that I cared about the different casting and stuff, but people were like, oh, Helena Troy, why is she black? And this, that, and the other. And I'm kind of like, well, and he said, yeah, but you know, a lot of what you think about Greek mythology is whitewashed. If you're really caring about it being authentic, you know, Odysseus probably doesn't look like Matt Damon, you know? So why does this one matter? Right. So I thought that was a pretty good end to that argument, that a lot of people were like, why is she black? Or why do you have a trans guy doing this character? And he's just like, I just picked the best actors I could. And you guys didn't seem to complain about it in, you know, Clash of the Titans. Why do you care about it here?
Yeah, that's interesting. I do think some of the arguments about it are potent, and yet I think it's easy to dismantle, just from a communication standpoint, any of that stuff by just making the other people look weird for caring. I'm not saying they're right or wrong for doing that, but that's just the easiest way to dismantle that stuff, and it seems like that's what they're doing.
It could be, but at the same time, I mean, no, you know, again, I would believe it if there was some evidence to show that Nolan had been pressured to cast certain people, but you know, there's no evidence to that. And frankly, if he had been pressured to cast, let's say, a black woman for DEI as Helen of Troy, it's not Helena. It's Helen.
I think it's Helen
of.
Troy. Yeah.
Yeah. Then the studio probably would have said, okay, we'll put Beyonce in it. Nobody goes to movies for whatever this woman's name is. She's not a star. You know, put like the biggest black actress woman. I mean, she's not an actress, but she could act good enough, you know. It just doesn't really line up to me, you know.
I thought you were gonna, for some reason, I thought you were gonna say the biggest, blackest, the biggest, blackest actress.
That would be the woman who was in that Precious movie, you know, whatever was she, that really big.
Oh yeah. What was her name? Because she won it, didn't she?
Well, Monique won an Oscar, but the woman who played Precious was called Gabrielle something or other. Aunt Hong says she is a star. Yeah, she is a star, but she doesn't open movies. Okay, there's a difference between going, yeah, sure, she's a star, but you're not going to put her in a lead role and expect, you know, $80 million just because she's in it.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
Mama Micah. Oh, that's actually okay. I got you. That's actually Micah.
Yeah, that's Micah.
Okay. She is a big name black actress, but this proves the point that no one cares about black actresses. Yeah, no, I'm going to push back on that. My fellow Adventures of Elliot fan. I don't know if that's true. She's a well-known black actress, but she's not like as well-known as Whitney Houston was when she was in The Bodyguard, or Zendaya is. So I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Now, if they would have put Tyler Perry in as Medea playing Helena Troy, now that would have been a movie. Then we would have had something.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hitler, what is this Trojan horse here? That's how it would have been. That was the line.
Yeah. By the way, MMA Fighters says, Colin, I think you missed my super chat about wealth inequality. I didn't. As I said earlier, I skipped political comment. I mean, like, what is the point of talking about wealth inequality? Like,
but wealth inequality is bad.
Yes.
Shut up. You know what? Come into this goddamn chat right now, Micah. God, you get into Colin's room right now. Don't come at me. She says, glad the old white man told me who's famous for black folks. I didn't say she wasn't famous. I said she can't open a goddamn movie. That's all I said. Hallelujah. Jesus Christ.
Jared Hayes wrote in and said, you've mentioned this before, but you should have Marty O'Donnell on. He spent years in gaming and is now running for Congress. You could have a great talk about digital licensing. I've thought about having him on, actually, especially in light of I had that one guy that was running for the Senate in Ohio on, because he had like some sort of gaming platform. And I was fascinated by the fact that like there are no gamers, like people that play games that run, like it seems like such an unrepresented, like who's the guy in Congress that like goes home and plays like a real game?
I think like a lot of them now.
Like Pragmata or something, like I'm not saying like, you just don't hear anything about it. And I loved this guy running and really talking more about it. I think that's smart.
Yeah.
It's like AOC appearing on Twitch. Like that's smart as well. The thing is that I would need to square it with like, what would we talk about? And I don't really feel like I'm kind of the guy to talk to Marty O'Donnell, because I don't give a shit about Bungie, and that was his history. And so it's like, what we're going to talk about these. So he's running for Congress. I don't want to talk about that. He's famous for Halo and Destiny. I don't want to talk about that. So like, what would we just, Chris is really the guy.
What about this though? Somebody in the chat now, I didn't know this. This would be a great, and he goes on a lot of podcasts. Germ says Tim Burchett, is.
Oh yeah, I know him. I know that guy. He's a Republican congressman. Yeah.
Yes, and if he also plays video games, like core video games, that would be a get and a fucking half, man. If you need a second chair for that one, call me. I would love to talk to that guy.
I know that guy because he does appear on things sometimes. Not necessarily.
Well, he's very at the tip of the spear with Luna on the UAP UFO stuff.
That's where I know him from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Charitard91 says Herman backed Ryan's play. He pushed Horizon down our throats. He killed Bluepoint before they even released a game, but approved Concord. He's scum. I don't like the word scum. I think he is not the man for the position, and that's been long evident. But we've discussed that already, of course. Detroit wrote in and said, "I think you make a great point that the stalwarts will be betrayed by Sony, but this feels like Konami in 2015 betraying gamers for Pachinko. They eventually came back to invest in their OG audience." Yeah, I think Konami's so interesting because like they were done, and then I think they slowly started getting comfortable coming back, but not out of necessity. I think they were just like, we own all this stuff, like why don't we play around with it? I think they need to get comfortable with it again. I think they were spurned by Iga, and then by later on, much more seriously, Kojima, of course. So people will, I don't know. I'm very intrigued to see how this all plays out. The Terp97 says, just a reminder that Spec Ops The Line disappeared from all storefronts. Did it really? I know for a long time at I actually had that game on disc, ironically. I remember for a long time I Take-Two wouldn't say it, but I knew people that worked there that said that they were so surprised by how that game just consistently sold. Not a lot of copies, but it just sold. Like this baseline of selling for years because it's fucking awesome. And it's disappointing that maybe they took it down so they can re-release it. That would be fucking sweet. That's one of the great.
I have it. I've never played it.
Dude, that game is so good. It has no business being so good. It's so good. Ironically, it was written by the guy who wrote Wolverine, Walt Williams.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Walt also wrote, I think, he wrote a bunch of other things, but he wrote that Star Wars game that came and went about the Star Wars pilots early in this generation. Star Wars
Squadron?
Squadron. That's the one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Squadron. That's right. All right. Let's see. D-Lan wrote in and said, I'm tired of hearing it's good or it only came out 15 years ago as a defense for a game. Just means it runs well and has a popular gameplay loop. Modern tech makes this the baseline. Innovate. It's funny you say that. Playing Grand Theft Auto 5, it's funny how nothing's really changed in a lot of ways, and yet like everything can be so much better in it. It makes me excited for Grand Theft Auto 6 actually, much more than I was, because it's like, what does all this time and effort mean for it?
Right. Well, no, I was just I won't say went back. I had never played Sleeping Dogs, and it was for sale on the summer sale for $2.99, and I bought it, and I'm like, okay, I get why people are like, this is fucking great. It's a really good game. It still works, still holds up.
Yes. Sleeping Dogs is an excellent game. Let me see here if I can find it. Yeah.
Are you on Steam or PSN?
For what?
Sleeping Dogs.
Oh, no. I was actually going to do this instead.
Oh, okay.
On the screen, my review from back in the day for it from 2012. Okay. I think I gave it an 8.5. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
It was surprisingly good. And you know what? It was sad what happened to United Front, that studio. They were a Canadian studio that made it. Yeah. Because Square Enix was investing in them. They actually made Mod Nation Racers, which is interesting.
Yeah, I remember that.
And maybe Little Big Planet karting too. But
I think that's true.
But Sleeping Dogs was like this surprise hit. It actually happened twice in the generation that I can remember in a major way, where they were these surprise hits. The other one was Kingdoms of Amalur. And instead of, and that was with EA and 38, and instead of just being like, oh, we have this really awesome thing, let's make more of that, they're like, no, we think we can do more. And both of them were undone by these MMOs. United Front had an MMO, you might recall, they were making an MMO called Triad Wars. And Sleeping Dogs was supposed to be like a prelude to it. But they had this whole vision of like, no, we're an MMO. And it's like, no, guys, you're not. You're a GTA clone. And they killed themselves. And the same thing happened with Amalur, where they had this MMO, Copernicus. And Amalur was supposed to be like an entryway to it. But they're like, no, it's really all about Copernicus. They dumped all the money from Amalur into Copernicus and they went kaput. So interesting. There were these two potential new IP that might still exist.
Right.
And they fucked it up. Amalur still exists in quotes, but it's under Embracer and
right.
Shit. All right, a few more. I know we've been here for a while. I have no idea what this means. Shred wrote in and said, ask me his top 5 favorite games for the PS5. Ask me his top 5 favorite games for the PS5.
What are his top 5 games for the PS5? What's his name? I mean, that's literally what he wanted me to do.
Glassdoor Gamer wrote in and said, PC gaming is orders of magnitude more expensive. Shader stutters, driver issues on unoptimized ports, and Valve is in court facing price fixing. I'll pass. Yeah. I mean, it's not where I want to be. It's just where I will be if things go kaput with PlayStation. I mean, that's the only other option.
I really do need to. I don't care. I mean, I think if you love video games and you just adore the art form, you can't afford to not be on PC unless you simply can't afford one. But I will say that this idea that PC games are anywhere close to the way they used to be with, oh, I don't have the driver and I don't have, I got to wait for it. It's not true. There are, every now and then you might have a weird situation, but if you buy a game on Steam, it will work. And if it doesn't work, you hit a button and you return it and you can get credit or your money back, no questions asked. This idea that they're just this thing you've got to fuck with and shader stutters happen all the time. I don't even know what that is. What is a shader stutter? If it happens, I'm not noticing it.
Above my pay grade.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand any of this shit.
Okay, so Shred says, I'm drunk, give me a break. And then he says, I think he wants, now he's telling us his favorite games.
All right.
Okay.
All right. That's fine.
Fair enough.
Future Millionaire wrote in and said, Colin, do you think your stance on Sony going all digital would be different if you weren't able to get your account back? No, because I wouldn't be in this ecosystem anymore if I didn't get my account back. I've said that 8 million times now. No offense to you. You probably weren't here. We need to, I want what happened to me to never happen to another person. That is my entire goal and what I want to advocate for. So instead of running away from digital ecosystems because they're ridiculous right now, we should try to make them better. I don't know how many different ways I can say it, but I know you probably want to hear from me.
I'm curious about that though. So you would have walked away from PlayStation. What would you have done with your show?
I don't know. Like there's no universe where I think I would have tried to, I've thought a little bit about this back in the day. It's like, you can't in good conscience expect me to cover this brand fairly anymore. Right? Like, I can't.
If you would have lost
like,
it.
All right, so imagine my account got boosted for, I didn't do anything. In fact, I'm going to talk about this more when we have Pork Poncho on to talk about what happened. But like, in auditing, like what I think or what we think was used to steal the account, it's even worse than you think. It's nothing. It's nothing.
Right.
Like, people are like, oh, it's the last 4 digits of a credit card. And I'm like, no, it's not. People are like, it's a transaction number. I'm like, nope, it's not. So it's really bad. And this happened without, like, Pork said it recently. He's like, dude, there are lists of thousands of people's names for sale. Like, this happens to people on a constant basis. And it's awful. And it's happening mostly through no fault of people that people are, like, people aren't at fault for the amount of victim blaming that has gone on from me about it, of being like, he shared. I'm like, guys, I didn't share anything that anyone should be able to use to get into anything. I'm just letting you know. Like, it's complete horseshit. And so my goal is to just try to make this a more serious thing that they have to pay attention to, understanding that from Sony's perspective, they make changes without acknowledging things because they can't. It's almost a challenge to acknowledge it, right? We fixed it. Oh, did you? So I think that's why they stay silent mostly, but I'm trying my hardest to make sure that no one else has to deal with this. But if it was a thing, Jaffe, I mean, straight up, like, it'd be very painful. It'd be awful. But if they were like, we can't do anything for you, you think I'm going to play on PlayStation? Like, there's no universe where that would happen. So it's like, I guess Sacred Symbols would just become maybe we'd even rename it or something, like just like gaming podcast, because I would just move to Steam. It would be horrible. I would hate it. I would hate that I would have to do it or whatever, but it's like, no, and there's no way in good conscience I'm going to do that.
What you say you play lately are more indie games anyway.
I mean, it's always been that. But the thing is, this is why people used to make fun of me for this, where I'm like, I'm not an exclusive gamer. It's always been third-party games. Always.
Well,
forever.
It's always been on a specific console.
Well, I've always been. I used to be on more consoles than I am now. I've kind of, when I was, in high school and in college, I played on everything.
Sure.
And even before that, but PlayStation's really not missing very much. But like the reality is that I'm not going to be in a place where it's like, I'm like, oh, my account got boosted by like nefarious actors. Can you help me get it back and like help fix this maybe for me? And then they're like, no, you're a shit out of luck. Well, I mean, that's literally giving me no choice. It's like, okay, I guess my time here is over.
I wouldn't work with a company like that either.
It's not even about working. It's like, I think you understand this. It's like, I would be so biased against them that it wouldn't be. Oh, it would be totally ridiculous for me to like pretend that it's like, this company stole my entire hobby. In return, I'm going to cover them extremely fairly.
Yeah.
And that's why when people try to throw into my mind or throw in my face, it's like, look what happened to you. Look what happened to you. I'm like, I know, dude. I know. And by the way, when you, as I said earlier in the stream, Jaffe, like when you throw that shit in my face, it makes me feel like I shouldn't have said anything because I still would have gotten my account back. And, and the only thing I did was make it much worse for me.
The number of people, though, that are probably grateful that are silent are probably vast compared to the 1 or 2 dickheads who come at you. You know that.
Yeah, it's like kind of painful. I'm like, oh, I hope his account gets stolen again. All these things. I'm like, I don't even think you understand that. Like, I'm doing this because I understand better than almost anyone, actually, what this all means and how people feel, and the people I've been corresponding with a ton of people behind the scenes trying to help people get their accounts back, and like it's a serious thing, and it's occupied an enormous amount of my time.
Now, let me ask you this. When your account was stolen or whatever, was it done like trolly? It's like, fuck you, Colin Moriarty? Or was it done like, we're going to take this and sell it?
Yeah,
or
I think the idea was to probably sell it.
Okay.
And I don't think they expected to lose control of it so quickly. Because it usually takes Sony some time.
Somebody could have had your account with all of your friends and trophies. People would have been like, hey, Colin, you would have been able to know who it was almost immediately.
Well, that's the whole thing. And that's why it bothers me is like, Sony could shut this down easy.
Yeah.
Like it's not that complex. It really isn't. You have to just do some hard work and you have to understand that it matters to people. Like, and the longer that this is what I was trying, I explained this to them long before the physical game thing where I'm like, you have people that have been with you for all of these years and you're like sacrificing them for no reason. It doesn't even make any sense. These are like your earliest digital customers. Anyway, we'll have much more to say on Sacred Symbols Plus in a couple weeks. Because I see some of that sometimes and I get annoyed where I'm like, I should have just not said anything. Nothing would have changed for me at all. Like I would have got my account back.
My take on this is that Sony is run by people now that, I'm not saying every company needs to have a gamer or a legacy guy, but since even right in the last part when I was working with them and certainly well after, like everybody there seems to have gotten into the position, not everybody, but a lot of the big positions seem to be so much more politically driven and people being promoted that into positions of choice makers and leadership roles that don't really even understand what they're selling. Right. I mean, it's like the idea that you have to say, these people have been with you for 20 years or since 1995. This is a relationship that you have to curate and cultivate and protect. It's weird to me that that's news to them. Like you look at Gabe and you go, he's got his yacht now. He's one of the richest people on the planet, but he still seems to be connected with what he's selling. I don't get that with the Sony people. I really don't.
Well, that's a major reason why I felt like I needed to really make it public was I was like, this is crazy. Quickly learning about it, I'm like, this is nuts that this is. You could literally imagine Sony hiring one or two people or even having one or two people on their anti-fraud team or whatever, where it's like, it would be an awesome job actually. Be like, your entire job is to like solve these problems, like go find these people and in one by one, just like solve their problems.
Yeah.
It sounds ridiculous, but like these are not fringe cases. Like this isn't a thing that happens to some people. People's accounts by the thousands and tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands over the years have been stolen. It's a whole marketplace. And it's like I said, dude, when we get into the I'm not going to say everything that we understand and know. Right, and it really isn't about the people that did it. It's about Sony's response to it.
Of course.
Right.
Of course,
like that's what I really want to get into. It's like, you don't even want to, it's like, people doing this stuff, like you're begging them to do this kind of shit because they can. So you have to make you have to make it so that you can't do this to people anymore. It's up to you. It's incumbent on you. And it's the whole ball game. It really is. It really, really is. But anyway. All right, let's get through the rest of these. I know we've been here for a while. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Corey Latimer says, when are we getting Judas? The wait is almost as bad as Elder Scrolls 6. We probably won't even see a physical copy of this game now. I really don't know, dude. I don't know. Maybe next year. We'll see.
Who knows?
Shred wrote in again, said, my biggest walkaway from Sony is GOG and Dino Crisis and other games. Oh, GOG. I don't know what GOG is. All they need to do is make a classic gamepad, which they have, but it sucks ass. I think it's
good old games.
God, I don't know what you're saying.
On PC.
Troy Branch wrote in and said, I'll be playing all my old consoles with ODE, ROM carts, and software mods before I move on to current digital games in the future. Sony will lose me for a long time. Not that it affects them. I mean, that's the beauty of that's the real beauty of this situation is people do have backlogs and catalogs of games so extensive that if you were patient or disciplined, you really wouldn't have to buy anything ever again. Or at the very least, you can get games for nothing by the time you were ready to play for them. Nothing. They would be giving them away. That's the beauty of this era. And that's why I'm a little confused by people being cost constrained. Because I'm like, there really is no cost constraint in software, even digitally.
No.
Not at all.
Yeah, there's free games all the time that aren't free to play games that you can just play. It's not the newest, but so what?
Let's see. By the way, people are saying GOG is good old games. I know that, but what does that have to do with Dino Crisis?
I think he's saying that he can walk away from PlayStation and go to something like GOG because he can use an old control pad and play older games. I think.
Just me and my 20 cents says, Jaffe, are you involved in the God of War trilogy remake? And if not, why wouldn't they ask you? Are you even interested in doing these again for the lulz?
I'm not involved. They wouldn't ask me because they probably perceive that they don't need me, which they probably don't. I am very interested in them because I played God of War Ragnarok Valhalla, which had what I think is going to basically be the remake camera. And they had sections of it that they remade God of War 2005, like where Kratos was pushing the guy up in the cage. And it was fucking awesome. I thought it was fucking great. So yeah, I'm quite excited to go back and play or not go back, but to play the remakes. But no, I have no involvement. They wouldn't want to work with me. I've insulted them, and I don't blame them. I mean, I wouldn't fit in current Sony Santa Monica, and I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, so. I think that's fair. Final inquiry comes from Petroit. Says, although I haven't noted every instance, I would hope you understand most folks are more than glad that you got your account back. So if you don't feel it from the audience, I'm glad you shine a light on this. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's a little painful sometimes for people to miss the point, right? Like that I was immediately self-aware that I'm using levers that no one has, or very few people have access to. And it made me feel bad. And I wanted to try to do something about it. So when people throw it back in my face, which they do all the time, I'm like, I should just done what a bunch of other famous people have done, which was get their account back and say nothing at all. But I tried to expose it and protect people and let them know that it was happening. And I've been annoying as fuck on private channels. And I know that. Emailing, extensive emails, cold calling people, talking on the phone with people extensive. Like I'm trying. I've tried so hard, dude. And it's not thankless or anything. I don't care. I'm not doing it for thanks. I'm doing it because I feel like it's the right thing for me to do. But it sucks like when people are like dragging you to the muck and saying like, oh, you're like, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's annoying. It's annoying. And it makes me, sometimes, yeah, it really does make me feel like I'm full of regret sometimes where I'm like, yeah, I should just kept it quiet. I mean, that's just me being honest. All right. That's it. That's all we have. Jaffe, I'm sorry that this went so long. We've been here forever.
No,
I like long streams personally, but
I appreciated you guys having me and putting up with me. I mean, there are a couple other ones, but if we had a cutoff, we can ignore them, I suppose. Yeah, no. Also, I don't know what this last one means. The hero we need now rhymes with Andy, Sandy, Candy, Randy.
Oh yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. That hero we need now rhymes with Andy.
No. This was
Mandy.
Enjoyable. Mandy, who's that?
I don't know. Mandy Moore. I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Matty Matadero, I was much more involved in God of War 2, but I had very little to do with 3, if anything, really. I had one meeting. That was it. But I did have some great design for it. But, anyway. No, always happy. Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I need to go figure out, all the black actresses so your wife doesn't yell at me next time because, I feel bad.
No, I don't feel bad.
I really don't.
I don't feel bad. There's nothing to feel bad about.
No.
All right. Well, it was good to see you, Jaffe. I appreciate you.
You as well.
And
of course, thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you all out there. We'll be doing this again soon, I'm sure. Be well. Have a great week. Stay safe, and have fun. Let's remember that we're here to ultimately to enjoy things. So I hope we can get back to that in the weeks to come. I know the ecosystem is just rife with nonsense right now, but I think it'll get better. All right, guys. Be well. Take good care of yourselves. You're appreciated and loved. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.